All right, 6 minutes past the hour, brand new day, and we thank you for being with us here on the kickoff hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. They join us, Rick, Bubba, Adler, in 1 hour from now for the main show. But until then, it's the Good Time Gang. We thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number if you'd like to call. There'll be on-screen phone calls, but you never know. We haven't done that in a while, but that same number you can now text, and it breaks down to 866-932-3244. And we try to see those texts. We have a TV set up to where that is available to us via text groove. So that is there for you, 866-932-3244. All right, let's bring both the other two good ones in, and that'll be three good ones. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
It's a good and fest.
It's the good and fest. I'm right there with y'all. How are y'all today?
Yeah.
Another day. Here we go.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Look, I brought my glasses so I can read.
Did you? I saw that. So
it took us putting a big screen TV up for you to bring your glasses in.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
This is where Greg has a prescription glasses prescription that you you don't really need them for your laptop, but when you look up across the room, you can't see anything. So it's kind of like this in between.
Yeah.
So
how are you on those TVs?
So you
now?
get mad and you just don't wear them, but then when you look up across the room, you can't see.
Put them on, Greg. I think you look good in them.
They get on my nerves.
Okay.
They get on your nerves. This is what it is right here.
Yeah.
How game changer is that? Being able to look up and watch TVs.
Yeah.
And you look good. You look studious.
No,
you do.
There you go.
do.
It's a good look.
Yeah.
Don't take them off, Greg. What are you doing?
It gives me a headache.
Unreal.
He does.
He's something else, isn't he? All right. Something happened last night. And I told Terry I was losing my man card a little bit because us guys don't do this.
Okay.
And she was like, well, let's just try it tonight. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I always make fun of her because whenever it's bedtime, she goes into the bathroom, and I don't know what she does, but it's like she comes out 30 minutes later, and I'm like, what have you been doing in there? You know,
I got to put lotion on her face.
Oh, yeah. And she said, I've been washing my face and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And so last night, same routine. I go in. I turn on the TV trying to make sense of what's going on and why we haven't seen our president. And I'm just, catching up on some stuff. And then finally she's about to come back out. I'm like, what are you doing in there? And she said, well, I'm telling you, I'm washing my face. She said, get in here. I said, what?
Oh, goodness.
She said, get in here. Let's wash your face. And I said, let's wash my face. And I said, no, I'm fine. I mean, us guys, we're good. We're good.
We
honey.
took a shower.
We're fine. We
showered earlier.
Yeah, we've showered
and
and we're good. She's like, no, I mean, I'm going to show you what I'm doing here. I'm like, honey, no. She said, yep, here we go. But let me see your hands. And she starts squirting this lotion on there or this cleaning deal, whatever. She said, now rub your hands together. She said, all right, now lean over the sink, and before you do, turn on the water.
You're using a cleanser now.
And I'm like, and so here I go.
You look shiny.
And she gets to laugh.
New money sitting here.
She gets somebody buff that head.
She gets to laughing, and I can't see because my eyes are closed because I got or whatever this cleanser.
It's a cleanser,
thing is.
yeah.
I can't see, and then she moves the little wash rag, and I'm like patting around the counter. Where's my stuff? So then I start, just throwing water on my face.
You gonna put cucumbers on your eyes next?
And I said, if the guys could see me right now, she said, well, I just want to let you know what I'm doing in here. I was like, now I'm done. And why are you still in here? Because that didn't take long.
No.
She said, now put this on there.
She get the loofah out.
I'm like, put what on there? She said, put this little thing on there. I said, well, how do you know this is good? Well, I've done my research. Put this on there. She takes a little deal. All right, there you go. Now we go. We're ready for bed. See, that's what I do every night. I'm like, good gracious.
I guess you're starting.
And I said, if Rick any of the guys could walk in here and see me leaning over this sink, washing my face with some cleanser, I think I haven't announced. I think I'm losing a man card. But I don't want to assume anything. Do y'all do that?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. Do you do that?
I haven't. No.
Oh, I can tell he has.
I wash my face with like soap.
Mm-hmm.
In the shower.
In the shower, like men.
I
don't know any men that stand over the sink and wash their face.
Yeah, I don't either. So
that
happens.
If somebody doesn't get in the shower and they stand over the sink, then I get it. They don't use a cleanser for sure.
Well, I announced I felt like I was losing my man card, but I was standing there with my wife, so I guess I don't know, but she was just like, "This is my world. You always scream from in the room. What are you doing in there?" And she said, "So
if you had any hair, you could have wrapped the towel around your head,
all the way around."
Yeah. And then cleaned your face while having the towel around your head.
Yeah. So that's how I ended my day yesterday.
Huh.
That was
I guess that'll be tonight.
Yeah. Almost had my arm jerked off as well yesterday on a walk that we had right after dinner. So we decide, hey, we've eaten and let's go for a walk. And it was kind of that day where you could tell there was some thunder and lightning way off in the distance. And there was a little bit of a breeze, and where we live, normally you don't have a breeze and it feels decent this time of year, but it did. So we decided to go for a walk, and Terry's like, let's take Cuddy, which is JC's dog. It's his college dog, and so he's with us right now.
You can't believe that you have somewhat pretty much inherited that full time.
I know.
Your dog count's slowly growing.
I know. I'm so done with dogs. I know you dog lovers.
I am too, by the way.
I get it, but I'm just so done with dogs. Love the dogs. It's obvious we do because they're well taken care of, but man, the dogs.
I had to remind Amanda the other day that I only wanted one dog.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted one.
Yeah.
And y'all begged for another one.
Right.
And that's, double everything.
Yeah. So
now I don't like either one of them.
We take off, and there's a stretch, and I've talked to y'all about this stretch of it was cleared land where they thought they were going to build something, and that was about a year or two ago. So now you got small pines and everything that's growing, but it's about a quarter of a mile of our walk. So now the pines are baby pines or whatever. So it's perfect for like rabbits and different things. And so whenever we're walking, a lot of times along the walk, rabbits have come out along the curbside.
I got a bunch in my yard.
Yeah, and sometimes, you can count up to 10, along the way. Well, Cuddy got one yesterday, and they had a stare off, and the rabbit for some reason wasn't leaving, and then suddenly he decides to go. And guys, it's a what is it, a Calihuda leopard or whatever it's called? These big Louisiana hound. It's a big dog. Okay, think a big lab is real. And he gets to. I thought I was in the Iditarod for a second. He was dragging me and off into the woods, going after it.
You hold back.
Hey guys, seriously, it's like I was on ice. He took off and got to running and was like, saw the trail that the rabbit was on, and then the rabbit was gone. But man, he has got the nose of a hound, and he will get that nose on the ground. He could tell where it's going in, everything. But I thought I was gone for a second. I thought, well, I'm going down, and he's going to drag me. Because I wasn't prepared for it. I wasn't. Normally, I kind of tense up and like, no, don't do that. But I think Terry and I were talking or something like that.
Dog.
Hey, he jerked me, and I thought, oh my God, I'm going
toward
down.
Your rotator cuff.
But every time it's like he sees the rabbit, it's like there's another one.
Oh, yeah.
There's another rabbit. I can't believe this.
Yeah, I've got a lot of rabbits at the house, and I'll tell you what I've been seeing a lot is 2 hens, turkeys, and they got the little poults with them.
Ooh.
And some you can tell are a little older than the others. They cut the hay and it's real low and you can see them.
Yeah.
And they'll go across the field. Got them little ones behind them.
Mm-hmm. Man, the rabbits.
Dogs don't mess with them at all.
They don't. If they see them, they will, but they're usually further out.
How does Millie, your stray that you took in that had the puppies and all that, does she go after stuff like that, or is it
Not
just
really?
Buddy?
Mostly Buddy. She'll follow him.
Oh, she will.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if she was skittish to everything or if she was aggressive.
She's. Now she runs and turns circles in front of the car when you're trying to leave. You can't get by her.
She did that to me that day when I came over.
Yeah, starts cutting that circle.
It took me 5 minutes to leave.
Yeah.
She'd sit there and bite my tire.
Does she look happy, like she's running around?
She'll run and turn a circle, turn a circle.
Yeah, it was weird.
Turn a circle. It's pretty. She ain't right. Obviously.
Right.
But she'll do it. Then when you get about to the first ditch, she'll back off.
She finally lets up.
But boy, that from the house to
I thought I was going to hit her.
Oh, yeah.
Like I had to ease and ease and ease. It was weird.
You need to quit praying for that. You need to be nice. You need to be nice. Now, when you go for the little run down to your long driveway, does she run with you?
No, she won't go then.
She won't?
Buddy will, but she won't. She'll go about halfway.
Raise your hand if you're done with dogs.
Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. This month, as we reflect on the birth of our nation, it's important to remember the freedoms our forefathers fought for. AMAC is actively fighting to protect our freedoms. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits with free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel deals. Hurry up and get this deal, 1 year for $1. I said it right. 1 year for just $1. Go to amac.us/bigbox. That's B as in boy, IGV as in voice, OX. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's BIG and V as in voice, OX. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. My O's Israel knows it's hard to understand what's really happening in Israel, and that's why IsraelNeedsMe.com shares reports and gives you a perspective from a ministry to learn what's really going on in the Holy Land. Over 100,000 Israelis have been displaced from their homes due to the war. Now, many from northern Israel have seen massive destruction to homes and businesses since the Iranian-backed terror group Hezbollah has increased its attacks there. Help us make a difference at IsraelNeedsMe.com. SimpliSafe.com. When it comes to protecting your loved ones, you need a home security system you can trust. SimpliSafe Home Security combines cutting-edge technology with a customer-first approach for award-winning protection. SimpliSafe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe and satisfied, but never locking you into a contract. Head to SimpliSafe.com/BigVox and save 20% off your new system today. BIGV as in voice OX. SimpliSafe.com/BigVox or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. The opening ceremonies for the Paris Olympics are coming up. I think it was Friday night, I guess. We talked about it. We're going to give it much or anything like that, and we I think all agreed. Hey, if the TV's on, I'm at home. I might take a look. Not the whole thing because they can get lengthy, I guess. But the Paris Olympics are about to start. NBC and all the family networks within NBC will carry the Olympics, I should say. There's all kinds of stories coming out about the athletes are kind of all getting there now and kind of getting ready and focused, and so that's there for you. I think I probably wouldn't be giving this anything, Helmsy, unless I would have watched. Watching Sprint kind of got me in it.
Me
a little
too.
bit
I
on
will agree with that.
Netflix.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that. I'm really interested in the swimming because I know Ledecky's got some records she can break.
Right.
And that's really about it. I don't even care about the tennis on the Olympic side, to be honest.
not.
The golf and tennis, I don't even care about.
Yeah, I saw where Andy Murray said this is it for him. So he said that
Really surprised he's playing this.
Yeah, he confirmed that the Paris Olympics will be his last ever tennis tournament.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's all about, but that's
He's just age has caught up with him. He is he tried to play Wimbledon, and because that's where that's the area in which he's from. That's the big tournament he won. He's known for being really good on grass, and so he tried to play singles, had to withdraw before the tournament started, and then played doubles with his brother. That didn't go very well. It went well, but they didn't win. And so I figured that may be his last hurrah, but I guess he's going to give it one more run.
Good night.
And they're on clay, so that'll help with the body a little bit. So we'll see.
We'll see. Cranks up Friday. All right, so let's go back to last Friday. You remember the worldwide outage, the Microsoft issue? It has affected many more than just airlines. Anybody that I guess used that system, they were down. I know where JC works. The next day they couldn't even open. They had to kind of turn everybody away at the door, and it just turned into a restocking and organizational type of day within the store. But he was talking about just how much money the company lost because they couldn't open. I saw here where yesterday there were people that were sending out, I guess, messages on X that they had been at the airport for like 3 or 4 days stranded. Oh, and I saw that yesterday Delta was trying to restore the operations, but this is 3 days after the global cyber outage or whatever, but it's canceled up to 800 flights. And people are just stranded all over the place. They just some just. I mean, you go, well, why are you still there? Well, some don't have any other option. They're just kind of hung out. But can you imagine? Can you imagine being at the airport for 4 days?
No.
God, they're continuing to struggle. As of yesterday, they were talking about, I think, a total of the 828 flights. I think around 21% of the scheduled flights as of late yesterday afternoon had been canceled, according to this story. And I felt sorry for them because it just shows pictures of the airport. And some of you might know loved ones or know of somebody that might be stranded. But guys, it's just the sea of people. There's not hardly any seats available. The people just hung out.
And they just good night. That's miserable. I'd just start walking.
Oh my goodness, almost 800 and what I say 800 and let me get back out of this. Totally, the exact number was 828 flights.
It's a lot of flights.
Yes,
800.
it is.
Think about what
That's
you've
a
been
lot.
doing for 4 days, and they've been at the airport.
That's crazy.
I was talking.
I'd be going nuts.
Well, I
Yeah.
was talking to a couple players yesterday. So they get shuttle services when they come back into the country. They usually fly into Atlanta, and then JSU provides them with a shuttle back to campus.
Mm-hmm.
It's a free service, whatever. One of them is arriving. Like the shuttle's not leaving that night until this is like 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock. So one of them's going to be arriving about that time. They fly in at 7:45, 8 o'clock. But one is arriving like at 12:30. And I was texting him yesterday feeling bad that he was going to have to wait around for 7 or 8 hours at the airport before the shuttle.
These people say that's
These
nuts.
people are like, whatever, I've been here for 4 days.
I'll take 7 or 8 hours.
And I have seen pictures of them laying on the floor. And
Oh,
and
yeah. It's real comfortable.
I know.
Golly, I cannot imagine that.
You know those, I don't know, I guess they're escalators, but the ones that are in, you have the rows where it's on a flat surface, these long hallways,
Yeah.
and you can either walk or you
Or
can
get
get
on
on the
it.
escalator. And I've seen people just laying up against the escalators on the carpet, just as long as you can see.
And don't
people.
forget, I mean, people are paying for this.
Yeah.
It's not
Oh, yeah.
like it was just, oh, yeah, we'll
A
give you
lot.
this. Yeah. So they're sitting there after what they've paid, and this is the deal. Golly. I cannot imagine. Cannot imagine being hung out. I know us, and if possible, we wouldn't be sitting there, just waiting. But the story says, here's the issue: there's no rental cars available. There's nothing available, so you're just hung out. You're just there. You're just there. And so that's a little update there. I know some of you that if that's your
crazy.
world, you're living it, but luckily we have not. But that's an update. Over 800 flights have been canceled since the outage on Friday. This story here too, Greg, got a little something for you here. Take a listen to this. See what you think about this story here when it comes to a couple trying to sail across the Atlantic.
Odyssey, and we're calling it the Green Odyssey because we're doing everything we can to show that you can travel without burning fossil fuels. So, for instance, we're driving an electric car. Our boat is an electric boat. We have an electric yacht with a Nissan Leaf battery pack that drives the engine. We charge the engine with solar panels.
So they were trying to
so it's
sail
the green
across the
trip.
Atlantic on their green boat.
Across the Atlantic.
Yep, and they've been found dead.
They're
They have been found dead. That was
What killed
recorded. That was recorded before.
Wait a minute.
Before the attempt, it was a Canadian couple found dead in their lifeboat after trying to cross the Atlantic on a completely green boat.
But they got off it and got in a lifeboat?
They apparently drove their electric vehicle to their green boat to try to cross the Atlantic, and they were found dead in their green boat.
Oh, I thought it was a lifeboat.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to them.
Right, yeah, lifeboat. You're right. It was a
So
lifeboat.
for some reason they left the big boat and got in the lifeboat.
I guess so. I'm not sure.
And died.
They were a couple found dead in lifeboat
That's
after
weird. failing
Atlantic trip, trying to sail across the Atlantic on their green boat.
I'm anxious just to hear what happened to them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Rick Bubba Adler join us right after top of the hour, and we thank you for being with us. As we went to break, we ran up on the break as we were talking about a couple that was found in a lifeboat after failing to cross the Atlantic in their, and I'm putting this up, what they called green boat. They drove their EV to get on the green boat, and they were found dead. They washed up, it looks like, on a lifeboat, and I'm assuming that we'll get more details, but Brett, he's 70, his wife Sarah's 60, and they had been sailing on their 42-foot sailboat, but their bodies were found in a lifeboat that washed up, it looks like, on an island, according to the statement from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police that was published on July the 12th. They had, I guess, left on June the 11th. And a group found them washed up on an island around 2,000 miles away. They were reported missing on June 18th. Their bodies found July the 10th. It's not clear why the couple abandoned their green boat that they called just a sailboat. But investigation is ongoing.
Sailboat more than I do getting in some little lifeboat.
The island is about 27 miles long. It's a sandbar around 186 miles southeast, I guess, of kind of where they were headed to go across. They said that area is a known graveyard of the Atlantic. It's been more than 350 recorded shipwrecks in that area since 1583, according to Maritime Museum of the Atlantic. Yeah. Yes, so. But that was we got caught by the break, so I wanted to give you that update as we went in. But
so the green boat,
that's a CNN story.
So we bailed from the green boat.
I guess we did. And we got on a lifeboat, and
we
just trying to get across the Atlantic, right?
Yeah.
Big body of water.
When you got in that lifeboat, I mean, I'm thinking,
and they're not youngsters either, 70 and 60. But wow. I'm getting, how many emails do you think I'm getting about the new movie Twisters? Since my history with Twister and all that, I'm getting
when you
Speedy, you got to see it. You got to see it.
Everybody calm down.
I don't know, but apparently
it's going to show up for $26 first, and if you'll wait it out, you can get it.
No, well, it has nothing to do. But I know we try to.
No, I'm saying that I'm not paying $26.
I will say this. Well, Greg, got to remember, this is his favorite movie of all time.
I know it's the same. If you went to the theater, you'd pay that. But
like if there was A Few Good Men that came out, okay, then I would probably go to links to watch that. I mean, I went to Top Gun. I had not been to a movie in forever, and I forced Amanda to go to the theater.
That's the last one I went to.
Wow.
So this is his Top Gun.
Overrated, but yeah.
Greg, don't do that. It's
well,
not.
now I like Top Gun too, but I mean, it's a, and I don't know, but you're right.
Don't forget, y'all forgotten the hype that everybody's acting like that. My
you're
God.
right. You're right.
I put it in its proper place, Greg.
Well, that helped because I expect it ain't nowhere near as good as the first one.
The first one was good. I was at, I guess it was Sunday. I was flipping channel. Oh, I know what it was. I had stopped. Days of Thunder was on some random channel.
Which is basically Top Gun on a racetrack.
Well, to your point, there was like 7 minutes left. And it was the final race. He was racing Rowdy's car.
Of course.
And I had to stop. I was like, well, I'm stopping and watching this. Well, then Top Gun, the original, came on after that. So I got to watch a little bit of that. And I thought, well, this is just a Tom Cruise afternoon.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, apparently Twisters is a huge hit at the box office, and it's come in as one of the top best disaster movies of all time already.
One tiny spark becomes a night of blazing suspense. Irwin Allen's production of The Towering Inferno. Steve McQueen is the fire chief.
The Towering Inferno is number one.
I remember that movie.
Really?
Yeah, I was a kid.
1974.
Yep.
I tell you, all the ladies.
It is the best disaster movie of all time.
I didn't know that.
All the ladies are stirred up and going to watch it because old Glenn Powell.
Who?
The Glenn Powell, the main guy in it.
I don't know who Glenn Powell is.
He may even stir Speedy up.
I bet I'd know if I seen him. You know, stir Speedy up.
You would. You'd know who he is.
This guy up.
Well, I'm going to have to check this out.
You'd know exactly who he is.
I thought, to be honest, I had low expectations on Twisters. because I thought, well, they're playing off Twister. There's nothing going to even compare to it because it's just so great. And it'll just be silly.
Oh, he was in Maverick.
Yeah, he was.
But apparently it's getting good ratings, so we'll see. And a couple of folks on the text line, 866-932-3244, said that it was good.
I wonder if they do like the other one. We have the evil storm chaser and then the nice storm chaser, and we're pulling for the
right.
They all got the black vehicles,
and then the mean storm chaser won't listen to the.
He
nice
won't listen.
Storm
They tried to save him.
They're trying to help him.
Nothing.
Yeah, but he's had corporate sponsors, so he's lost who he was.
That's right.
Yeah, he's not.
He tried to rip off Dorothy. He had his own version.
Right.
He was he Hangman in Top Gun? Is that who he was? Hangman?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was the guy
that
was
a movie that was big on Netflix too, not too long ago.
Yeah, The Hitman. I think it was actually Hitman
yeah,
or
that's
something.
what it was.
Yeah.
Hitman.
But wasn't he Hangman as
think
his
so.
call sign in Top Gun or Maverick?
I believe. I don't know. It was Sigourney.
The Poseidon Adventure.
Remember that one?
I remember.
I love how you had her say it because you couldn't come up with it. That's funny.
So that came in
excellent.
that came in at number 2. Twister was number 3, and the new Twister's number 4. The best disaster movie of all time. That's what they're saying.
There's a lot of disaster movies.
I know.
I remember there was one about earthquake. I think it may have been called Earthquake when I was a kid. We all like, ooh, hope we don't have an earthquake.
You ever been in an earthquake?
No. Can't say I have.
I don't know if you ever been one.
There's a fault line goes right through Jackson.
Everybody always says that.
For some reason, you got your hand in your pocket. I don't know why.
It's cold.
Yeah.
I don't want any part of an earthquake at all.
I don't either.
Okay.
But you do hear about these fault lines, right?
Yeah. Everybody knows that.
So somebody says there is a bad group in Twisters, but they turned out to be the good guys too. So
Good,
I
I'm
guess.
sure.
I don't know, but you're right. It's that same setup that was in the original Twister. And somebody said they refer once or twice to the original, but it's kind of standalone.
Or are they kin to them or something?
I don't know. I don't know why I like Twister so much, but if it's on, I'll stop, buddy. Let me tell you.
I mean, it's all right. I mean, I'll watch it.
You know it's bad, and I didn't even realize I acted that way towards it when my boys were like, "Hey, Dad, Twisters is out."
Yeah.
I mean, they have to say something.
No, I mean, it's not a bad movie.
All right, so somebody else just said really, really great movie. 2 reallys.
I'm going to watch it for sure. I'm not going to go to the theater, and I'm not going to pay $29.99 to buy it or rent it when it first comes out. But it's going to have to drop below that $5 mark for me to jump in there.
And they go pretty quick to that nowadays.
They do.
All right, so someone said they saw it in 4D and said it was like being in a tornado. And
See, I don't need that. I just need to watch the movie. I don't have to have all that.
And then also somebody put up there Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones. That's a good
another
movie.
good one.
Tangled Web. Somebody put that up there. Look.
I love it. Anytime we can do that. So I don't
top
know.
10.
I've noticed an uptick with JC and Reese of going to the movies. I mean, there was a time
I don't hate going
where,
to movies.
but there was a time where they really struggled coming out of COVID and all that, and people just was like, okay, I'm just going to stay at home. Streaming services, things are available now. They hit the rent option so quickly now that people are just like, I'm not going to go. But it seems like it's coming back.
My viewing situation at home is so good. It's hard to get me to the movies.
Yeah, I used to like to go to the movies, but it's kind of a pain in the butt now.
Yeah. Well, we haven't been to the movies.
Yeah, we used to go over at the
You
old
talking about
place.
team building?
Yeah. When you would scream team building. It's
How many
time.
movies we go? Do you remember that time it was like bad weather and me and you stayed at the studio and we went and watched that one that I fell way asleep in. It had George Clooney in them in World War II. They were
something men.
They were saving
Monuments
art.
Men.
Yeah, they were saving art.
Pastor Danny was in there watching it with his wife. He didn't fall asleep like you did.
I did. I mean, I kind of dozed off in The Revenant, but I fell asleep during Monuments Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's terrible.
It was okay. It
What I
was
saw.
Greg. It wasn't terrible.
That's pretty bad. Ooh, we must save these paintings during World War II.
They had a big job to do.
Listen, y'all go to the front lines. I'm going to save these paintings.
Y'all go without me. I'm saving them.
I'm saving paintings and statues.
Never seen that movie.
20 minutes in, he was snoring.
You ain't missed nothing.
Well, you'll do that.
That's what amazes me is he slept halfway through it. So he don't know if it's good or not.
Well, that's a good point.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes until top of the hour.
Movies.
You do?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy, so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors that complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycons, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is brought to you by Maoz Israel. We've been talking to you about them a lot. IsraelNeedsMe.com is their website. And, you know, Israel continues to be in the news. Here recently, we talked about the drone attack on them and their response. Maoz Israel knows, look, I know we all have a lot going on, but Israel needs your help. Israelis have been displaced from their homes due to the war. I know a lot of us have forgotten that they were attacked and the loss of life and how awful that was. But about 100,000 Israelis continue to be displaced, and they have come alongside the Israelis to try to help them. And so you need to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking for you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com to join in making a positive impact. So help make a lasting difference at IsraelNeedsMe.com. That's IsraelNeedsMe.com, or you can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so the guys will jump in and take over here at top of the hour. We're not really big into this hour. We don't breaking down politics. We kind of leave that to the main show. But it is a little bit bizarre that President Biden has not been seen for days. I'm talking about days. I don't know. He went off saying he had COVID and all that, but then has this mysterious call in to Kamala's press conference yesterday, and people are like, "Well, that sounded weird." You know what's going on there?
That was weird.
I don't really.
Hey, by the way, did you two open up the tweet that
I'd seen that one?
Okay,
yeah.
Did you open it up, Greg? That I sent you? Just you two. I took it out of the group. Just you two.
You're wasting time sending him anything.
I mean, it was so good.
I don't know.
Thank you for opening it, Speedy.
Yeah. When you sent that, I was like, okay, I've seen this. Somebody
you'd have laughed really hard. Greg.
I probably just didn't have my phone.
Don't open it up with somebody or other people around.
Yeah. Somebody had dubbed some AI voice stuff on top of Biden.
Funny.
Funny. I bet that is good.
But you know, if
you'd have saw, if you'd have just looked at it, Greg.
Yeah, it didn't take a second.
Yeah.
If the administration and those do not want conspiracy theories to run rampant through social media and other platforms, then being a little bit more transparent would probably help, because now there's all kind of rumors about him being terminally ill. He's already dead, you know, which is how you hope that's not true. Yeah, you don't wish that on anybody. But it's if you don't want those type of things, then maybe be a little bit more transparent. And the fact that he sent out this letter and the signature, and we talked about that yesterday, didn't even look like his signature. Adler showed on the screen his signature compared to what the letter was, how the letter was signed. It's all very strange. So many questions.
I've also seen some people putting out fake letters, and they're funny too.
Yeah. Like who wrote the letter?
Greg, are you even listening to us? We got some good stuff going on over here.
Yeah.
Put your glasses on and pay attention.
You like my glasses?
It's just strange.
You dog hater.
It's just strange how it's almost like he's missing. You know?
I know. It's like they've locked him. And you know, like in these movies when they isolate somebody and they go down there and they give them food and stuff, and then they leave them locked up, and then that's what it's like.
And some of y'all go, hey, I don't even give a rip. No, well, this is the leader of the free world. This is our president. And he's missing. He's out of action. So it's kind of a big deal, even if politics isn't your thing. And I know it's not something that we this hour focus on, but that's kind of a big deal.
Of course, he threw out that if he didn't have COVID, he would be there.
Oh, sure. But then the phone call to Kamala sounded weird. It just seemed like it was either pre-recorded or something dubbed. I don't know.
It did seem weird.
But I mean, this is how these these conspiracy theories kind of run rampant when you're not very transparent. So now we're all left to go, okay, what the it's kind of like with the head of Secret Service yesterday testifying in front of Congress
never saying
and for 5 hours not answering one question really.
Again, it just feeds the fury of all. And listen, in today's world with internet and all this, the conspiracy theories are at an all-time high.
Well,
I mean,
the congressmen that are interviewing or talking to the head of Secret Service shouldn't have more information than she does.
That's right.
You know, when they go, hey, what about this? What about that? Well, I don't know. We're still trying to find that out. Well, I can tell you. And then they just
she
run
basically
a list
just tried to down the ball.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm going to get through it. And I'm not really going to answer anything.
No. I mean, it was so bad. AOC even asked a good question.
Wait a minute. Accidentally, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, well, good night. What in the world's going on here?
No way.
Yeah, so we'll break all
now
that
you're making
down.
stuff up.
I'm just telling you. I was like, what in the world? Oh, my goodness. I had it on in the car, and that was entertaining as I was riding down the road. But, yeah, she asked a good question. She asked, how come she broke down the AR that was used by Crooks, the shooter, and the range, depending on optics and all this kind of stuff, the range of the AR he used and how far it reaches out, hundreds of yards. And so she asked the director, then if that's the most popular assault rifle, that's out there that you can purchase, how come the perimeter wasn't out as far as the range of that rifle?
For that.
And boy, I tell
Just
you what,
start there.
director
That
is
is
a
a
little
good
bit too
Greg,
hot.
I think
I was
you
like,
would've-
my gosh, AOC.
Is that her?
Everybody was actually on the same page.
You would have, I think it was the South Carolina representative yesterday, female. I think at one point she said that basically just right in her face, you're FOS, and she said it.
Really?
Yes. Several
she
times.
really?
Yeah, threw the S word out there several times.
She did.
And I think one of
she was
them,
reprimanded that last one.
the other thing that caught me off guard was she would not answer questions that she had already answered in the media.
Oh.
That was strange to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like she sat down with interviews and answered, and then wouldn't answer them yesterday. Strange.
Yeah, and I know a lot of this that's the way it's designed. I mean, think about how many hearings there've been, and nothing's come from them.
Oh yeah.
But come on, good night alive.
I want to know where our president is currently, what he's doing.
Yeah.
I want to start there. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start there. Is the man alive?
Yeah, it
I mean,
AI
listen.
yesterday.
At that point, at this point, that's a valid question.
Well, I know. I mean,
we've not seen him for 5 days.
Yeah, and in these 5 days, he dropped out of the race for presidency.
Some were on yesterday were posting
got
on
COVID,
X, and
y'all.
you have to be careful
I know.
about who you follow and what they're reporting, because I mean, good night, it can just go all over the place. But they were like, oh no, I've got this source and that source, and he had a medical event on Air Force One, and they're keeping it from us, and he's a lot worse off than he really
of course,
is.
that's
And,
all that.
and so who knows? He might pop up today and look
Yeah.
great.
He
I
may
have
come
no
jogging
idea.
by.
Yeah,
We don't know.
We
I
may
just
see him
never
wreck on a
know.
bicycle later.
He may get his helmet back out and crash again.
But the reason we're all sitting here speculating on what's going on with him is because nobody's saying anything.
Yeah, it's weird.
It really is.
His family's not even saying anything.
No, Jill's pretty quiet.
Yeah.
It's hard for her to be quiet.
Also, I was looking up, somebody sent a weird picture of Kamala. Being the candidate, you're going to have to talk a lot. You're going to have to make a lot of appearances and talk. So just, how well she does that. She says a lot that doesn't say anything.
Right.
A lot of hand motions, but not a whole lot of substance.
Yesterday, we could have played.
So we're going to get a lot of that.
For minutes, Adler had her just giggling, being a laugh ender.
Oh.
But they yesterday ran that out a little bit on Fox News. I got to laughing. She got me laughing because it was so hysterical.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
We'll be burdened by what has been and what has become.
See.
And we'll be burdened.
There it is.
And yeah, I'm doing this.
all of that whole burden thing.
Oh, my God.
How much money do you think the Bidens were offered to step aside? Up to 50 or 100 million? What do you think?
Yeah.
Huh?
Cash out one more time using your name for profit.
Rick and Bubba.
So we were away. You know, best of shows can sometimes cause confusion. I mean, it can really cause confusion. But people lose sight of we're not here and this is stuff from a long time ago, or old stuff. So let me announce this morning for the 12 to 15 people who congratulated me and Sherry on our new baby yesterday, that Sherry is not pregnant.
No.
Okay, hopefully she is not. I don't know. We did not announce.
That was a replay.
Somebody said, hey, congratulations on you and your wife being pregnant. And I said, now, where'd you hear that? Because I really wanted to know.
Do you know something I don't know?
I was listening to the show on Tuesday, and I said, okay. I wasn't there Tuesday. So I said, the baby that you are congratulating me on is 18, 19 months old. So I'd be more than happy to let you see the Tasmanian devil if you want to.
I guess they missed the time where I told everybody this was from back when when Taz was conceived.
Yeah, well, thank you. We didn't actually share that moment with you on the but we
close to it though.
Yeah, well,
you kind of told us it was a nice Labor Day or something.
It was.
Forget what it was.
So
what was it? A trip to New York. That's what it was.
Oh yeah. So when you're married and you have 4 kids, they're far and few between, or few and far between.
Sure.
So you remember them almost individually now. So that
they all have their own number.
Yes.
Yeah. On the little day plan.
That was 017. I do want to say that please don't lose sight that replays and best of shows are not live. Maybe we need to say we're not live more. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was wow. There was a lot of people congratulating me yesterday.
Yeah.
Also, Rick, Super Bowl week, we'll have to talk a lot about that. But before we do that, folks, hold the press. Big news yesterday. U.S. District Judge Robert Sweet threw out, Rick, what is now known as the FAT lawsuit. You remember this lawsuit that the group who had tried to turn it into a class action suit against McDonald's, saying that that their fast food was causing them to be overweight and, all of that kind of stuff.
Sure.
For once, when I heard this yesterday, I felt like
all right. It's okay.
I felt like standing up and clapping and screaming wherever I was, and say, thank goodness that common sense has finally returned to the courtroom.
What enigma!
What an absolute idiot that brought this case to start with. Matter of fact, the judge should have said, so y'all think hamburgers are getting you and you can't do nothing about it? I'm going to lock you up. Okay, you need a mental test.
Yeah, I'm locking. How about this? I wish to say not only am I ruling in favor of the fast food chain, I'm also going to let everyone know that is taping this for newscasts around the world, you're an IGMO.
Yes. I would have said IGMO and have it entered into the court documents.
And you've irked me beyond repair.
The judge used what I consider just a little bit of common sense and said, that the downside of fast food is pretty well known by consumers, and nobody's holding a gun to your head to go and eat. What are you doing in my classroom? Hit the road.
It's kind of like when I run in, it's rare, I get an email or somebody will make a snide comment or whatever, and it's rare because most people do have common sense that don't like our show. They'll say something like, I tell you what, I can't stand listening to y'all. And I go, did they just turn you loose? Can I see the shackle scars where they chain you to the radio? How are you getting hit with it every
or
day?
My favorite, big knob on the right, pal.
Yeah. Now, how are you getting attacked by the show? How's that happening to you? I've never once driven past a fast food restaurant and all of a sudden a robotic arm come out and jerk me in there and stuff a hamburger in my mouth. Is that right?
What it was about, Rick.
And then it goes, and how about a pie?
It was just another case of somebody with a problem trying to blame their problem on somebody else other than themselves. How about this? I'm overweight. You know why? I like to eat. It's my fault, period.
Yes, I am tubby because I eat. I don't eat that well. I've tried to do better, and I don't exercise enough. I've got more coming in than I'm burning off.
Yes, that makes you fat. It's simple arithmetic,
sure,
which we're not very good at because some of you can't understand these tax plans, but I won't get into that today.
We're not speaking about those of you that are on some kind of medication that's blowing you up.
or have some kind of health issue, gland hung up, something, whatever.
It's pure gluttony is what we're talking about.
I'm talking about the majority of us are fat because we eat too much.
Yeah, or eat the wrong things.
Yeah, and don't exercise. It's like you said, very simple deal. So thank goodness for the judge with a little common sense and that we will not have a case of some kind of jackpot justice here over something ridiculous. And what it does, Rick, it makes the cases where somebody has a legitimate complaint, it makes everybody suspicious of it, you know? And we've had this discussion. I don't think all lawyers are bad, okay? Just like I don't want people to think all morning shows are bad based on what Howard Stern does, you know?
Sure.
But this is just a case right here where these people had nothing to lose to throw this up the flagpole and hope they got a big payoff.
Well, to me, though, if you're out there in the lawyer circle, why not be the guy? And I know there's some of these guys.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour has begun. What's happened in the last 24 hours? Nowadays, ain't no telling. We'll let you know about the state of things, but first, the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. The kickoff hour already behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy knocked that out for you. Eddie Van Adler joins the fray. Howdy, Adler. He's got the YouTube option for you, whether that be live or archived today. America's boldest radio stations cranking out another Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you to them. The TuneIn app for those of you that do not have a Rick and Bubba station. Those are the live options on the audio side, but you also have an archive option there too. Get the audio archive of the entire show every day on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. That includes a best of hour as well. So whether you are joining us live or archived, we're glad you're here. We're missing one, the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the Rick and Bubba experience. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
When life hits you like a truck, you gotta rise up. Gotta rise up. Gotta answer the bell. Bubba, the state of things since the last time we were together, if you're a conspiracy theorist,
Congratulations.
Yeah,
what a time you're having.
Yeah,
What
it don't get any better than this. does it?
What a time you're
We
having.
got presidents dropping out of the race. They're disappearing.
Are
We
they
can't see 'em.
are they dead? Are they
They're
alive?
making phone calls, but some people think they're AI generated.
Sure. Then you have, the new nominee and Vice President Kamala Harris almost saying, "I know you're still on the recording," and correcting herself as if it was a recorded message. But I don't know what's going on there. I don't. But I will say this: you really shouldn't be surprised if a true leftist has forgotten that it's 4.5 years since the pandemic. And we pretty much just get sick and then get better. And, when you hear things like he's 10-day quarantine again, when's the last time anybody did a 10-day quarantine?
Well, the CDC doesn't even recommend that anymore.
No, they don't. But to see a leftist still doing all that, wearing a mask, taking enemas, whatever, I don't know where I came up with that. I just threw that in as something bizarre that they may try.
I think it's us, the Americans, that have had that.
Boy, let me tell you something. So we don't know really what's going on. What we will have fun with today is Cheetos. Cheeto. She got grilled. It was good to finally see a little bipartisanship.
I didn't think we could see an issue, Rick, in this election season that could pull together the two sides.
No.
When AOC appeared to be making sense to me, I knew we had something.
Yeah.
And so it was something yesterday. If you didn't see it, it makes the Rand Paul Fauci times look like nothing.
I don't want to get ahead of us, but I can't hold it in. Maybe you should go back to guarding Doritos. Let me tell you, that line was a great one, and so
which one?
I don't know. I can't remember which person it was, but he was mad.
Oh, one of the congressmen from Tennessee, he said you're just the epitome of a DEI hire.
It may be him.
He may have worked it in there.
Let's see.
It was one of the females that actually got a little language in there yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
You ain't worth a...
She said, you're full of it.
Yeah, full of it. That was it. Full of it is correct. Yeah, full of it is correct.
Well, listen, this lady who's come in here, Congress has oversight on these issues. I mean, that's part of the balance of power. And you knew it was coming, and you got an extra week because of the Republican National Convention going on.
Oh, yeah.
And you go before Congress, and you know nothing.
All right,
you know nothing.
His name's Mr. Fallon. He's a Republican. Fallon is his last name. He told her she needed to go back to Garden Doritos.
There was so many good one-liners yesterday.
Right.
Because, look, they wanted to know details, and the director basically said, "Look, I'm not answering anything. We're working on a report. Well, when will it be available? 60 days from now. Well, that ain't good enough. The election is going on. We're in the heat of this. We got people taking shots at candidates.
Oh yeah.
Where did this fail? Who signed off on this?" And she just was like a wet mop yesterday.
Didn't say anything. Well, I hope that
Democrats and Republicans called for her to be fired and to give her resignation on the spot yesterday.
Yep, over and over again.
Because this is not a Democrat, or you may hate Donald Trump. You may wish he was not in the race. This is not the way to solve it. Because once these kind of things start, it starts for everybody. And they know it too, and that's why they are so passionate about it.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Do you think the bipartisanship, I'd like to say it came from, a commitment to excellence. Do you think it just came out of sheer fear? My gosh, if she's this and that, we may all get shot.
Yeah, hey, this is a CYA of the highest order.
Don't you think they've gone...
Or in this case, PYA, protect.
Yeah. Don't you think they went to her, though, and to the Democrats says, just so you know, you're done. None of us are going to defend you. We can't. No. And so you're out. Now, when you start looking at all the little things that people, who are in the know, meaning my 82-year-old mother, she was showing me things which I'm sure are accurate on her phone that Cheeto and Jill Biden are big friends.
Yeah, I think she was the first lady's Secret Service person.
And so they go, well, notice that day Jill Biden needed a little extra help, and it was sent to her, and so Mom thinks that Cheeto was helping Jill Biden out and should have been focused on what she was doing.
That's Mom's theory.
That's Mom's theory. Okay. Not a bad one.
No.
Not a bad one. But anyway, so
we won't have much from her because she wouldn't answer anybody's question.
Well, we did, and I
did she ever
understand
answer a question? Ever?
Nothing of substance.
Yeah.
The Secret Service is not investigating this now. The FBI is, and
Right.
she kept referring to the FBI. But she should know what's going on. She should, and I don't even expect her, Rick, to name the agents that were there because that could be something that
Nobody's
doesn't need
asked
to be
you to do
out
that.
there.
Nobody's asked you to do that.
But you've got to be able to tell us a timeline. How did he get on the roof? What was the ladder deal? Why didn't we see him? And back to the point that you and I both have made, classification point A, the very first thing is who let that building be outside the main perimeter of protection. That is where the mistake was made.
Why even move off
And
that?
Rick, I don't know if you saw a bunch of Congress people went yesterday,
saw that.
and they had a 70-year-old congressman walking on the roof.
I saw that.
Said this is not too dangerous for a sniper.
No, well, and a bunch of them yesterday brought up what was already brought up on the air because people already let it out. The slope where you had the snipers was more of a slope than where this guy was. So you threw that out there. That was just some sort of CYA attempt that was ridiculous. How's this person even in this office another day or in this position another day?
This is not the way this should be handled at all.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out there, but we need to see them more. That this guy comes into you, you have your meeting with him, he presents his case to you, and you laugh and go, you got to be kidding.
Yeah.
You know,
get out of
get
here.
Out of my, get out of my office before I kick you right up in, you big lard behind.
Isn't it ironic, too? His name's Judge Sweet.
That's funny.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, that's funny right there.
And it's Robert Sweet, which would make it Bobby Sweet.
Look, his next case, now he's tried fast food. Next, look out, ice cream.
Yes. Can you believe that? I just, the whole fact that case was brought up is just, I mean, to me, is scary. You know?
Now look, when you get out of reality, I admit, being a fat person, that there are times I would swear to you that on my way home I was ambushed by chocolate milkshake.
Sure. And I've told my wife I was.
It tackled me from the side. I never saw it coming, and before I knew it, I was enjoying it. And I crave it, and I want it sometimes.
We just love sugar.
Yeah.
And sweet.
And you know what? I mean, I know what's good, what's not good. I got a good grip on it, and it's a free country, and it's not illegal. If I feel like I want to go out and get myself a hamburger and fries and a drink, I'm going to. But I'm not going to cry about it if it puts a little weight on me. That's on me.
Yeah, put a little ketchup, a little Texas Pete on it, you're ready to go.
Right. How about this? That's what I love about this country. You can eat anytime you want. If you've got some fun, well, you know, even if you don't have money, we'll feed you.
How about this, Rick? It is the land of milk and honey, all right? I mean, 24/7, you can get food here anytime.
You know,
and you get any kind you want. If you're a vegetarian, we got that.
I'm not trying to, you know.
If you like preservatives, we got that. I mean, we got it all.
How about this? Let me tell you how far we've gone in this country. How bored we are. We have so much food. You know.
No. Let me tell you this. How about this? We pay.
Yes.
Farmers with tax dollars not to grow food.
Too much food.
We've got too daggum much food. Quit growing it.
How about this? We've got so bored with food. Just how far we've taken it. Smucker's has now come out with a completed peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You ain't got to fix it. They've already.
Oh yeah, it's already in a pack.
Yeah, they've done the whole thing.
My kids have got it,
and I love them.
Yeah. You just rip it open and eat it.
Yeah.
Preservatives in there. I mean, it's good for like 6 months.
That's right. How about this? Taz lost one. We found it in the couch and ate it.
Yeah, sure.
We don't know how long it'd been there. It was still very delicious. I mean, the preservatives we come up with are incredible. Yeah. How about you could leave a Twinkie? You could leave a Twinkie and pick it up months later, and it's unaffected.
How about this? Bugs won't eat it either.
No, bugs won't go to it.
You just leave it out on the counter.
You know why? Because the bug's not big enough to handle it. If a bug gets a hold of a Twinkie, it'll explode. A Twinkie has to be taken in with something that's got a little mass to it.
How about this? The USA leads the world in a lot of things, but one of the things I'm the most proud of, Rick, is food additives.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, Jay Leno, back when he was funny and was edgy, and you know, when he had the great line, we've got so much food, we play with it. I mean, no other country has Mr. Potato Head. You know what? No other country has Mr. Potato Head. I mean, we'll play with food.
We have food, we put hats on.
How many other countries that it has like plastic fruit.
Yeah.
We'll just decorate with food. We'll hang food.
We'll put it in a little basket and say it's pretty.
All right, we'll be back.
Oh, man.
Speedy's got a presentation for us next. And
surprise.
I'm always uncomfortable with these.
Oh, my
Rick and
God.
Bubba.
15 minutes past. The Rick and Bubba spell out and dying soon. Those of you who've been at night souvenir. A bellow bobblehead.
Did he really? That's funny.
Circus proud of their souvenirs.
Well, sure, Rick. Sure. They got, look, you can't just get somebody to swing from the top of the tent for nothing.
Really, I'll tell you this, though. The bobbleheads were very reasonable. I've seen them priced much more than that. But now, though, if you go for a stuffed elephant, look out, though.
Yeah, look out.
Let's go to the phones. We've got John is in Foley, Alabama, and Speedy's got some presentation he's about to do. John in Foley. John, how you doing?
Doing fine, guys. How are y'all?
We are superb.
Monkey Grass.
Thank you for calling, sir.
Welcome to the show.
Glad you finally got in here.
Yes, me too.
What's on your mind?
I was just listening to that last segment y'all were doing on the suit that's been brought against McDonald's and I guess thrown out of court.
Yes. Thankfully, it gives me hope in the system.
There you go. That's all we can hope for. I was listening to Rush Limbaugh yesterday, and he made an interesting point as far as they didn't really have any, I guess, real intent on this actually making it through the court system at this point. But what they're trying to do is, I guess, desensitize future jurors. And he mentioned the same way they did against the big tobacco suits.
22 minutes now past the hour. All right, so coming back, speaking of that, as the great Ken Osborne says, we mispronounce things here all the time. We even have drops telling you that we do. Our grammar is atrocious. We need speech therapy. We've told you all of that, but still some of you seem to be surprised when we do it. Yesterday, apparently, I didn't catch it. I meant to say discretion, and I said discrepancy. How about this? I'm so stupid, I didn't even catch it.
We didn't either.
And everybody kept, I saw people texting about it, then people were emailing me about it. I'm like, when did I do that? And I was talking about when the guy wanted to see if there was any streaming, these man church services, and I meant to say, well, that's at the church, whoever's hosting, their discretion. And I said their discrepancy, and I didn't. Look, we just mispronounce words. I'm sorry. So thank you all of y'all for correcting me. I apologize, and I hope you enjoyed that. But if you've been a fan of our show, things like that really shouldn't surprise you, since we openly admit that we have these issues. We even have professional drops telling you that. So it's been, and it
really hadn't improved much over 3 decades.
Right. Well, that's what I said.
It may have got worse.
Well, I told one guy who, everybody else was having some fun with it. One guy really decided he really wanted to make sure I understood, and I said, "Sir, I appreciate it." I said, "But again, we even say on the show, we've been at this 31 years. Bubba and I have been in radio a little over 40 years. I just don't think it's going to improve. How about this? This is banging on our craft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's as good as it gets.
Just getting here. Right. Getting here is the battle. Okay?
So I apologize. I didn't catch it. There's sometimes that we'll say something, or I will, that I'm using the wrong word, and I'm just not educated enough to know it's the wrong word. Yesterday, I meant to say discretion, and I said discrepancy. That was a mistake. But sometimes I use the wrong word because I'm just not smart enough to know which one I'm supposed to use.
Yeah.
All right, so Delta Airlines.
Delta Dawn. What's that flyer you got on?
Some Nimrod.
It won't be a plane in the sky.
Bubba, tell me what happened on Friday? Some Nimrod tried to try some new software on a Friday.
So if you have a Microsoft computer, it is
you're already in a bind.
Go ahead,
say it.
You're playing with fire.
There you go.
And so there is a group that provides virus, firewall protection, antivirus firewall protection, all this kind of stuff for Windows computers.
Understood.
And they're called CrowdStrike. Mm-hmm. And they're big. They have millions of customers.
Yeah, apparently.
And they send updates down to their firewall protection files and things, pretty regular. Well, several things stands out to me of this. They actually sent an update that had a bug in the driver. So when the computer tries to reboot after it loads it, it gets hung up.
Yeah.
Ham's help me here if I'm off the page on this or something different. So it left a lot of Windows computers trying to reboot itself and hung in a loop. And the only way you could get rid of it was to manually stop it, go in safe mode and delete or rename the file, the driver that was bad, and then reboot it back up. There was no way to automatically push an update to everybody. So that's why you've seen delays, and it just depends on which version of Windows and how their computers were and all of that kind of stuff, which ones were affected and which ones were not. The Mac servers and the Linux servers and some of these that run other software was not affected by it. So that's the bottom line.
You loved saying that too, didn't you?
Well, no, I take no joy in all the discomfort that everybody had. But when you're using a system that's still running on top of DOS, you've got a problem.
Here it comes. Go ahead, let it out. Don't hold it in. I don't want you. I'm afraid you're going to get hurt holding that in.
It's the truth.
Okay. So Delta is still trying to climb out of this. They've canceled over 800 flights. Like I say, I parachuted out of that on Friday and just would not participate. I knew what was going to happen. I'm even owed some sort of refund, or at least are supposed to bank a flight that I paid for but didn't use. There's no way. Hey, Delta, y'all won. It's so miserable to try to even get that done. Y'all can just have it. And just
lesson learned.
What you require for me to even get that back, it's not worth. My life's more important than that.
Yeah.
I tried staying on hold for 1 hour. That's it. That's
1 hour.
Now I didn't say I was smarter though. I didn't let them have the hour. I kept doing what I wanted to do in that hour. Just kept the speaker option open that I would hear if anybody ever. So and then really I just listened.
Which didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Would have started.
I literally ate lunch with it still going. They didn't want to take lunch from me. You think you're going to take lunch from one of us? No way. But, you start, if you've ever been trapped, you start trying to think of ways, how can I get home?
Yeah, there's got to be another way.
And for us, it's always very interesting because Atlanta is the hub for Delta. So we can literally be where the airport's located about 2 hours and a half, maybe 2.5, 2:45 from home based on, it varies on where you live in Birmingham. And you start, when you get trapped over there, you're thinking, I'm almost home.
Right.
And you'll just start thinking of crazy ways to get home. So obviously with all these cancellations, there's not any rental cars.
No.
Oh, no, clown.
No.
There's no rental cars. So what
Can't find a hotel room.
Yeah, so what happened is we had one guy that got creative, and this is an idea. I'm actually filing this away.
Yeah.
And he went and rented a U-Haul and just drove a U-Haul home.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Because
smart.
That's about as much as a rental car.
It runs.
Yeah.
It runs. Now, you had a lot of cargo space you wasn't using, but
Right.
it's better than being stranded and sleeping in the airport.
Yeah. You think he just threw his luggage in the back of it just to pretend he was using it?
Yeah.
I bet he didn't have a lot.
I hope it was one of them big ones.
Yeah, but
the big giant one.
But let me tell you, airports.
Hey, airports.
Trapped in airports. Listen, again, I've said it 1,000 times. And it's true. And sometimes they do get it right, and I'm thankful when they do. God bless them, and I appreciate what they do. Commercial airline flying is fine if you don't care at all when you get to your destination or when you get home.
Mm-hmm.
If you got days to burn and you don't even care, okay, then commercial.
Which is most people don't.
Which is commercial airlines, it can be fine because you don't expect it to be good.
No.
Never. When it goes well, that's now the exception.
And say you want to catch up on reading of magazines and things in the terminal. You got plenty of time.
Or watch CNN. Or did they take that out of airports now? At one time,
CNN International.
But, so I'm going to file that away. When you can't get a rental car, rent a U-Haul.
That's creative.
And drive the U-Haul home if it's driving distance from where you're trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
It's really not.
Yeah, so...
I wonder if you could mail yourself home, like you get in a big box and let FedEx carry it.
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be good.
That's not bad.
No.
Bottom of the hour.
Remember air holes.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The way they started out, they didn't really have any intent.
Well, Rush said this long ago, and he was correct. He said all of us have an easier time jumping on the tobacco companies and really standing up for these people that started smoking and then got addicted to it. He said, but he said it won't stop here. See, that's the unfortunate part. You either need to outlaw these cigarettes or leave everybody alone. And if it's legal, then and it's bad, and you're still puffing away. I'm not talking about somebody that got addicted to it in the 70s. When they were when everybody on TV was smoking, and everybody thought it was great. But I'm gonna tell you something. From the 80s on, if you pick up and start smoking, you're an idiot. I mean, the information is there. And but
you would be better served to lay down on the highway and get it over quicker,
right? I mean,
and save you and us the trouble.
But the other part of that is it's legal and you can do what you want.
Yep, you have choice.
It's not illegal, and so he said this is all fine and dandy. He said, but then when these people start deciding what food's good for you and not good for you, and they want to take that away from you, and they want to make it illegal, or they want you, they start suing fast food places, or then next they start suing anything that might be deemed not healthy for you. He said it's not going to stop.
Well,
and he was right. He was a prophet.
And it gets in then to telling us, which you already see in this country, who you can like, who you can dislike, what you have to think about every group that does everything, and it's mind control. That wasn't what this country was about. It was about freedom. If you ain't on somebody's wagon, you ain't got to like it. That's the way I look at it.
You don't. And even people that we completely disagree with, I sure am glad that they can say what they want to say, no matter how stupid it is.
Sure, absolutely, and we can say what we think about it, too. I think it's a great deal.
But the problem is we've confused common sense. We have laws. You can't degrade. You can't run in the theater and scream fire. That's not freedom of speech, because now people can be harmed. But there's common sense in that. I don't think burgers and fries fits that part of that. This is something we got to do away with.
Right.
I mean, if people are going to be glutton, and I have been gluttonous and overeat and just continue to eat stuff or eat it in a way that's maybe not as healthy, that we can't police everybody. People have got to be able to make decisions for themselves in certain parts of life, and I think food would be one of them.
I've always found it interesting. It's kind of an accepted line of thinking that you can't legislate morality. That was the big justification with alcohol. But to me, if you can't legislate that, how can you legislate what people want to eat? To me, it falls down the same category.
Sure. I mean, we have...
I mean, if that is your line of thinking, then you ought to think this is a frivolous lawsuit. And it goes back, too, that if we had a little bit of loser pays, they would quit floating these test balloons up the flagpole, because they get expensive for them.
Well, and like it's been documented many times, the problem is none of these things really want to be, like cigarettes has become a great political tool. No, none of these politicians want to outlaw cigarettes because they make a lot of money off of it.
Sure.
And if they ever need tax money, they can always scream, let's go get the evil cigarette people. And if they really were sincere about it and thought it was horrible and it was killing people and people are addicted to it and we've really made a mistake, here they'd outlaw it.
Well, and every day, Rick, you'll see a story on the news where they took this tobacco settlement money that was supposed to go to help people who were sick with it, for ad campaigns to keep kids from getting hooked on it. They don't use it for that. They use it for their general fund stuff.
Yeah.
They do in our state and everywhere else. I mean, once again, they're not doing what they said they were going to do with the money, which if you trace back, it's kind of hard to find them keeping a promise on what they said they were going to do with the money.
Well, I remember where I grew up, the first station I ever worked at, I ended up doing a little morning talk show. And there was a big push there locally in town about they wanted to redo the courthouse, and it needed to be redone.
Right.
Well, they decided nobody wanted their taxes raised, so they said, well, we will raise the sin taxes on the smokers and the drinkers to fund the courthouse. And then they put a no smoking sign on it. and I said, you people who built this need to go in there and fire one up today and smoke to your heart's content right there in the lobby. I mean, you need to just you built it, you fire one up.
See, our whole taxing system now in this country is pitting one group against the other.
Right.
Smokers against non-smokers, one class against the other, this color. I mean, the whole thing, everything we're doing to raise money is a divisive thing. Instead of us just being honest about what we need and funding that in an honest way, and on the flip side, the government being honest about, we can't make everybody's life perfect. We're not going to be able to take care of every problem. And, I go back to that great example of the 10%. I feel like that is, I just feel like that's a magic number on that.
Well, it's
here we go. Thanks for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Boy, I'll tell you, foundational to our health is a good night's sleep. One of the reasons you might have been tossing and turning last night is your mattress is no good. You got some mattress that's wore out, or maybe it's just a mattress that you went out and bought. You didn't pay much attention to it, and you realized it wasn't customized for you. It's just sitting there on the floor. But with HelixSleep.com/BigBox, did you know you could have a mattress that is customized for you? You just answer the sleep quiz. It didn't take very long at all. Greg and Lisa, they've been sleeping on one for years now. And if Greg was willing to fill out this thing, it couldn't be very complicated. Just a few minutes. And so, but when they find out how you sleep, guess what they do next? Then they put it together for you at their manufacturing facility that's in our own country, not from overseas. And then they ship it at no charge to you to your front door. Then you have 100 nights to sleep on it, to see if it is as wonderful as we all say, which it will be. So you've got a good night's sleep coming, and if you, for some reason, don't like it, then you get a full refund. So if you'd like to find out more about this and save a little money, just go to HelixSleep.com/BigBox today, and they'll ship it right to you, and we'll get you 25% off. We have that same link available for you if you go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we're getting our audio and video clips together, but while we're doing that, we're trying to figure out what is going on with who is the current president. At least his body represents that he's the current president. I don't think any of us think he's running the country. It hasn't been for a while. But where is he now? I mean, we had this weird phone call thing yesterday where supposedly he was on some deal, and like I said, and then Kamala almost at one point nearly says the recording. Deep fakes are out there, a lot of AI talk. How difficult is it for us just to see him? I mean, all you got to do is put him on Zoom and give us a picture of him.
They're acting like that this COVID that he supposedly has, they've got him locked down in the basement again. We know this basement tactic has been where they go to.
Right.
Now, I have a theory I told you in the break, and I don't know, I have nothing to back this up other than what we're seeing with our own eyes. And that is, we know that they have been giving him some vitamins. Let me put it that way.
You're talking about the ones that blow his eyes wide open and he doesn't blink?
The juice.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They've been juicing him up to get him out to some of these events.
Sure.
And it's been going on for years. And we've talked about it before. He never did good when he had several events back to back.
No.
It's like he needed an event. He needed to go to Delaware, come off of it, get ready, get shot up for the next round, and here we go again. And I don't know if it's B12 or, something better. I don't know.
I'm going to go with something better, but go right ahead.
Okay, I'll accept that.
We've given my mom B12, and she's not getting a lot of energy from it.
I think he had to get juiced up to go overseas twice. Then he had to come back and do this, and I think that they've just had to hit him with it too many times. It's not working like it used to. They probably had to up the dosage, and now he's basically got to come off of it, and they're hiding him out till he kind of dries out, so to speak.
Maybe, or as Charlie Kirk maybe started suggesting yesterday, he's dead.
A stroke, a medical emergency.
Listen, it could be Dave. We all saw the movie.
This was a huge decision. One of the biggest decisions we've seen made in politics in a very long time.
A big boy.
Can we not take a picture or two of him signing that
letter?
Selfie. Something.
I mean, that's what photographers are for.
Yeah. Sure. And he's got plenty of them.
Yes.
This is the last time he was seen. This is 6 days ago. Him getting off of Air Force One.
6 days ago, guys.
We have not seen the president in 6 days. I understand that they claim he has COVID, but that doesn't keep us from seeing him.
No. Guys. You can send somebody in the Oval or whatever office he's in Delaware.
Bring him in on the Zoom.
Wherever. Yeah, and take a picture of him signing this document that is substantial.
Pretty important.
Don't you think, since you're the leader of the free world and you're crazy wealthy, that wherever he is, there's pretty good Wi-Fi?
You would think.
And they can,
of course.
And they can do a good Zoom. Here's the president checking in. Nobody that I know of in modern time, when they've had COVID, was unable to talk and be seen.
Mm-hmm.
No one.
Yeah. And if he is going to call into Kamala's press conference, to y'all's point, it can be video too. I mean, if he's well enough to make a statement,
yes, of course.
If it's not AI or pre-recorded.
I got to tell you something.
You don't think they have Zoom?
Right.
No, listen.
We have Zoom.
If you're gonna call, if you're gonna take the time to call in, and I don't think that actually happened. But if you're gonna take the time to do that, you take the time to do the other and explain to the American people what the heck's going on.
Of course,
right.
Before even Kamala made that slip up, I was like, "This is pre-recorded. This is chopped up a little bit. This is pre-recorded 100%." And then she goes, "Thanks for being on the call, Joe."
Or it's totally AI, man.
Yep.
It could be AI.
By the way, it really could be. I'm
Yeah,
not saying it is.
I think it is.
Absolutely.
I mean, we just saw some AI. He was doing
I just showed Greg some AI, and it's excellent.
If you can do that, you can do the good for you, Kamala. You know what I mean?
I thought it was real, and I wanted to vote for him.
Well, I don't know what's going on, but it feels creepy.
Yeah.
Really, really creepy. So yesterday, we had our chance to talk to Cheetos, as I'm calling her, Cheatle. By the way, good news, Bubba. They said the person who did this dumb Friday thing for all the commercial airlines, tried the brand new what is it called, firewall protection.
Well, they were updating the CrowdStrike virus protection firewall.
That person has been fired. They've hired Kim Cheatle.
Yeah, good news.
So good news.
Let me tell you how dumb this was. You people who run the high school computer lab know not to update software on Friday.
Nobody updates
because
on
if
Sunday.
anything can go wrong, it will, and then you don't want to be hung with it over the weekend. That's a Tuesday project all day.
Oh yeah. Well, let's not wait any longer. Let's go ahead and get Representative Pat Fallon, who is going to tell her to go back and guard Doritos. We all want to get that one out of the way. Video 7.
And Rick, let me say, you got a whole bunch of them here that are really good.
Sure,
Most of them I saw yesterday. If you just listen to this, you're going to think, well, they're being a little rude to her. They're being a little disrespectful. Well, it's because she came in her opening statement. She talked about transparency. Then she won't answer any questions.
No, she didn't
and
answer.
they are really, really done with.
She didn't answer any.
None.
Right. All right,
None of substance.
Here's Pat Fallon.
So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Comparatore's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was a nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And let me tell you,
Can I tell you,
that was one of the mild ones.
It really was. Well, because one thing that we cannot forget in all this, some of you out there, you couldn't care less that Trump was nearly killed because you almost wish he would have been. But can you at least care about the family whose loved one was killed? So the ineptness of this also cost that person their life.
Mm-hmm.
Can you care about that? Okay, so maybe you can share and how important this is, because not only is the politician who may be speaking at a rally in grave danger, everybody there is in grave danger.
Yeah, and plus, if you're successful at that, you're going to see retaliatory things. Shouldn't happen. Wish it wouldn't happen, but you would. And we don't need that. That's not what we're about. We go, look, we can battle our differences out at the ballot box for the most part. And but this thing is crazy, and it bothered all of these people because they also have access to Secret Service protection for them and their families.
We got plenty left. We'll come back and hit some more from yesterday's hearing, which they got.
The women were worse than the men on her yesterday, by the way.
No surprise there.
AOC haven't had a good question.
No surprise there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's just like what we were talking about the other day about this number, and I forget who. I think Limbaugh did it, and maybe Riley, somebody else talking about this number where the article came out that said 50% of Americans like the new tax plan, or want taxes to stay like they are. They don't want any more break on taxes. What you didn't know, the 50% that want taxes to stay the same,
67% of those don't pay any.
Don't pay any taxes. So if we just said everybody pays a certain percentage of their income, but everybody pays, everybody.
Yeah, you know, too, I've never understood this.
No loopholes, no anything. Yeah. Take the percentage of your income, reduce it down, but everybody pays the same percent, and there's nobody that doesn't pay.
And then everybody is paying the same amount, so it is fair.
Yeah.
But, see, some people are bad at math, and they twist that around and make some kind of issue out of it, which, you know, I go back to that 10% issue, the widows might. I mean, nobody had a free pass. You paid your 10%, thus you were part of the system.
And the people who had more money paid more dollars.
That's right, absolutely.
And the other part about that would take away the silliness. Y'all realize we've gotten to a point to where we actually say, we said this 1,000 times, let's drink, smoke, and gamble for children. That's where this system gets us.
The only thing missing is prostitution.
And that's
stand by. It's coming.
That's just around there with the slogan, do it for the kids. That's just around. We've said it on this show 1,000 times. If you're new, you need to hear it again. Based on our system, and that'll be the next thing to go, your husband could go missing for 4 days, come in penniless, smelling like cheap perfume, alcohol, and cigarettes, and he can say, honey, I went off for a 4-day trip to help my children. I'm just trying to help the kids to better their education and their way of life. That's where that gets me.
You know,
does that make sense?
You know, I just crave and desire the day that someone will be honest and stand up and say this way we're doing it is a joke, and this patchwork won't get it anymore, and let's do something to fix it and go to a flat tax across the board.
Well, that's what this is about. They want to start taxing fast food because they're going to say it's bad.
No, I don't think so.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Yeah, I agree. I'm looking over here at the text option that we can now see in the Big Boy studio. Somebody says, I sure do miss Rush Limbaugh. Boy, can you imagine him if he was still with us in the middle of all this? All right, so we do have clips from the hearings yesterday. Now, some of them are so long, if we just play one, it'll almost take up the whole segment. So do you want to be selective here? Do you have one that you particularly want to hear?
Well, anytime Jim Jordan is on something, it's pretty good.
Now, he's 5 minutes. That's a big one.
You can go with any of those.
All right. Well, you want to go with Jim Jordan, and then are we going to hear all 5 minutes? I mean,
if you guys want to jump out of it at any point.
Yeah, I probably we'll get enough of him where we go, okay, we got it. So I'm with you. I can't not hear him on something like this. So here is Jim Jordan going after Kim Cheatle as well.
The day after President Trump is shot, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said, quote, the assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false. The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said that is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any request for additional security measures that were rebuffed. But 5 days later, the Washington Post said this. Top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel. The next day, the New York Times said this. Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail. So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Neither, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Well, is Mr. Guglielmi your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks can be mitigated with a number of different assets, whether that be through personnel, whether that be through technology, or other resources.
Well, tell the committee which it was. They asked for additional help in some form or another. You told them no. How many times did you tell them no, and what did you tell them no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents. But
Can I tell you, I don't know how anybody can watch this without their head exploding. She's not going to answer. That's a simple question.
Yeah. Yeah. How many times do you turn them down? I mean, you're the director. You're the one that turns them down. Did you turn them down 5 times, 10 times, 15?
Right.
Now, she's saying at Butler they didn't request any extra. But to his point, if you've been turned down, they probably quit asking.
Let's go to her in 3 here. They're wanting the timeline on how the day went. Now, this is the day he was nearly assassinated, and listen to this mumbo jumbo on video 3. This is the director. Here we go.
Drone over the area, period. Any part of the area.
again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event.
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
Were you not prepared today to answer our questions?
I am prepared to answer the questions based on the information and wanted to be able to provide.
Do you have a timeline that do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
That's shocking. That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job.
Oh, wow. Well, let's continue with
timeline with no specifics.
Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I mean, that's what a timeline is.
Right.
It gives you a time something happened that's specific.
Yeah.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to continue. Now she's just going to ask her straight up, was there a conspiracy to kill the president? All right, so here we go.
2 minutes before the shooting, While President Trump has been allowed to take the stage, people see Crooks laying on his stomach in a sniper position on the roof, and they're yelling he has a gun, and they are trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. Why was Crooks not shot by the snipers? Why was he allowed to be there?
As soon as the individual was identified as a threat, they were...
No. What do you consider to be a threat? A man with a gun laying in a sniper position, a man that had a backpack, a man that had a bicycle, a man that had a rangefinder. At what point is he determined a threat?
An individual with a backpack is not a threat. An individual with a rangefinder is not a threat.
Should be.
What about a man laying on a building that has direct line of sight of President Trump with a gun that people are screaming and pointing out? Is that a threat, Ms. Cheatle?
Once that individual was identified, they were neutralized.
No, they were neutralized. Crooks was neutralized after he shot President Trump in the face, Ms. Cheatle. Is he only a threat once he fires the weapon?
As soon as the counter sniper identified that individual, they were able to neutralize them.
How were people in the crowd? Okay, then let's just take it this way. People under your command did not consider him to be a threat, yet people in the crowd knew he had a gun and considered him to be a threat. That means that you are a complete failure as the director of the Secret Service, that people under your command don't perceive a man laying on a roof with direct line to the president with a gun. They don't perceive that to be a threat, yet the people in the crowd do. How is that possible?
That's the last question, but please answer the question, Ms. Director.
I'm not certain at this time how the information from the people in the crowd was relayed to any law enforcement personnel.
No, you knew that everyone knew. The people there knew that there was a danger. They knew there was a threat to President Trump, and it was allowed to happen. Was there a stand-down order, Ms. Cheatle? Was there a conspiracy to kill President Trump?
Absolutely not.
Then how did this happen? And why are you still sitting here not turning in your letter of resignation?
Wow.
Nice day on Capitol Hill.
Who ordered the code red?
You're darn right, ordered the code red.
Listen, so
there's people on these walls.
Right. I'm honestly amazed. I shouldn't be. I think I'm most amazed, and there's so much to be amazed about, that a human being of any worldview, of any taking in oxygen, blowing it out, heart beating, mind thinking, in the situation this woman is in as the director of the Secret Service, with everything we all know, she hasn't already resigned. I can't believe it. I mean, this is as clear.
Well, because people don't have shame anymore.
Just you should resign. You know, this, I can't believe.
Well, they'll get to that. She's going to be asked about that by
over and over
somebody
again.
else who talks about the last time we had an assassination attempt on the president.
Yep.
I'm just surprised a rangefinder's not a threat.
Yeah, there is no reason to have a rangefinder at one of these security events unless you are ranging for a weapon. I'm not too sure you should have a backpack.
Top of the hour. Right. I thought they take stuff out of it.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm so excited about this. What is a new product that my wife and I have discovered? It's called Lumen. Now, if you're one of these people out there and you're into this intermediate fasting, you need this product. Because what's the key when it comes to losing weight and keeping the weight off? One of the major contributors is metabolism. How is my metabolism working? Did you know that some of you are not getting the result you could get if you had the information that Lumen provides? You breathe in, you exhale and inhale into this product, and then it gives you a readout on your metabolism health. It's really incredible. I mean, we're coming home now, and Sherry goes, well, you're not going to believe this. yesterday I shouldn't have done that. Now I'm not in fat burning mode anymore. That means the lumen told her, hey, you're over here burning carbs again. And sometimes you want to be burning carbs, other times you want to be burning fat, but there's no way to know that. But now with lumen, you do. One of the great testimonies I got was from a friend of mine that said, I realized that what they were telling me on intermediate fasting, how many hours I should fast, lumen showed me that was incorrect. All of us are we're too unique in our individuality, and this person found out that they actually needed to take 2 hours off the fasting and eat sooner to get maximum results. This is an incredible product, and if you'd like to find out more about it, if you want improve energy levels, you want your fitness results to actually be better, it also tells you how you're sleeping. Is the sleep working? Is your body working while you sleep? There's all kinds of information this wonderful product provides, and it's simple to use. Go get yours now. Go to Lumen. That's LUMEN.me/Rick Bubba to get 15% off your Lumen. That's LUMEN and then .me/Rick Bubba to get 15% off. You're going to love Lumen. And we're glad to have them as a brand new sponsor.
Keeps out, and they say, well, I'm not going to pay for 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then because of 1, 2, 3, 4, they take 3 and kick 4 out.
That's the average.
That's the tough thing about being 4.
Yeah, I can't make their decisions. I mean,
I know you can.
Fine.
I know, but Don one is available for live remotes.
Yeah,
and for appearances,
and DJing your wedding or prom.
That's right. So if you want to contact him,
I'm just kidding. I've been begging him to get his own DJing service going.
No, hey, I will do it now.
Now, if you got the equipment, D will do it.
Well, he could sublease from Cassia.
Yeah.
So there's that.
When he's at Tiki Bob's, I take his equipment and go.
Right. So that's Blair and Karen sings at churches or events.
You'll speak.
Right. Oh yeah. Sure. Got that all set up now. Wow.
Ryan will do your website.
Right.
All that kind of stuff.
Ryan is wanting to take us some extra website stuff. Speaking of that, Beverly Bendall is having a very special day. Beverly Bendall, how are you? Met to Beverly. She was
Speaking of that.
Well, because it came from Don South, who Ryan won't help with his website.
So that's right. That's how you got it.
That's how it came. That's how
got it.
Don South about to help me out.
Did you call him, by the way?
I did. I took care of it. I've been communicating with Don.
How about
it's
this?
All clear now.
He emailed Don South back in about the amount of time it took you to steal that cross off my desk.
Sure.
Did it really?
I can't believe Speedy is making more than...
Come over here. No, I mean, just walk over.
Yeah.
You ever been in here before?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. You ever been on the show?
A couple times. I can't believe that Speedy is making more than the football players in the Arena League.
It doesn't seem right, does it?
I know it. Those guys are trying to make it up, and Speedy's making more than them.
Can I ask y'all a question?
It's on him. I didn't have anything to do with it.
But let me just ask.
I'm proud of it.
What have I done?
I know.
I kind of need to know. I mean, is it just because it's so funny? Is that what it is?
Well,
that's all it is.
Okay, because I'll...
Can I not be proud of Speedy? I just look up to him.
Because once again today, I'll sacrifice myself.
You know, I hate to make everybody uncomfortable.
Because I mean, that's not true. What Ryan's saying. Ryan don't even really know. You're just making that up.
Can I say something?
I don't know. I don't know.
Can I say something?
Rick's trying to talk, y'all.
Yeah. But last time I checked, I'm 1.
Okay. I'm sorry. Ryan's trying to get Speedy.
I know. Here's the thing. I've been watching some of this between you two.
What is it?
And I've been watching how and I admit I'm part of it too. I find myself back like we used to be. I'm wanting to prank a lot. But I have to bring up that piece of paper called the Gunnersville Treaty.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're right.
And that's why we established it. And I can feel it getting that way again. Can't you?
Yeah.
Can't you feel it?
Yeah, I feel it from him.
That's why we had. You remember the treaty was enacted because it got to a point where you couldn't even go through your day.
Right.
From watching your shoulder and wondering who was
even your hurt shoulder.
I know who was throwing you under the bus,
taking stuff off your desk.
Who had stuff? Who was stealing stuff?
I stay under the bus from Speedy. I mean, here lately.
Right.
Wow.
Here's what I'm calling.
Don one out from under the bus.
Here's what I'm calling. Those of you that are new to the program, you can check the dictionary. The Gunnersville Treaty.
You know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm gonna stop shielding on D, and I'm gonna let him see what it's like.
We used to prank each other. All the time. We pranked each other, and to the point in Gunnersville, Alabama, it escalated. I won't go into details, but it did involve. It involved a marriage and a bald eagle, and that's all I'm gonna say. But and at that point, we said, you know what? We're out of control. And you know, we're getting to the point we can't top each other, and we're getting into Crazyville now.
Right.
So we brought out a document, brought everybody in, and we signed a guns with treaty that we would not prank each other anymore. Right.
Yeah. You're right.
And I'm telling y'all, we're veering into it a little bit, and I'm part of it.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour from the old Big Boy studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. So we're unpacking what's happened in the last, every time you turn this show on, you're like, well, let me check the state of things. What's going on with this Secret Service director and what it takes to get someone to step down or fired is beyond all of us, Republican or Democrat, apparently. None of us can figure this out, why this person is not gone. So yesterday were the hearings. Byron Donalds says that he gets kind of brutal here as well. I mean, like you said, Bubba, it's Republican, Democrat, male, female. I mean, they are demanding answers, and I'm shocked at how Cheatle just sits there and seems so like she just didn't give a rip.
Yeah.
I mean, it's anyway. So here's Byron Donalds.
The Secret Service did not see the shooter on the roof until after the shooter took a shot?
I do not have all of those details at this time.
If you don't have those details after 9 days, Director, then what you're telling me is that you guys didn't see it. Is that correct?
I am telling you I don't have all the details of the sequence at this time.
Director, it's been 9 days. Either you have the information or you do not. Is that correct?
We are still in the process of conducting interviews and an investigation.
Some of my colleagues have texted me over the last couple days, bipartisan, about whether you should lose your job. And I've been quiet on that question because I wanted to see what you were going to do today. In my opinion, you do need to be fired immediately. And it is because this is gross incompetence. And the fact that it's been 9 days, and these are simple questions to answer, I'm quite sure if I asked any one of my kids if they got in trouble and I told them to give me the details, I would get more answers from them than I'm getting from you right now. And that's what's frustrating on a bipartisan basis, on a nonpartisan basis. This is a joke. And Director, you're in charge. And that's why you need to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I don't know how much more clear you can say it, and everybody's saying that, and they're saying it clearly.
Rick, we've got to hear AOC because she actually asked a good question.
Are you serious?
She does.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she does.
I got to go back and listen to the archives of the study of the Revelation.
Yeah, couldn't believe it.
So AOC had a good question?
Yeah. Hang on.
Okay, well, here we go.
You established earlier that the building upon which the shooter operated from was outside of that established perimeter, correct, for the Butler, Pennsylvania event?
It was outside of our secure perimeter, yes.
Now, that building was, I believe, 500. How far away was that building from the president?
It was approximately 200 yards.
200 yards. Now, the individual used an AR-15 in order to act out his assassination attempt. An AR-15 has a range of about 400 to 600 yards. My question is, why does the Secret Service perimeter, why is the Secret Service protective perimeter shorter than one of the most popular semi-automatic weapons in the United States?
There are a number of weapons out there with a number of ranges. Again, an advance was completed. The determination of the perimeter, I'm not going to speak to specifics, but there are a number of factors that are taken into account when we determine our perimeter. Some of it has to do with terrain, some of it has to do with buildings, some of it has to do with assets and resources that are available.
And so what I'm hearing is that a perimeter was not established outdoors in an outdoor venue that would prevent an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons used in mass shootings, from being able to be within the range of Secret Service protection?
A perimeter was established, and even though there were buildings that were outside of that perimeter, it wasn't just that building. There were a number of buildings in the area, and there was overwatch that was created to help mitigate some of those buildings.
So she's saying,
yeah, I know.
Overwatch being we had a sniper that could see the roof is what she's trying to say, but they didn't. Because they couldn't see on the other side of the angle of the building.
And
the water tower came into question some yesterday too. Y'all, this is basic stuff. I understand investigations are going on. You can explain, and that really is where all of this starts. Who determined the perimeter? Who? Give me a title. You don't have to have a name. Give me the title. That was the failure. What is the oversight of that? Who signs off on that? If the agent in charge says we don't need that building covered, he signs off on it. Somebody else has to sign off on it. Why is the director not in the loop on that? I mean,
it's so elementary.
Yeah, it's
even AOC and I can understand it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
that's how elementary it is now.
Yeah.
Now, and by the way, don't ever forget somebody did get killed. Don't ever forget it. This person is dead because of this incompetency. All right, so let's go to, I think this is a good one, is when we have Cheatle tell us that she thinks there were sufficient resources. And you're going to hear Timmons go, what did you just say? All right, apparently not. All right, so here's video 8. All right, here we go.
There were additional Secret Service resources available at the former President Trump's event.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 to the First Lady's event and 3 to the Trump event?
The allocation of resources is decided based on the availability of personnel and their location and where they are, but there were sufficient resources
What did you just
that
say?
were given to
Did you just say there were
former
sufficient
presidents.
resources? President Trump got
Event that
shot. Someone got killed. There were not sufficient resources, clearly.
There was
and
a gap.
it doesn't take 27 years of experience to know that. And whoever made that decision, it probably wasn't you, needs to be fired. And then you need to resign because this is absolutely unacceptable. And you've lost the trust of the American people.
Exactly.
All right, so now
you cannot say it was sufficient. It was a failure. That is just. I mean,
that is going to be a tough one. Let's go to number 9. And how do you say this person's name?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Kana, I think.
Khanna.
Kana, I think.
Okay, Kana.
I think.
So we're going to go back to when Reagan was shot and remind this director on what happened to that director. So here we go.
Awful event. Now, Director Cheatle, would you agree that this is the most serious security lapse since President Reagan was shot in 1981 of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir, I would.
And, do you know what Stuart Knight did when he was in charge at the time of the Secret Service? Do you know what he did afterwards?
He remained on duty.
He resigned. And Stuart
Incorrect.
Knight was not a Democratic appointee or a Republican appointee. Look, I'm not questioning your judgment.
I am.
Yeah,
I think we all
it's
are.
okay too.
I am questioning.
You can. Final one, and this is the one people are wondering. Would she comment on whether there was more than one person involved in this assassination attempt? And that'll pretty much wrap up. And then we'll come back. We'll take some of your phone calls. So here is a video 6 about whether the shooter acted alone.
Your agency has a no-fail mission, and on Saturday, July 13th, your agency spectacularly failed. The failure resulted in the death of Corey Comparator and serious injury to 2 other rally attendees, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, besides the injuries to President Trump. It is unfathomable that a 20-year-old on the radar of Secret Service and local law enforcement before President Trump went on stage was able to climb onto the roof of a building with a rifle and fire off multiple rounds before he was neutralized. Was Mr. Crooks acting alone?
Again, I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Was he just a lone gunman?
I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation for motive.
Who gave the code red?
Good night.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, let's hear from you, America. As you heard, both Republicans and Democrats very, very upset, asking pretty elementary questions of how much of a fumble this was, and that she should be held accountable for it, and all who were involved, to Bubba's point, who put together this setup.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm part of it. As a matter of fact, yesterday, with the thing that happened to you in the office, I found myself in there stirring it a little bit, trying to escalate it.
Well, you know what it is,
and that's on me. I shouldn't have been doing that.
You know what it is, and you said it best yourself. I'm the reasons, because how many years? 8 years. I mean, I've got some pretty thick skin over here, and I'll just take it and move on. And everybody knows that, and so they giggle about it.
He never gets mad about anything.
No, now,
Yeah. Little Red Lopez is dead, isn't he?
well, no, not really.
He's there.
But every now and then Speedy does. I do have to defend myself. I can only take it for so long.
Right.
That's it.
That's why the treaty was there.
Right.
I'm not saying we've gotten into treaty yet, but I can see us heading there.
Yeah.
Right now it's ribbing.
Yeah.
But ribbing, if it escalates, somebody says, well, I got to take ribbing to another level.
Right.
Somebody's car doesn't need to crank today. That kind of stuff. So I'm just cautioning you.
Thank you. I'm glad Ryan was here to hear this, by the way.
Can I be the voice of reason and be level-headed here?
Yeah.
That's where we're headed.
Yeah. Okay.
You're right. Let's all stand down.
He's good, dude. He's a changed person.
He is changed.
Who just brought up the Still Dog stuff?
Can I not be proud of you?
Who just brought up the Still Dog stuff? Who?
Because I'm proud of you.
Who?
I'm proud that you make more than the players.
Ryan, see? Ryan.
He don't even know. He doesn't even know.
Is that fact?
I don't know.
You don't even know. You're just over there making your little dolphin step out.
We'll be back.
Like to see suit up.
877 we be mixing.
I like to suit up against you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
17 minutes past, Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 877 we be big, our number. No Bubba, he's got the flu today. We talked a good bit on the show, and all of you know, if you're new to the show, you don't. Within this show, let's see, Ryan Greenwood has 3, Speedy has 2, that's 5, Bubba has 2, that's 7, I've got 4, that's 11, and then if you start branching out, and you get into Prater, Prater's got 4, that's 15, Dunaway's got 1, that's 16. Just within the show, people who are here, pretty much every week,
right,
and participate in the show, there's 16 children. You realize that's a lot of children. So there's a lot of children's stories here. I have 4, and the thing about it is that way I've had small children in my 20s, and I've had small children now in my late 30s, and I'm gonna tell you, you're not as smart in your 20s, and but you got a lot more energy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to be 40, and having little bitty ones is. It's kind of a handle. I'm better at it. I can, as far as keeping everything organized. But the thing is, in all my kids, and I don't know what it is, see, there's a certain part you have to deal with. The big argument has always gone, what affects children the most about who they are? Is it environment or is it genetics? Of course, it's probably a little bit of both, I believe. But see, the genetic part, you can't do anything about. There's certain things that your children have in them that make them either a handful or a very, even kill child. Now, y'all may be surprised. My children have a tendency when they're small to be loud, to be rowdy, and to need, to need a little corralling.
Right.
I've never had a kid where they go, that child is so sweet and quiet, and so now I'm down to. And as dads, we always find out with our children, whether you want to admit it or not, if you're a sports enthusiast like all of us are, you start looking for athletic ability in your children when they're like 1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You do.
Or even like 6 months, you go, hey, did you see that crawl? Did you see him crawling? And you like to exaggerate. That kid right there, going to be an athlete. He's crawling when he's, 8 weeks old. And you realize
you see how he threw that little car?
You exaggerate. It starts out to where your child, which is true, started crawling at 5-6 months.
Yeah.
But before long, you're talking about 6 weeks. Once they get older and that kind of stuff. Matter of fact, crawled right out of his mama. that kind of stuff. So then, and strong as an ox. So anyway, Big Love's getting a little bit older, and still can be a handle, but now there's Taz, the Tazmo, the little one, Blondie, like his mama. He's got the blonde hair and the blue eyes, and he's got a little bit of dark skin, and he's dark complected and all that, and he's a cute little kid, and you find yourself almost thinking he's like a little cherub, he's like a little angel, because he looks like one. You know what I mean?
Phone calls coming in. The real Greg Burgess got them. You know the number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll chat with you, America. Jacob, get us started. Jacob, it looks like he's calling us, Bubba, out of beautiful Luverne, Alabama. Luverne. Mike DeBose, right? Is he from Luverne? Who do we know from Luverne? Anyway, Jacob, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
My question is, why do they get to bring a backpack into an event like this when, as something as simple as a college football game, you have to take in a clear bag? You can't have any sort of backpack that's closed off.
It's a great question.
Yeah, two things were alarming. They do not consider a backpack that you can't see through to be a threat, nor a rangefinder. She said, literally, backpack, I could say, if you check them, dump them out, whatever, and he didn't have anything. But a rangefinder? When you went to the backpack, I hope they were checking them. But if he's outside the primary, maybe he never went through any check. But if someone's got a rangefinder, she said we would not consider that person to be a threat. A rangefinder. Why would anyone else be trying to figure out the distance to the podium from where they are? Shane Birmingham, ZZK, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Love your show. Been listening a long time.
Thank you very much.
So, listen, that lady Kim needs to be fired, first of all, or resign or whatever. But I've seen so many videos where they had this guy in the scopes, and everybody knew and told the director and all the Secret Service agents that this guy was on the roof. I mean, he may as well have grabbed a ladder and scaled the roof. If he was in a building, I could understand. But there should have been no reason for this to happen.
Yeah, well, it goes back to what we keep saying on the show over and over again, and we're all saying it. AOC is even saying it. All of these other things y'all are saying, they're certainly important, but the problem is that building should have never been considered a non-threat. Never. It should have been covered better than it was, and it should have been considered primary by all standards that anyone has ever thought of. And that point's been made over and over again. So the other part, it's bad. But the person who put together secondary and primary, they are the problem, and they caused all this. And it seems pretty elementary. Hey, how far is that building? 200 yards, probably best case. Could be as close as 150. We've even heard 130. Oh, okay. Well, that's got to be primary. It's a building, shooters love that. Yeah. Brett in Tennessee. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
My question is if he was acting alone, where's the ladder? I mean, we keep hearing about this ladder that he used to get up on the building, and then there's a conflict that, like Greg said, that they talked about him scaling up a drain pipe or something to get up there. But there are inconsistencies on how he got up there. And then again, where's the ladder?
Yeah, I've asked that back in the early days. If he used a ladder to get up, apparently the policeman did not have access to that ladder because that guy had to get a boost to get up there. If there's a ladder, why didn't the police not just use the ladder?
Yeah, then there was a report he jumped up on the HVAC.
That there was no ladder.
Up,
I'm not sure we've ever confirmed there was a ladder.
I don't know.
Well, see, that would have been details that the Secret Service director could have shared.
Correct.
We understand you're not in charge of the investigation, but you do, and you should know, reviewing what your agents were doing and how this was a major failure, the basic details. Did he use a ladder? Where was the ladder at? Where is it at now?
Yep.
I mean, that's not complicated.
I know we saw a picture of a ladder, but that's not. I mean, people put pictures up that are incorrect all the time. We need to know, as you said, Bubba, they know whether there was a ladder or not. Just tell us.
Yeah.
Alan in Asheville. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was just going to let you know, I think I not know why she didn't get fired yet. I read an article yesterday after Googling her name, and she's actually best friends with Michelle Obama and has vacationed with them with her family before.
Yeah, we also heard she was friends with Jill Biden. I see that thing coming up on the text, but I don't know how reliable that news source is. But I
was seeing that yesterday.
Yeah, and we were seeing some of that yesterday. Some of you are putting that on the text about this rumor that the president is in hospice care and is not expected to survive. There's no confirmation of that. No. So we saw some of those reports yesterday, but none of that has been confirmed. No. Let's go to Tim. Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. I did see pictures of a 10-foot stepladder up against the building where it's got a lot of alcove in the building there. So it was hidden from both sides, and there was trees blocking it. But there was a ladder on some of the pictures there.
Well, yeah, the pictures, I saw those too, of course, and you may be absolutely correct. But just because we see a picture of a ladder on a building that looks like that one, and the times we're living in, that doesn't mean it is. And it could have been the policeman didn't use it because they didn't see it.
Again, the director
he could have pushed it down, but you would have just pushed it right back up.
The director should have told us.
Yeah, why didn't she just tell us?
Here are the facts. He had a ladder. He was on the building. Right. This is the timeline.
New York Post is reporting that while he did purchase a ladder that morning, he evidently used the building's air conditioning units to get up on the roof. Right. He reportedly never used the ladder to reach the roof.
Did he just decide that he was afraid that might not get through the metal detector? Everything else could?
Yeah, only rangefinders and his backpack with a weapon in it, I guess.
Hank, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, that Kyle Gass of Tenacious D?
Yeah.
I was shocked about that comment he made about Trump.
Right.
But don't miss him next time. But I was more shocked that actually people pay to go see Tenacious D.
Well, that's funny. that they canceled the tour. Yeah. That was
genius.
As we said, one of y'all said the other day, welcome to the Dixie Chicks, part 2.
Yeah.
Let's go to Linda in Alabama. Linda, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I'll just say, if anybody watching this if it has not occurred to you that she is like a puppet on a string, this was all orchestrated, and it's sad to know that the left is that desperate to get back in office. I mean, this is ridiculous. She should not be on trial. She should have been fired day one.
Yeah, and even the left agrees with you on that now. Elizabeth in Crestview, Florida, go ahead.
Hey,
Elizabeth.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
You're welcome. It's good to hear y'all. What I do not understand, this woman is obviously just showing up for a paycheck. She had 9 days to come up with a defense and spent no efforts in coming up with it.
Yeah, all of those that were in the hearing, they sounded like all my teachers. You've had 9 days to get this report done, and I never did do it.
It also came out yesterday that she had not been to the location. Mm-hmm. She didn't go to look at it. So when she talked to people, she would understand where everything was. Hasn't even been to the location.
No way.
That's absolutely.
That's true. That's a fact, Jack.
Good night. Maybe she was visiting
President
Biden in intensive
You
care.
know you're going to be under scrutiny. Go and figure out what happened. This is crazy.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he has a tendency to draw you in with his sweetness, and then you're caught off guard when he attacks. You know what I'm talking about? You're just a little bit. Well, he's gotten to this point where, and I don't know if we can still. It's kind of gone away now on TV if you can see it. But
big scratch.
I've had a pretty good scratch on me this week.
Your left cheekbone.
Yeah, and since I've been working out and boxing a little bit, I've kind of dug it because I want to tell a story that it happened while I was boxing. You can't really see it now.
Yeah, you can see remnants
right there?
of it. Yeah.
Right there?
Yeah.
See that? Yeah, probably gonna scar. But so that was
yeah.
So
while they were in on you tight. There.
Yeah, and a lot of people are wondering. You've been asking, how'd that happen?
The first time, yes, I said, what happened?
And you find yourself wanting to say, well, I was working out at the gym a little bit, and I was doing a little box, and I got up a little close on the bag, and it got me.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. But that's not the truth. Taz has got a horrible habit of throwing things. He just likes to throw anything. But he's got like that little sweet voice to where he'll draw you in, and he calls trains, which he's not to Hunter Buss's level yet. Bubba's little boy who got into Thomas big time. We've talked about that.
Yeah, right.
But he likes trains, and he calls them woo-woos.
Woo-woos?
Woo-woo.
Gotcha.
So he calls them woo-woos.
Gotcha.
He's about to meet mama woo-woo. And that means he wants his woo-woo. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right.
And he's,
And he's got to have his woo-woo.
Yeah, and there's two things there's he likes to throw, and he's obsessed with his mother. He needs to know where she is at all times. Okay? Doesn't mean he's, so you find yourself trying to keep him at bay when she leaves. Because he'll come up real sweet and he'll go, don't wait to my mommy. And when he says that, he wants to know where his mommy is.
Right.
So if she's left, you keep saying, oh, she's downstairs. Yeah, and then he'll look around and you'll say, no, don't look down there, because mommy's got she's here, but you just can't see her. You know what I mean? He'll look at you. The way my mommy. And I said, well, she's back here in the back and behind that locked door. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You start coming up with, because if he ever knows she's not there,
she's outside.
Then he'll lose it. Well, the other thing is about him throwing things. So he has, and this is happening, and it scares me because there's going to be people that don't know you, that really don't want to be hit in the face by your kid throwing something.
No.
A total stranger doesn't want that. No. And so what it is this is how it happens. Now he'll come up, he say, well, what about that? They show me on woo woo. I said, hey there, look at that. You like that? And it's got, he draws you in. He draws you in with his sweetness. You're like, well, let me get look at that little fella. Oh, it's real. I love him. And it's like, and it's still holding it, going, oh gosh, man, what's wrong with you? Hey, how about this? Your mama's gone. But it's like,
can you take him out to eat, or
well,
is it?
No, you got to be careful. You sit there, and what I've learned though now is he gives you a baby heads up. How about that? I'd like your chicken. And I go, watch out. You know what I mean? Because that means he's chicken. No, and he calls it bok bok. How about that? Me about bok bok, and that means I say he's about to hit somebody with chicken. And you wouldn't give him a chicken leg, because that could hurt you. Everybody think they know about bok bok. Wow! Take it right there. And the thing is, for his size, he can hurl it. I'm talking about.
He could have a good arm.
Wow! There's that side of it. He throws stuff and breaks it, and while you're cleaning up, you find yourself going, I tell you what, he threw that about 20 feet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, and you pick it up the broken flower pot. And I tell you what, for him to be able to break that pot with a Matchbox car, I had to have something on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like he gets this, and I wouldn't do it because now my shoulder's not working. But it's like he has it, and it's like, you ever watch like a fast pitch softball pitcher? And you don't really know where the ball came from. You don't know where the ball came from.
Right.
There's a lot of activity, and also, wham! Here comes the ball.
Right.
That's why we call him Taz. It's like, wham! It just comes at you, and his accuracy is incredible.
You always have to go back and look at the instant replay. Where did that come from?
Where did that come from? You go, did he shoot that out of his mouth? Where did it come from? And so I don't know what to do with him. You can't take him. What do you do? He'll throw and pop somebody with something. You just have to keep things away from him.
Does he throw it in public? He throws things in public.
He'll throw it anywhere. If you put him down and you forget about him, in a minute, this is what it's going to be. Yeah, I tell you what. All right, well, let me have some of those, and I'm going to order a. Bam! 35 minutes past the hour. How about you? Another Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today.
Well, speaking of security, unlike Kim Cheatle and the current state of the Secret Service, simplysafe.com/bigbox, they can actually keep you safe. Why don't you right now go? I mean, this new security that Simply Safe is providing, it's just outperforming any competitor. They're becoming the Secretariat. Like, you look at second place and it's so far back there, they'd have to look over their shoulder. The awards are coming in. Remember the original design. You had these brilliant people going, we got friends that are living in rental properties and they can't even have a security system because they're so intrusive. They're also expensive. You got to wait on the people to come install it. We got to come up with something that if you're a renter, you can actually use it and even take it with you when and if you move. Well, and now we all can use it. Simplysafe.com/bigbox right now. 20% discount on a new system. The link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors gets you there as well. Cutting-edge technology, customer-first approach, award-winning protection, 24/7 live guard technology that allows the monitoring agents to respond within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, seeing and speaking to intruders, seeing fire, a flood, a medical emergency in real time, thus getting you help quicker. It was named Best Security again by U.S. News and World Report. That's 5 years in a row. Get 20% off your system at simplysafe.com/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, or as I said, just use the link at rickandbubba.com. Bubba, can I just do this real quick?
Yeah.
Of America. I want to give you a state of America right now we just discussed in the break, okay? We had a nominee and former president nearly assassinated.
Yeah, within millimeters.
We currently have no idea where the sitting president is located.
That is correct.
We haven't seen him. We think we've heard from him.
We heard from him, but it's suspect.
He went into the weekend telling us that by golly he's going to run and go 4 more years and beat Trump again. And then he resigned. You even had a couple of people doing the meet the press kind of things. I don't remember if that was the name of it. I just saw it. That were that morning on Sunday saying, "Hey, we're all in with Biden."
Right. Campaign people.
All in. Yeah. And then that afternoon he's gone. And he's missing. It's missing. We have a Secret Service director that it's been 9 days since the attempted assassination that killed an innocent man and injured 2 others, and she really has nothing to tell us. Absolutely nothing. We have Netanyahu is in a war in the Middle East. He landed yesterday. No one greeted him.
No, not the.
We don't
not
even
the president.
We don't
not
have
the
anybody
vice
send
president,
out.
Not the Secretary of State. I mean that's bizarre.
Guys, this place is loony bin.
It is
time. The state of America is not pretty. Look, here is the prime minister. What do we call the prime minister? Is he a president? What's his Israelis call their guy? But anyway, here's Netanyahu. He's coming here to talk to somebody about all the dangers that are going on in the Middle East, which, by the way, includes terrorist groups that hate our guts too. And of course, they could just come into the open border, and a lot of them have, I'm sure. But no one's there. We don't even know who to send out.
And didn't Kamala say that she was not going to go to hear him speak?
Yes, she did.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
wonderful. Yeah, let's be sure to mess up our relationship with Israel. That's awesome. Let's mess that up too. So it's just, were they going to walk out there with a recorder and play a recording of Biden? Welcome, Netanyahu. Hello, Netanyahu.
God love you.
God love you. What am I talking about? So I just wanted to give you, I hate to be Debbie Downer, but what a state of things.
Rick, it's unthinkable.
I mean,
really.
what a state of things. So I guess I was watching yesterday the indecisiveness of the left. They don't know whether they should just go all in on Kamala, endorse, not endorse. Now, I would make the point, unless something's happened in 24 hours, I would hold this point. Just put it over there on your night table. Okay, you don't have to deal with it today. Still no endorsement from the Obamas. I'd hang on to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just put it over on the night table. You don't have to do anything with it right now. I did see yesterday, I think it was Laura Ingraham, what's the big lawyer Morgan guy's first name? Is it John?
Yeah. Morgan and Morgan.
Yeah, is his name John too?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
because that's the Raging Cajun as well. But John Morgan, who had already given $1 million to the Biden campaign, said, "I'm out." And the reason why, and others are saying this, he's saying we're giving a coronation, not a convention. I want to have a convention. We need to have a convention and maybe get a better nominee. And he even said, if she's the nominee through the convention and the convention convinces us that's the best one, I'll be back in. But a coronation, I'm not going to support. I'm out.
Right.
I'm pulling out. He said, I'm going to the sidelines. So even the Democrats are like, I'd like to have the convention. I don't want it already to be a coronation and then y'all just bring Kamala in here and all we do is just celebrate her. We got some other options out there that may be better options.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going to happen there. I did hear today, no surprise, a little patchwork already being done. I have seen some people, and if you look at their faces, have you ever seen somebody like they know they're supposed to say something but they don't have any conviction, and
so they're just rattling it off?
Some of them are trying to talk about how wonderful she is and how she's going to excite some of the Democratic base, like black women and Latinos, and you can tell they're saying that, but deep down they're not sure whether they believe it. Of course, the Trump campaign and the right, they've already got out, ads of her giggling and cackling, and it just echoes off into the distance. And,
I like cackling.
Yeah, and
Kamala the best.
And her not seeming to have an incredible grasp on the world and how it works. And she does have some. I do think as an opponent, she's got some. I heard today. I literally heard this. Okay, this is not somebody said. I got into my truck this morning. Before I dialed back over to the kickoff hour, I had left it on a news talk station for obvious reasons, trying to figure out what's going on in the world.
A lot of news.
And a leftist media source, just one of these normal network things, the person is saying to the host, I'm not making this up. I heard it, and I chuckled in the truck. There is a poll that even shows that Kamala Harris is outperforming Trump. I'm not sure what that poll is, and I can't tell you what it is. But there's one.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's one out there. Okay, you probably want to tell us what poll that is. I mean, do y'all realize how bad?
It's my made up poll.
Do y'all realize how bad of journalism that is? Do you think
We don't know what it is.
Back when we had true journalists, you would not have been allowed to even speak it out loud in the room about something you didn't have a source for.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a poll outperforming Trump with Kamala Harris. We do. Okay, what poll? Somebody said. No. We're not going out there saying somebody said or there's a poll somewhere. That's not journalism. But they're doing it now.
Yeah.
And now that's just considered no big deal. And one of the problems too is us, the people, we don't demand it.
Yeah.
We'll also get on social media and say, well, there's a poll somewhere that says Kamala Harris outperforms Trump, and we don't have to have a source. We'll just keep on rolling.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know what's going to happen. I was hoping that Biden would continue because I thought there was a good chance that Trump would win. I feel like if everything's straight up, that surely she can be defeated. Kamala Harris. I mean,
I think
surely.
I think the more she gets out there and talks, the more you'll see those poll numbers adjust.
Yes. So we'll see. But I did hear yesterday some of the big donors out of their own mouth saying we want a convention. We don't want a coronation.
Right.
And if we're not going to get a convention, then I'm just taking my money out. But he did also acknowledge, but she is raising a lot of money. He says, so they'll be just fine with or without me.
That can be deceiving too because the Democrats had started holding their money. They quit giving last week. So a lot of them are giving on a routine basis. And then they held that money and just, dumped it all at one time. Now, I'm sure she got I'm sure if I was giving money to support this team and I saw what had happened with Joe Biden, I would not be giving money. I would certainly be more excited about VP Harris because she at least can walk around without being guided off the stage.
That's true. Yeah. Gonna laugh a lot.
But it is concerning that she is the VP, possibly the next president, and she has some burr in her saddle that she won't go meet our top ally in the Middle East. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean, that's like some 8th grader. I'm not going to answer the phone when you call.
I know. Well, that ought to be a sign of what it would look like if, God forbid, she were to become president. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More to unpack on today's program. You can be with us. We'll get some more phone calls in before the day is done. You can also text us at 866-932-3244. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you're sitting on, and you forget about him. In a minute, this is what it's going to be. Yeah, I tell you what. All right, well, let me have some of those, and I'm going to order a BAM! And you're sitting there, and you go, man, he's done gotten this happy, man.
Does he enjoy? Is he smiling at you when he does after he does it?
I tell me, oh, BAM! You know, and you hear that little voice, but he throws it so much harder than you want. I mean, look what he did in my face.
I know.
How do you keep a kid from throwing stuff? I mean, I know you can tear him up.
You got to let him play with toys. I mean, you can't just take everything away from him.
But how do I, if I'm going to discipline, make him realize that's what we don't want? Because there's a side, I'm hung between the dilemma of, do I stop him from throwing, or do we see how far he can go with it? You know, there's the dad side of me that goes, how far can he throw something? You know, I find myself, sitting there now when he goes, if I touch you, me, woo-woo, and I hear that, I start backing up. Hey, can you hit me right here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Crow hop, here we go. Yeah.
So should I go through life in a catcher's mask and a glove and just see how far we can go with it? You know what I mean?
Is there toddler baseball?
Yeah, I mean, can you play at one? I mean, because that T-ball ain't going to help. I want somewhere he can throw it. Hey, could he be possibly about to be the greatest T-ball third baseman ever?
It could be. So, you can't stop him.
But the problem is, does he have to announce it? You know, does it have to be somebody hits a little T-ball ground to him? Baseball? Well, yeah. You know what I mean? Is that how it's got to go? Because it builds up. You know what I mean? You know, it's like hit the base, wow, and then he just turns it loose. So I want all of you to know, if you're around him, don't let him lure you in with that little sweet little baby talk. If he starts talking about something he's got in his hand, he's about to throw it at you, and he thinks it's funny. He thinks it's great. He thinks that's just a part of a game. Let's see who I can hit. I mean, all I do, I hear his brothers and sisters, they just crying all the time. Bam! Pass through, so I'm not sure what to do. I may just dress the whole family in a catcher's outfit. What if we became known as the family that walked around in a catcher's outfit? You look and say, hey,
could you pass me the pepper shaker, please?
Yeah, sure.
Don't let your son get it.
Yeah, we're about to go. You see us all out to eat. We all got masks on, safety glasses. All right, guys, here comes the meal.
Rick and
33 minutes past. Hey, look, let me tell you something. Finishing up that story, you don't want him to get at a restaurant and get near the salt and pepper shaker. Boy.
Is it nasty?
Wow.
I bet you.
Yeah.
Salt. I bet you that hurts.
Well, the thing is he's not. It's so. He lures you in by being so good and so sweet and so
Right.
And just. Yeah, be telling you money to you, woo-woo, and now you know. Whatever the last thing he says. And I keep asking him, if you can say words like that so clear, why can't you say the rest of it clear?
Does just plain ducking work? Or can he go high-low?
No, he pretty much is throwing at an area, so if you'll duck, he can.
You got a chance if you'll duck?
But don't duck too early because he seems to be able to adjust. Wow. Let's go to the phones, 877-WE-BE-BIG. Jason's in Jasper. Jason, how you doing?
I'm fine. How you doing, Rick?
Superb.
Great. I was just telling her that I'm going to make the same comment about my little boy that you got. He's about 2.5 now.
Yeah.
And what he'll do is he'll throw anything. What we decided to do is start giving him balls and tell him it's okay to throw balls.
Yeah.
But now he's throwing his Hot Wheels, too, so we're having to spank him for that.
Mm. Well, see, that's the thing. If I come down too hard, will I crush his throwing ability completely?
No.
Because when he gets a ball and throws it, but the unfortunate thing is, if you mess up and don't put the baseballs up, and they're out where he can get them, he'll take a regular baseball and you think, well, he's just a little, he's not even 2 years old. he can't throw it far enough to do any damage. And then you look, and he's banking it off the entertainment center.
Yeah, you're right.
What if you just you carried around a bunch of balls in your pocket?
I just, but not hard ones. You can get those baseballs that are kind of soft.
Yeah, tennis balls.
Yeah. And I just walk around with those, and people think I have a bad hernia.
One thing I need to give you a heads up on is if you hear poo-poo, and then you see the pull-up drop to the floor,
he'll start.
Be careful.
Wow, I didn't. Well, you don't want him throwing that. It's like going to the gorilla exhibit.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Have you had any luck with stopping it?
Yeah, so far it's been pretty good. Foam balls, tennis balls.
There you go, Rick.
All right.
There you go.
All right. That's good. All right, let's go to Richard in Wetumpka. Richard, how are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
I'm good, buddy.
Hey, get something like a pitchback or something that'll put him back at his way. And I get a small one.
Right.
I mean, I'm talking about let him get him a box of toys and throw it at the pitchback. And if it comes back at him,
right,
see what he reacts to.
Well, there's been a couple times. There's a couple times that his
what if he grabbed it?
That his 4-year-old brother has got even. I mean, he'll clock him.
Yeah.
That's right, baby. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. As we continue to move forward, so we're... So, Bubba, if you now want to go see the L.A. Dodgers play, you could possibly take your life into your own hands. It's almost the way it feels if you're speaking somewhere and Kim Cheatle is in charge of security. So we have a brawl that breaks out in Dodger Stadium. No surprise there. And Shohei Ohtani and someone, Teoscar Hernandez, yeah, a couple of the players. Can I just say Hernandez and Ohtani?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. So they just kind of give up for a minute and start watching the brawl. There it is.
Yeah, I wish we could see the brawl a little bit better, but what's funny is that this person video and swings to the right and shows some of the Dodgers just on the top steps watching. They're entertained.
Hernandez is showing punches, and so that's there they are.
Is that his new interpreter beside him?
It may be.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have a gambling problem.
That guy really took advantage of him.
Here's the fight if you guys want to see it.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
I don't think I can play the audio.
Because people turn that down, or no, you got that?
Was it a cat fight at first?
No.
It started as a cat fight.
That's what I thought.
They always do. So many do.
Women.
So many. And then somebody says something about somebody, and then the guy got to get involved to defend her honor, and then before you know it, it's on.
And pointing fingers and faces.
Yeah, okay.
And you're going to have a guy throw some beers.
And we're off. And we're off.
You don't do that.
Blue jean shorts tried to get involved.
Security's trying to stop it.
Is that security in the middle?
Yes,
right there, he's got an earpiece on.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. He's telling the guy to stop, back up.
The girls are wanting to get in the brawl.
I'm telling you. So
you got to watch jorts, you know.
Yeah.
There's always somebody leaning in and doing something.
Oh yeah,
she's the first one that threw the beer.
Yeah,
she did.
The other guy upped it.
He
That's
did
a little splash. How about a whole cup?
Yeah, that one was a little bit different. I was looking to see if I could always see this person, which we call the instigator. Well, I'll tell you one thing: he or she wouldn't talk to me like that. Why? You just called you whatever. You just gonna let that go?
You mean you?
Well, that is me.
They said at one point in the argument, the woman in the Dodger blue is heard telling the man next to her, "Don't put your hands on my boyfriend."
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh, watch out.
Easy now.
Fighting over a man. Here's an aerial view of it.
Oh, okay.
We really break it down.
And they're calling it girl fight, but the guys do get involved at some point, don't they?
Yeah,
there's
they
the
do.
rear. And it's on. Wait a minute, this guy over here to the left, I think, gets a pretty good punch in.
Yes.
Okay, security's already there then. Okay.
Yes.
And right there.
Yeah.
That's woo.
Light blue.
Light blue threw some pretty great jabs. Did you see him? Boom.
Yeah.
He got a couple of good ones in.
I hate to see beer being abused like that.
Greg.
That's $40 worth of beer going.
Oh, that's at a ball game. Yeah, absolutely.
That's some pretty good seats too.
Yeah.
And they're just that's trash.
The Olympics starts. We got Olympics.
When is that?
Paris starts Friday.
I think there's some events prior to
opening
the opening
ceremony?
ceremonies.
I think the opening ceremonies are Friday, right?
Yeah, Friday night.
I think there's some actual events though prior to the opening ceremony.
Probably soccer or something.
Yeah, it starts up
No,
tomorrow.
they'll start early. Those soccer people, they don't listen to any rules.
Well, it takes so long
I
to
mean,
play the game.
soccer people, they'll start whenever they want to. And,
You know, the Summer Olympics used to be something we looked forward to when we were kids because they had all the track and field
Yeah,
people,
man.
and we loved to see those compete. And you had basketball added to it.
Mhm.
By the way, the U.S. barely survived Sudan the other night.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah, LeBron.
So what is all that?
LeBron
Is
had
that
to-
preliminary games or something? Is that play-in games?
I think
What is
they're,
that?
it may be like a preseason.
Exhibition kind of thing?
Remember when we were kids, boxing was a big deal.
Yeah.
I think once they
Sugar
put
Ray and
Sugar
all
Ray,
that,
the
yeah.
Spinks brothers.
Yeah.
I think Jake Paul's actually doing it.
He
this
made
time.
that. You know when they ruined it when they made them start wearing headgears.
Yes.
They did.
Yes.
I agree.
Look at LeBron.
Here's LeBron's little stand there at the end to bring them up by 1 point. Sudan was a 40-point underdog. Yes.
Boy, that way play defense. We
Well,
give
yeah,
up. Sudan scores 100 on us.
I tell you, one of the players, it may be number 10. He played at Auburn a couple of years ago and went in the draft. He's real good.
Really?
And
For
I'm
Sudan?
Yeah.
Yes.
He I think he hit the shot at the end that put him back in.
It looks like if you're listening live tomorrow, the 24th, you've got soccer, handball, and rugby starting.
All right. Well,
You know the thing I do cringe about the Olympics. I love the competition, but it is such a target for the freaks.
Here you
and
go.
Terrorists.
Well, now we think they're everywhere.
Well, they are. Well, look at the Olympics. We've had a history of this.
Well, look what Paris has let happen.
Oh,
Paris.
that's
is,
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that would
First,
not.
I thought you talking about Mike Paris.
That's
Good
funny.
voice.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
and I look, I love hey world, good for y'all. But every time, we're Americans, we want the programming on our time. I also hate dealing with the time difference when it's somewhere else in the world.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out when you can watch something.
And they're surfing in Tahiti. I heard
see,
that because it's
right.
a territory of Paris or France.
So
The time thing drives me nuts because you're wanting to see something live and you don't want to get ruined. But
That's
then the
right.
press releases who
Right.
won the gold medal, and you're like,
Yeah.
no, I ain't seen it yet.
right, and if I have this right, so if France is 6 hours ahead of us, is that correct?
Correct.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And so we'll have to. The opening ceremonies. I mean, we're gonna.
It's supposed to be at
Vive
1:30
la
Eastern. 1:30 Eastern on Friday.
Well, I don't want to watch opening ceremonies in the middle of the day.
No.
The sun glaring in. It doesn't feel right.
Is it NBC?
They'll tape delay it.
They'll run it during prime time.
Mike Tirico's he'll be one of the big voices, mainstays in this whole thing.
All right, so Greg was wanting to know about when I think breaking starts.
Breakdancing.
Sure.
It looks like that's towards the end, Greg.
I know.
With synchronized swimming.
I know America is not good at anything anymore. Are we still good at the Olympics?
Yeah, we used to dominate.
Yeah. Are we any good
Them
anymore?
Russians and East Germans were pretty
Our basketball team just gave up over 100 points to Sudan. But are we any good at anything anymore? Our track and field, I watched that Netflix thing. I think we got some pretty fast people. We usually do.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy that a lot.
Jamaica.
I love watching the sprinters. Couldn't care less about the distance people, but love the sprinters.
No, it is amazing the distance, like the 800 something, when they've run all that time and all of a sudden they kick it in high gear. How do they have that left?
Well,
That's
Rick, I'll
crazy.
say too. I think
when the bell goes, ding, 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 ding,
I'm like you. We remember the sprinters. You know.
Carl Lewis,
and Michael Johnson with the gold shoes, FloJo, how she turned the sport upside down. But I think you're going to see some personalities this year in the sprinting that's going to remind you of those.
Yeah, I
characters.
watched that special and I agree with you, and that's got me interested. Anybody here watch hurdles? Do you care about hurdles?
Yeah, that's
like
good.
It's
amazing how they can do
Step,
that. It
what
looks
do you
weird to me.
Step, jump, step, jump.
It's amazing.
It looks a little weird to me.
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Hard.
Yeah.
You ever walked up on one, tried to step over?
Oh,
It's a little higher than you want to
Tried
try.
to jump
Yeah.
over, crashed.
Yeah.
We're pretty good at wrestling, aren't we?
Yeah.
we're usually
Weightlifting,
pretty good at wrestling.
water
How
polo.
about swimming?
Don't we have a
Swimming's
shot
good.
putter that set a world record? He's going
think
for
you're
3
right.
in a row.
Right.
I think you're
Oh,
right.
wow.
And I saw a little story on him. He started throwing things with his granddad. And then when he won a gold medal, he held a sign up, said, "Hey, Granddad, we
How
won,"
about
or
that?
something. You remember that?
How about that?
Last time? So,
Yeah.
I think he's back.
How about that?
Now, has Sha'Carri Richardson been hanging out with Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg, or is she going to be able to run this year? Do you
That's
guys
funny.
know?
Yeah.
Y'all know?
Yeah, where she got the marijuana charge and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. That's a good point. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
if he can.
Yeah, but see, he gets a reaction.
Right, immediate reaction.
Out of somebody.
Do I need to give him a glove? So maybe he. We're talking about a phenom. What if it comes back and he starts catching it?
Well, I'm thinking about some glasses, gloves, maybe a mask, and everything when you get the pitch back. But you know.
And that way he throws it and it comes right back, and he goes, "Wow, this stuff's pretty. That's not real fun. That stuff coming back at you."
Yeah, and then he gets beamed a couple times with one of them balls. He'll figure out that his toys won't come back as far as the ball will, and he'll like that idea better.
Okay,
and then
that's
when
a good idea.
When the ball hits him in the upside the head, or a soft ball hitting him upside the head, you don't want to hurt him. But.
So it's kind of like the toddler version of when we got caught chewing tobacco.
Oh yeah.
We had to sit there and chew Red Man until we puked.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got
well,
you.
What you got to be careful of that though is if you want him to be a pitcher, you don't want him gun shy. You know, when you're on the mound, you throw it, and you've had the hot one back up the middle.
Wow.
I mean, you teach him
what
a lesson, you don't throw. But then he's like, I don't ever want to go to the mound.
Look, I'm split down the middle, and over here is the dad who needs to discipline his child and make him behave and not throw things at people.
Right.
Over here is the, wow, man, what an arm. That dad.
Yeah, I've got to see more.
You know, how far can he throw it? Yeah. You know, you find yourself going, that woman over there that's like, you know, talking at the restaurant real loud, but we can't carry on a conversation. You think you can hit her son? You know, that kind of stuff.
And admit it, you've even thought about putting a radar gun on him.
I have.
I knew you had. I knew it.
Where is it where they throw the rolls? Is it Landry?
Oh,
Lambert's. Yeah, that'd be great.
Could he be the youngest person ever to throw a Lambert's roll across the room and hit somebody?
You know, come on, throw it, Tad.
The problem is, I tested him a little bit last night with stuffed animals. We were throwing a stuffed elephant, and his catching's not where it needs to be. Now he can throw.
No, but at Lambert's, you could set him up on a table and just feed him rolls.
Just let him throw.
Yeah, that's his strength.
People would think it was cute, and I could maybe dial in how hard he's throwing.
And maybe get a free meal out of it.
Okay.
There you go.
Write that down for the trip to the beach.
Okay. All right, done.
Michelle in Bessemer. How are you, Michelle?
Fine. How are you?
I'm good.
My husband got knocked out by my 2-year-old with a log.
Wow. Wow. Did he pick it up and clunk him with it, or did he throw it?
Well, we were putting the logs in the back of the truck for firewood, and he picked it up and threw it at him.
Wow.
I turned around, and Craig was on the ground.
Well, that's a pretty strong kid.
I had to take him to the emergency room, and they were pretty tickled about it.
Well, let me say, you have trumped me. I'm yet to be knocked out by Taz. Knocked him out with a log.
Mojo down.
Yeah.
Wow, now you mojoed me.
You get knocked out.
Yeah.
That's right. He's knocked out. How about this? I'm as good as slobbering on the carpet now.
Needless to say, he's been playing golf for the last 2 years.
I bet he has. Thanks, Michelle.
You know, that's quite a story for the emergency room, though, because you kind of want to have a very manly, you know, hey, this is what happened to me. I was out, you know, but what happened? My 2-year-old knocked me out.
Well, yeah, but wait a minute, but you can still be manly. Here I am on the gurney. Okay.
Yeah.
What happened to you, sir? Well, my 2-year-old, by the way, he's only 2, and the log probably weighed. Picked it up and was able to launch it in the air and hit me in the head. My gosh, I tell you, strong kid. You know, even though you're hurting.
How old is he? Well, he's out in the lobby if you want to go see him.
Yeah, he's out in the lobby.
He's out there in the stroller.
Yeah. Jan in Birmingham. Hey, Jan.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Superb.
I'm enjoying the story.
Yes, well.
Been there, done that.
Uh-oh. So your son was a threat to throw things?
Oh, yeah, everywhere we went. Especially he threw even better out in public.
You know, I hate to say it, he seems to kind of feel the energy of a crowd.
Yeah,
like
well,
yeah,
you know,
it's like it's almost like, you know, he's at practice at home, but then when we get out in public, it's showtime.
You know where he's getting that from?
It's you.
He gets it from his dad. He gets it from you.
I think his dream would be to be at the carousel in the middle of the Galleria Mall and hit somebody with something. You know, with people looking from upper decks and everything.
Yeah, but you turn it on, too, when you're in front of folks.
Well, that's true.
I mean.
So what's your son doing now?
well, don't you remember that he's an all-star pitcher? Same age as Blake.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Of course, now, I had the perfect daughter, just like Brandy.
Yes.
And we took her in public everywhere we went, and she was an angel, and looked like a cherub and acted like an angel. And so then when I had the second child, that everywhere I took in public and expected him to behave in the same manner.
Yeah, they're all different.
I tell you what you got to do. You just got to turn into a catcher.
Yeah,
so we all got really good at catching. We knew, and he didn't ever give us a warning.
Catcher's mitt.
Yeah.
No, we didn't get warnings. And, you know, my husband's an athlete, and he was really good. He has nice long arms, praise the Lord. And he could catch just about anything Cole could throw before it hit somebody.
Yeah, see, I played first base and played first base on the softball team, so I can handle it if I can get between you and what he's throwing.
Well, that's right. And you just got to get Brandy and Blake and everybody else,
Put their gear on them.
They're
going to have gear.
And before you take
They'll hook them up.
friends in public to a restaurant, just tell them, look,
well, we
be
do,
ready.
and I've also ordered from my brother 6 pair of safety glasses.
It couldn't hurt, but now I have to say that I've had to make many apologies in restaurants when Cole has hit, someone across the room. But luckily, he's a precious child, and most people would say, oh, that's okay. But,
I tell you,
I wouldn't want to be hit in the head.
I know the thing that I get so scared of is when people like see him and want to give him a piece of hard candy or something, and I go, oh, no. Here you go, like that, and then you just try to slow motion.
So he'll throw it rather than put it in the mouth?
Oh, yeah, he said, your candy. Well! So, I always know when people have given him something, you see them over in the corner going.
Well, listen, Rick.
You know what I do? When I see somebody doing that, I thank them. Appreciate that. Thank you for being nice to my kid.
Rick, it's probably a little bit of payback for you.
Go on now.
Here we go. 7 minutes past. Sing the song with us. Sing the song. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, thank you for being here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here. And sitting right there ready to go is Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for
Bubba.
joining us. We do appreciate it. Unbelievably, you have given us 3 decades to sit here and do this.
We are so thankful, grateful for that. So much to celebrate. Look at themanchurch.com. I told y'all that August is going to be as busy as we have ever been if you're looking to plug in. Our friend Scott Dawson will start that this Sunday night, even though that's still in July. It kind of starts that boom coming up. Boone's Chapel Baptist Church, Prattville, Alabama, this Sunday night. Scott Dawson speaking at their Man Church. If you've never had the pleasure of hearing Scott Dawson unpack the Word of God, you are missing out. So make plans to be there. Find those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So, Bubba, as much as we wish this wasn't true, I get email after email. I know you do too. I have people saying, it happened Saturday, can you talk to this person? Can you help them? As all across our country and around the world, unfortunately, there is something that is extremely serious, and it has been around a long time, and that is an unfortunate mental illness called gender dysphoria. We are familiar with it. It is a very low percentage of people who truly have it. But now, family after family after family, I'm hearing where one of their children has been taken down this road where they become convinced that they have gender dysphoria. The parents are always like, where did this come from? How did this happen? It's I can't believe what we're dealing with. And it is touching a high percentage of families. And the reason isn't that all of a sudden there's been a rise in true gender dysphoria, the mental illness. What's happening is we have an indoctrination of this starting when they're children, and it's very, very dangerous. And of all people, Elon Musk, has dealt with this, and he released a video yesterday that that you're going to hear a parent talking about what happened to their own child and how it happened. Maybe this will be helpful to some of you out there that have been through this. I certainly understand how it impacts a family. So here's Elon Musk saying that he is vowing to use his platform and his abilities to try to combat this because it happened to his own child.
And the other voice you're going to hear is Jordan Peterson.
Okay, all right.
It happened to one of my older boys, where I was essentially tricked into signing documents for one of my older boys, Xavier. This was before I had really any understanding of what was going on, and we had COVID going on, and so there was a lot of confusion. I was told, Xavier might commit suicide if he.
That was a lie right from the outset.
Incredibly evil, and I agree with you that people that have been promoting this should go to prison. So I was tricked into doing this, it wasn't explained to me that puberty blockers are actually just sterilization drugs. Anyway, and so I lost my son essentially. They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
all right. So the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead, killed by the woke mind virus.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and there's lots of people in that situation now.
Right.
It's not pretty, and lots of demolished kids.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a good reason to be the final straw. All right, so let's.
So I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that. And we're making some progress.
Join the club.
Yeah.
He's saying woke mind virus. His accent sometimes might make that hard to understand. And he said, I was confused. I know Elon Musk, when it comes to a spiritual foundation, I don't think there's much of one there. So he didn't have that to lean on. And he was convinced that if he didn't, take this little child, as we said, we all want to be things when we're little children. If he didn't act right now and let his son become a girl, the son would kill themselves. You're killing your son by not doing this. And he said, it's actually the opposite. I killed my son by doing it. And all this, and something this serious, guys, we can't let it become trendy. This is not a mullet or a hairstyle. This is not a tattoo. This is not a piercing. This is not wearing weird clothes, listening to weird music. This is a really, 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 really big deal that affects people mentally and affects their physical health. We're pretending like, your son wants to wear that silly hat, so let him.
Yeah.
That is not what this is.
Bottoms.
Yeah, that's who they are. Let them be who they want to be.
I'm no scientist, but if you're blocking something that occurs naturally,
I know
that can't be good.
No,
right?
Especially at that young age.
I mean, that's a natural. That's something that's supposed to happen, and you've blocked it.
Right. And we should have compassion for those who truly have gender dysphoria, but we shouldn't let something that is very rare and a serious mental illness become something that's just trendy. It's so serious.
Yeah, if you look at the numbers, how that has accelerated, I mean, it would be epidemic proportion.
Well, you heard Bill Maher, of all people, saying, because he runs around in all these Hollywood elites, he said, I'm sitting around and almost like somebody wants to tell you they've got a transgender kid, like you would say my kid made the all-star team.
Yeah.
Like that's something that makes you kind of edgy and cool.
And Greg mentioned there's entire friend groups of girls doing it. Like, That's a statistical impossibility. That's peer pressure.
Yeah, of course it is.
That's all that's
mathematically
happening.
you
Of
can't.
course
you know,
it is.
So all of us, we happen to be friends, and we all happen. We didn't meet afterwards. We all, we all made this decision together.
Well,
And
and there's an indoctrination that's going on, and you see, like in California, where they want to take your rights away for you. But remember this. This is the way to look at it. Okay, this is part of life. Parents are supposed to guide children through the difficult decisions of life until they can do it themselves. Would you, to Greg's point about it becoming trendy in a friend group, would you let your kids continue to hang around with a group that you knew were doing dangerous drugs?
No.
Would you let your kids continue to be with friends that you know get drunk and drive?
No.
Would you let your daughter date a dangerous male that you knew at school would be bad for her? You knew all about him.
No.
But yet, you don't think this is a big deal? You don't think these friends should be removed from your kid? You don't think you should step in and protect them from this? And you see Elon Musk, he said, I actually was convinced that I was able to try to reason out with my child that this is not true. This is pretend. This isn't real. And now the child's been damaged, which is horrible.
It explains so much of why we've seen Elon Musk get so political.
Yep.
His buying of X, his always talking about how he's staying put and the left is running radically to the left.
Yeah.
It explains so much. That was so shocking to see that yesterday.
Yep. So there you go. So hopefully, maybe that can be helpful to some people out there, because I know it affects so many. It's an alarming number of people, and if it hasn't touched your family yet, be on alert, because there'll be an attempt for it too at some point, somewhere along the way. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, my mother and dad sit back and laugh and go, "Hey, you got your four handles?"
Let's call your dad and see if you ever did that.
Yeah, well, that's you got to understand. I mean, I'm still waiting on the day when they set the woods on fire. So thanks, Jen.
Well, listen, take care and tell Brandy and Blake I said hi. I missed them.
I will. Thanks, Jen.
Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow.
No, too. The son does the same thing.
So let me go to Lisa with a solution. Lisa in Montgomery, how you doing?
Hi there, Monkey Grass.
Thanks for calling. Yeah.
I have the ideal solution. I saw it at Toys R Us, and you need to go out and buy it. It's a round foam circular thing that has a net on the back. And actually, when you throw your toy in it, it hits the round circular smaller portion in the back, and flags will pop up to like award the child. That way you won't have to actually teach him not to do it.
I don't know about that. Boy, I don't know. But won't he go out in life thinking?
Y'all sell those,
Won't he go out in life though thinking everything? If I can hit it, the flag will shoot up.
Hey, future Braves player.
Okay, so here the parents sitting now are going, "Hey, Rick, who cares if he hurts people? He's going to be good."
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
I know.
They're saying you got
talent, Rick.
Yeah, they're saying you got to dial in the accuracy. Is what they're saying.
Yeah, you know what I'm
getting?
getting, Rick. I expected more calls of tear his little butt up, and you know what I'm getting. You need to hone in on that.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
How about people saw Greg Maddox's contract and they're going, "Rick, stay with it. Stay with it, Rick. Suck it up, Rick. Put a mask on."
Don't mind, Rick.
All right. Well, thanks for the help with that. We'll get back 17 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show. Check in with Prater. See what the weekend's going to look like for most of you. You want to check in, see what's happening?
Prater.
And we'll see what it's weekend. People want to know. Should get a little better, I hope, than what we've been through. We'll be back.
Thank you. Appreciate you being with us today. So we've hit some biggies today. We walked through yesterday's hearing with the Secret Service Director, Kim Cheatle. That was fun. We walked through a little bit of Olympics. We've taken some of your phone calls, the Elon Musk, Jordan Peterson video. So now we haven't talked a whole lot about yesterday's, we mentioned it in passing, but we got some videos now. By the way, everybody on the text saying it was good to hear from Elon Musk. That's what Gary calls him. Hey, let me tell you, we got Wi-Fi down there at Elon Musk. He did his thing down there. He doesn't even get Musk right. It's Leon Musk.
Oh, is it?
Hey, let me tell you something. I mean, he's a little bit odd, but that Leon Musk, I mean, he's doing things.
Leon
Musk. So funny to see that on the text option. All right, so I think I'm protecting myself from not hearing from Kamala Harris today, but I guess let's start with J.D. Vance, can we? Almost like, how you get a palate change.
Waiting.
I got to get my palate ready. So here's J.D. Vance talking about who is the real threat to democracy. Here we go.
But if you want to run for president, you've got to make your case to voters. You make your case to voters. That's what President Trump did, even though he would have already been the president. And even though he was by far the most popular person in the Republican Party, he ran for the Republican presidential nomination. He faced some good competition, and he made his case to voters. The idea of selecting the Democrat Party's nominee because George Soros and Barack Obama and a couple of elite Democrats got in a smoke-filled room and decided to throw Joe Biden overboard, that is not how it works. That is the threat to democracy, not the Republican Party, which is fighting for democracy every single day.
And there you go. Now, Bubba, I hate to do this to all of us. We're going to watch Kamala walk into the campaign headquarters to applause. Oh, buddy. This is... Go. Oh, my.
We got those signs printed pretty fast.
They did. Harris for president.
Yeah, that was done quickly.
Yeah, there.
Well, they'll have to take them down when they get a VP and have both of them.
Funny. What VP's going to touch us with a 10-foot pole?
Oh, listen, they'll line up.
Okay. So there she is, and there's that look. We're going to see that. We're going to hear cackling. We're just going to. So this is the moment when allegedly the current president Joe Biden calls the current vice president and now hopeful to be the nominee for the Democratic Party. I don't know why we can't see him. I don't know why he's not on Zoom. I don't know why.
Can't see him, Rick.
And at one point you will hear the vice president almost say the word recording, and she catches herself. I don't know if it's in this one or not, but it is.
It's the next one, yeah.
Next one. Here we go.
Into President Biden calling into this campaign event.
COVID keep me out of people's hair for the next 3 or 4 days, but I'm going to be on the road. And I'm not going anywhere. It's kept me away a little bit, but I want people to remember that what we have done has been incredible, and we get so much more we're going to get done. And so I want to say hello to Kamala if she can hear me. I know she's going to be speaking shortly, and I want to say to the team, embrace her. She's the best. I want to call today to thank everybody in this effort. I know yesterday's news was surprising, and it's hard for you to hear. But it was the right thing to do. I know it's hard because you poured your heart and soul into me to help us win this thing, help me get this nomination, help me win the nomination, and then go on to win the presidency. But you're an amazing team. But we've got a great. I think we made the right decision. I know how hard you've worked, how many sacrifices you made, and so many of you uprooted your lives for me. And the kind of commitments few people make for anything these days, but you made it. And I've been honored and humbled. I mean this is from the bottom of my heart. My word is a Biden, that for all you've done for me and my family. We built the best campaign in organization in history. I've been doing this, I always kid and say, I know I'm only 40, but I've been around a long time. I don't know of a better campaign organization, grassroots campaign. We have over 230 offices opened. We have over 2,000 paid staff, And we have literally several thousand volunteers on a regular basis, thousands of them. And they've been relentless and tireless in reaching out and
He's
contacting
never spoke
voters.
this clearly, ever.
The leadership of this
Or this
campaign has
long.
been amazing. Jen O'Malley Dillon, Julie Quinn, Michael Tyler, Rob Flagg.
He even knows names. There's no way this is him. He knows everybody's name.
This
is Caliendo.
Stand up,
You
Chuck.
can't even read this well. And you've done what leaders do.
All right, have we made the point here?
Yeah, we're done.
All right.
Wow. Hey, he that's not him.
Bubba, that's as coherent and clear. There's no way that's him. And if he's that
He wasn't that
coherent,
clear.
well, I'll go this far. If he's that coherent and clear, we should be able to see him.
Well, at the beginning of it, he said, I'm laid up here, but I'm about to hit the road, but I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught that
I
part.
did. You're right. Yeah, that's true.
That gave me a little more confidence.
Okay.
It could have been.
Thanks for that. That helped.
It's so weird that he didn't like stop for the applause in the room or anything. It's
Right.
almost like this was like a recording of, or even AI. It's so weird. But
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's weird.
There's some
well, you're going to hear Kamala almost say it.
some Adobe work on that audio.
So,
so
tell
you that.
So here
Can we get the breaths out?
Here's right. Here's Kamala almost using the word recording. So
It is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call, and
On
we've
the
been talking every
Y'all.
day. You guys heard it from Doug's voice. We love Joe and Jill. We
well, let's
really
hear him
do.
talk back to you.
Truly are.
Let's hear him talk back to you.
And we do. Everybody hears that.
If it's not a recording, you say Joe. Oh, there you okay. Now you do hear him.
I
there.
knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe.
I know. I called you a racist. I get it, but I love you.
You're not a sexual predator
No,
anymore, Joe.
not now.
And you've proven you're not racist by picking me
She
with
said
no
re-
qualifications.
She said recording.
It is so
But he
good
did
to
answer,
hear
so you have to give the credit to that.
president's voice.
Or it was
Joe, I know
somebody
you're still
doing
on
it,
the-
or they
on the
forgot to hit
call.
play and it was a little late.
Joe, I know you're
Speedy.
still on the call. Joe, I know you're still on the call.
Somebody hit play. Somebody hit play. No, use the love you kid one. Go to that one.
It's a
more.
soundboard.
He
Love
has
you,
they
kid.
have an instant replay of Joe Biden.
Yes.
I love you, kid.
I got a hairy leg.
Here's looking at you,
What am I
kid.
thinking?
There's corn pop. Way to go,
Corn Pop was a bad
we,
dude.
we were racing to corn pop.
He was a bad dude.
Or his
Rick.
name was really Popcorn. He said,
Yeah, well, you got it backwards.
Your phone calls are next. Speedy takes the phones. We chat with you. We'll do a Patriot Mobile phone troll at 866 We Be Big when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Joe, are you watching? You hear this clapping? Can you see it?
I'm watching. I'm watching.
I knew it.
Our special guest this hour, Mr. Kevin Derryberry.
Good morning, good morning. Jesus came to your house, what would it be like? Would you have to clean your bathroom? Or is everything alright? Are the dirty dishes on the table? Are your toys all put away? If Jesus came back now, what would you say? Would your friends...
Kevin, welcome back.
Good
Good
morning.
to see you, man. It's always a pleasure to have Kevin Derryberry on the program.
Oh, thank you for having me.
877 We Be Big is our number. Kevin will be with us for a while. Craig Shoemaker coming up a little bit later on.
Shoey.
In our program today. And those of you that are new to the show, I be Rick.
And I be Bubba. Good morning and welcome in Friday, March the 28th. The
Well,
month's almost gone.
It is. I was going to say that don't date the show, but heck, Turner South would never show a rerun anyway.
Right, so.
So that really doesn't matter, does it? And if it is, they'll put something at the bottom.
Sure.
Because they like that crawling stuff. You know, the crawl is back. There it is.
Yeah, it just about eats up the whole screen, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
That may be part of the design of it. I don't know.
I know we're not attractive, and I know that I'm in desperate need of a haircut. No offense to Kevin, but you start getting a little bit of self-esteem problems. The crawl inches up to the point that it's about to take us out completely.
Yeah, we look like that guy who's trying to peek over the fence.
Yeah, Home Improvement.
Yeah. The crawl rocks.
Before
Yeah.
long, this will
Right.
be it. And right across here, it'll be like a celebrity birthday, almost just officially shaming me to no end. Tell me they don't have celebrity birthdays anymore. They at least took that out, didn't they? Listen, Ohio State.
Our TV is so big in here I cannot see it. Look, in the new control room, whenever we get that, can we like put one of those huge, what do they call it, the, plasma screens on the wall?
Yeah, I think so.
Like WABC had, and I mean, Rick, it was huge. It was big. It was big as the American flag.
Oh yeah, I saw one like just not even a big one, and I had some big time misconceptions that I would get me one.
Yeah.
And the guy talked, and I was ready to go, and I said, "No, how much is that?" And he told me, and then in a minute he was putting smelling sauce, waking me up. From I was laying under the electronic.
Yeah, the plasma is.
Hey, they're proud of it.
They're a little pricey.
They're proud of that. Wow, they're proud.
Well, the price will come down when there's more of them. That's what I keep telling myself.
You remember back when VCRs used to be $1,200?
Sure. Huh? Now you can buy 12 of them for $100.
Yeah, there's nothing to them. DVDs are coming on down.
Oh, I know.
Ain't nothing to them anymore.
I don't have that replay TV thing though. That TiVo that everybody's fired up about.
Can I tell you
see, I ought to be all over that, and I just haven't done it. I don't
am
know
in shock. I'm in shock that you.
How about my cousin's got it, and he showed me. He records the show here on Turner South, and then he can go back and look at it any time, or if he cuts it on and it's. It's got like 5 shows. It'll say, hey, can I, delete this one? And I mean, it's just cool the way it works.
You're not up on it, huh?
Have you got that?
Have you got it?
I don't have it.
But you got a recording studio in your house.
Yeah.
I'll never have
counts.
it. I'll never have it because, it's just, there's only so much I want to do with my TV.
Right.
To me, there's a certain...
Well, see, this lets you do your thing.
Is it easy, though? Is it no hassle?
You watch it at your time. But like, what is something you love? You like animal shows?
No, Seinfeld.
Seinfeld. So you could tape every time it comes on, and then you could go and watch it whenever you wanted to.
Well, can I tell you something? This is...
And somebody told me it had a new feature. You could cut the crawl off the bottom of the screen if it bothers you.
Take it off.
So I may look into that. I don't know.
Can I tell you, though, that the complaints about the crawl basically Turner South has told y'all to have a Coke and a smile? I mean, they just appreciate your input. I think we'll leave it up there.
Celebrity birthdays. I saw Reba McEntire up there.
If there's a celebrity
I had to squint to see it.
Is there a celebrity birthday coming across right here? Am I pointing at it right?
Yeah, it's right over there.
Right here. Let me tell you, the other thing is...
See, we've made our whole career making fun of people who does celebrity birthdays, so it really kind of looks bad. But anyway.
It looks real bad. Who cares?
That's all right.
But here's the other thing.
It all comes back to haunt you now.
Well, we're getting in with TV people now. That's a whole different little bunch. God bless them. I love them, but they're just they're a little bit more important than radio people.
It's just radio with pictures.
Yeah.
I think it's a passing fad.
It'll never last.
Seriously.
This TV thing will never last, people. Nobody wants to look at you.
Place OX. All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. It's time for a Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make the switch today to Patriot Mobile and get free activation by going to patriotmobile.com/bigbox. 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer is our friend. Barriers are a blessing because it keeps things moving, keeps us all in line. You get that back in line. And lines are available if you want to join us. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. It must be comments, questions, bringing information to the table. Some of you are listening right now on buyraycon.com everyday earbuds, and you're loving that because with Raycon earbuds, you get the same premium quality from the other competitors, and in many cases better quality, but they want to charge you double what Raycon everyday earbuds cost. And the everyday earbuds, they've never been better. The upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, and we love these. You get the features, we love the optimized gel tips. We like that from the very beginning with a custom cozy fit. Look, when we're out there moving around doing a little better, they stay put. 3 customizable sound styles so you can move to the different types of audio you're listening to. But you also now get active noise cancellation. Man, I need a break from the world, and boy, don't we now more than ever. Maybe you're sitting there listen to one of the Bible study archives or listening to your favorite Bible study, and you just kind of close yourself off from the world and listen. It also has ergonomic design. It's got multi-point connectivity. You can pair 2 devices at once. So there's never been a better time. Plus, we get you an additional 15% off and free shipping. So use our URL, buyraycon.com/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, 15% off and free shipping. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, to the phones we go. Let's get started. Let's go to Josh in Sweet Home, Alabama.
Yeah, Josh.
Trolling.
Keep them phone to trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, y'all was talking about old Pop's Griner yesterday. That's a pretty good old deep voice to supposed to be a woman, but in the back of my mind, I just kind of wonder what Antonio Brown might put on X about her like he done Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. And Greg, you said you think we were talking about earlier that gender dysphoria is a true mental disease, very rare. But there are also people that you said that they're intersex. They're intersex, and they don't realize they have both male and female.
I just saw a story on this
some do, some don't. And you think that's Brittany Griner.
She just sounds like a man.
Right, yeah. No doubt.
I mean.
And even, what? Now, has she transitioned, or is this just the way she always been?
No, she was just.
Okay. We continue. Eddie in Sweet Home, Alabama. Eddie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes. Hey, I thought it was interesting listening to the earlier episode with the vice president where the president called in.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if that's AI.
That's one of the rumors. AI could do that. He did sound very coherent. Well, more coherent than normal. I shouldn't say very. I mean, that's possible. We don't know. Again, this is easily solved by simply letting us see him sitting there talking on Zoom.
Right.
Let's go to Jeremy in Gadsden, Z93. Jeremy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering if Bubba could announce the death of Joe Biden. That way we can be assured that it happened at least 2+ years ago.
Hey, that's funny.
Yeah, if he goes, Bubba won't be able to announce it.
Nope.
Let's go to David out of Chelsea, Alabama. David, 30 seconds. Lines are opening if you want to join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Go ahead, David.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted to let you know I'm an international sports chaplain, and I'll be going to the Olympics tomorrow. And I'd like to elicit the listening audience to pray for our team. But this is be my 8th Olympics I've been to.
Wow.
And we use a pin to share the gospel.
That's fantastic.
And, pin trading is just a phenomenal thing, and but we have a special pin that we use to.
That's fantastic. Be careful. I'm just. I hope that we're all wrong, but Bubba made the point earlier, and I have to agree with him. This is what's happened in Paris. How there's been so many groups that have really taken over. That tend to put everybody under Sharia law, and they've kind of lost control of large parts of Paris. Hopefully, it'll all be fine and secure, but they certainly need to hear your message. But also, may God protect all of you as you go too, just from a safety standpoint.
How cool is it to get to go to all those Olympics? That's awesome.
Yeah, that's really an awesome opportunity. Lines are opening up. You can join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lisa in Cullman, Alabama. Lisa, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hi, guys. I was just wondering, you may have addressed this before, but is it possible that the families of the individuals that were injured or killed at the Trump rally, would they possibly be able to sue the Secret Service, like for a case of wrongful death? Is that even possible?
I'm sure they will try to. I don't know how successful they will be.
Yeah, that's a tough road.
The lawyers today they'll throw anything they can up to see what sticks. So I would expect that. I expect they will sue the fairgrounds that was holding it, the city. I mean, they'll list everybody that even walked by there.
Bubba, I'm just shooting from the hip here, no pun intended. So if you go after this, the negligence would be first off on the Secret Service. But can you even sue a government agency like that?
Well, you're not supposed to be able to,
Yeah,
but
I
people
think-
do all the
Right.
time, and they'll try. Trust me, there's no doubt.
But you're right. There's there'll be all kinds of areas.
Yep.
I'm not saying this family may not be the kind of people that would even do that, but I think they would, and I think we all would, lawsuit or not. You want the people that were negligent, and their negligence led to the possibly unnecessary death of your loved one. If they just done the simplest security, you do want people to be held accountable.
Right. Absolutely.
You do want that. So let's go to Wyman in Alabama. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe my wife Sandy could do a better job than Kamala Harris as vice president.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't. Was there
Sandy?
Are we supposed to know Sandy?
Well, she'd probably do a better
Well,
job.
she apparently is pretty good at governing.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have to be too good. Kyle in Birmingham, ZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
So I saw this morning that Pete Buttigieg opened up an investigation against Delta. Don't worry, Rick. He's got your back, all right?
All right, Kyle. Come on. All right. I saw that train coming. All right. Michael in Harpersville. Michael, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I guess this question is going to be posed at Bubba. It's kind of off the topic, but that's what the troll is for.
Sure.
Dealing with the electoral college vote.
Yes.
Each state has a certain number of electoral college, and I'm going to use Alabama because I'm in Alabama. We have 9 electoral college votes. We've got 67 counties inside of the state. Why can we not allow a certain amount of points per county for these electoral college? You do the 9 divided by 67, that comes out to be about 0.14 electoral college votes per county, and then you get a better definition of what county is blue or red, and it gives a better reading when it comes time for the presidential election. Why can this not happen that way?
In Alabama, don't they give all of their electoral votes to whoever wins the state? Isn't it all in? Some states.
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Most of them do. Some split it up a little bit, but I think the goal of the founders was to be sure that we have an overwhelming win, and not have these razor thin elections. And if you do a winner takes all, it kind of does that. But the bottom line is that I think they look at it as the state has spoken, and the state gets basically one voice. Who are you voting for? And you get counted 9 times based on the population.
Yeah, if you go back and I did not look, I didn't read them, but I watched various lectures on them, the Federalist Papers. We've had many people call in and say, if you want to know how the country was laid out, you need to go read the Federalist Papers because it shows you them laying it out.
Right.
Of course, it's exhaustive. So I watched some lectures on that you can access, on streaming, and the guy said, and I'm oversimplifying it, but he said James Madison's biggest fear of just a pure democracy was factions. He said, if you just throw it out there to a popular vote and we vote on every little thing, before long, factions will be running the country.
Yeah.
So this electoral college was put together, to Bubba's point, to try to keep that from happening.
Yeah, and you see this in other countries where there's not a clear majority. I've heard people say, well, just 2 parties we need, but you get 7 or 8 parties, and then everybody's having to make a deal to have some chance to run the country, whichever country it is.
Right.
And then the first time they vote a way that one of the groups don't like it, they fall out,
Right.
and you have this constant turnover. I think it was to give clarity and to give kind of a majority to whoever the winner is, and keep it from breaking into factions.
And as you said, to even out the population deficits between the sizes of different states based on people that live there.
Yeah, I mean, the number of electoral votes you get is reflective of the population. So, Alabama can't tilt the scale more than Florida.
Right.
But again, it's winner take all. Now, a couple of states split their electoral votes based on the popular vote of their state. And I can't remember. I think Nebraska used to do that. Maybe there's one or two more.
Right.
But the majority of them, I think, are winner take all.
And Curtis, we didn't get to your phone call, but yeah, we did hear, Trump on the Republican National Convention, he made clear they had already raised, he had $1 million he was given that night, so that put it over $7 million to the victims' families that they can divide amongst themselves. So they already have that money that Trump raised for them.
Yep.
We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, the other thing is about the reason why I don't like having TiVo and this, since you've known me for years, you'll understand this. Other people go, "What's wrong with him?" You understand. I come from a family of quirky people, but there's a certain thrill to me, and if I miss a show, it's gone. You know what I mean? I like trying to be at the right place to try to catch it.
Right.
Look, it's like going hunting. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I'm hunting for programs I like.
Well, see, I'd like to go home and it come up and say, okay, here's all the programs dealing with this.
Right.
Or all the Partridge Family episodes that aired, and just, I go, okay, well, where they painted, that time where Danny stole Keith's hair, I got to see that.
It's incredible technology, but to me, it's almost like hunting on a baited field. To me, I like going out there setting up. Is this the?
Why did you use that particular reference?
I apologize for that. Thanks. But it's like when they put us out and we go these places and you wonder, am I on the field where the big one will come?
Sure.
Am I in the woods? They put me in the swamp, claim that I might not see much, but if I see one, it'll be a shooter.
Yeah.
And wondering, is this it? But then there's also the time where you sit there and you're so bored that you want to throw yourself from the tree. You wish you had TiVo of hunting.
Right.
You'd almost want to hunt in a zoo.
Right. If your arms are long enough,
30 minutes to get the big one.
Yeah.
If your arms are long enough, you'd shoot yourself with the rifle.
Right, sure. You find yourself going, what's all this sportsmanship? I'm going to shoot some at the zoo.
Yeah. The heck with it.
So see, I'm a man torn.
You're caught. Well, see, I got to get it play with it. I can't believe I haven't got a firefighter.
Now, for you not,
Speedy, you don't have it. Speedy's got everything else.
Including
Mark Prater is fired up about it.
What has he got? Which one's he got?
He's got TiVo.
Or isn't there one called Replay TV?
I've heard the Replay is superior. I'm just telling you what all my little geeky friends are telling me.
Well, according
Who's
to
got
Prater,
it? Has Robert got it?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, Garnett and them's got it.
Mark Garnett has it. He'll be a tough critic.
And also Eric Overton has it.
Look, we need to have.
According to Prater, TiVo's changed his life. I mean, he says it's.
All right, so when?
But I barely have enough time to watch it when it's on. Not much less go. Okay.
Well, here's the thing.
Everything I want to watch.
No, here's the thing. You're not a prisoner to the schedule because you're recording it. So you go do whatever you need to do. Then when you get time, you watch it when you want to.
The beauty of it would be if all of a sudden you look around and you can't believe it, you actually can watch TV now and you can decide what's on.
I would like to hear from the audience on which one's better.
I've heard the Replay is better.
Well, I heard that too.
And I don't know why.
I know TiVo's got like a new thing now, like TiVo 2 with the direct TV satellite.
Rick, if you're sitting there and your show comes on, the big one comes by, and you're sitting there, all right.
Yeah.
And then here comes Big Love and the
I know,
gang,
and that's what happens all the time.
But what if in your real life you could replay back?
Oh, I know.
So when you missed a shot or you didn't have the shell in or whatever, or the fishing, you missed him, and you got to relive it again.
But
it's kind of like Groundhog Day of real life.
But just the pressure of me trying to even get it to work right.
I think what I saw was so easy, it would have been hard to mess up.
That's why people like this Replay when they said it's even
I want the one that talks to you and goes, what do you want to see?
I'm still trying to figure out how to program my VCR, man.
I don't even have a DVD player. I mean, so I'm a little behind the curve.
Can I tell you the VCRs and all that set themselves now? That is a major step forward. You don't have to reset them on leap forward, fall back, all that prehistoric stuff.
I cannot remember.
When did that happen?
Listen, I cannot remember.
We got to do it so the kids can work in the field.
Can I say this? I honestly cannot remember the last time I sat down, program started at this time, I sat there and it ended at this time, and I was there through the whole thing. I can't even remember.
See, this would be perfect.
Yeah.
I'm there.
I know Kevin's got some things he's got to do, but I got to find out which one's the best because I'm on fire for it.
Well, but yeah, the TiVo thing, people are saying it would play to my ADD thing, and you're right about that because I just kind of.
Did I tell you I got stuck too over the holidays while I was off?
Stuck in your truck again?
Yeah, but I finally got out, but it was close.
Obviously.
Bubba.
Tell you, I was in a panic for a minute going, hey, I'm getting deeper. This ain't good.
Uh-oh.
One word, limb.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. We thank you for being with us today. Always enjoy visiting with you, America, as we kind of work our way through the wacky times we're living in. Look, we've heard famous stories about this, even within this show. Yeah.
How bizarre.
A look around the wacky. Go. Bubba, the horrifying reply all. You've heard them. I've heard them. You have the accidentally text the wrong person. That was meant for my wife.
Uh-oh.
Or in this case, it was meant for an old fraternity brother that I was just trying to cheer up. Javon Thomas filed a complaint Friday because he has been let go of his job. He was a trained victim advocate, and it appeared in his email that he hit reply all, that he asked a 42-year-old district attorney, Brooke Jenkins, what color her underwear was. He has been apologizing for that. He said this was from a work laptop in a reply to a calendar invite for an event. Don't miss that. The event that he replied to, don't miss this, a memorial for a 1998 torturing and killing of a gay college student.
What?
So it looked like that he was saying something like that to the event that they were all going to hold where they remember this person. And he sends it to not just any group, a group that was discussing a memorial service that was coming up. And don't forget what the topic was about the person who was killed. And it looked like that he was being inappropriate. He says that he was texting a longtime friend whose father just died, and he intended to cheer him up with the message by asking his straight friend about the color of his underwear. He was hoping, because his friend was distraught and grieving the death of his father, he thought it would be a jokey question of sort that would maybe cause his friend to laugh. And he wasn't trying to be sexually inappropriate, off-color, obscene, misogynist, or sexist in any way, shape, or form.
All of them.
Yep. He said it was just goofy. And I was trying to divert and cheer him up while he was going through a difficult time. I don't think I should have been fired for that. No one agrees with him so far. But can you that one? He said the email was meant as a joke. I immediately realized what I'd done. That it didn't go to my fraternity brother, but to the entire office. I apologize to everyone. This is not how I carry myself. I did not mean to be disrespectful or lack dignity. And he went on talking about his apology. But the district attorney, Anna Gonzalez, did not agree. And he was removed from his duties. Can you imagine?
Well, now filed a
So my
lawsuit.
bad,
to
didn't
get-
cover it.
He's got a
to get
lawsuit.
paid,
He's got a lawsuit to get paid, saying he doesn't think he should have been fired without pay for that.
Right.
So
he's on a laptop, and instead of
you know how you
texting,
you know,
It's
you-
easy to do.
is he on
It's easy to do.
iMessage? So he's got
Yeah.
text messages and emails going, and he just got confused.
It's one of the reasons I have that available to me on the laptop in my office, and I never use it. I text on the phone and I email on the computer because those two worlds can collide.
Get crossed up.
And you know, I have friends that have done this. You know, we've had some, even
terrible
Bubba, you're
story.
talking about texting the wrong person, and,
Yeah,
and I
Bubba's
think
done
we've all
that.
done that,
Boy,
and we've
Bubba.
all not good. But I will say though that I did have a friend who was not happy with their superior officer. It's not military. I'm using that term, the boss. And they all were like, you have the boss, then you have the people that are stepped down from the boss, but they're over employees.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they're not the main person,
Mid-management.
but they're in that
Mid-management.
they're in mid
yeah.
management. And the person who was in charge apparently had been acting in an undesirable way. And the person that I know that won't be named replied that to what he thought was a coworker, that she could take what she was telling everybody and she could place it somewhere where the sun does not shine.
Oh yeah.
Went back to him, huh?
Well,
get you.
yeah,
That'll get you.
hit the old reply all, and which included the boss on it. And he said it's one of those things that when the boss emails you and says, "Hey, I got your email. I think what you're asking me to do is anatomically impossible." He said at that point you just start packing stuff on your desk. He said I started cleaning my drawers out. I threw a box up there, started throwing stuff in it because he said I realized that would be the last day.
Yeah, pretty much done. Pretty much.
He said, so then I did another reply all and told everybody how much I enjoyed working with him.
Yeah.
See ya.
Because
I'm out.
You left the keys on the desk.
yeah. Anyway, I could take a few things out today, maybe some more tomorrow. But yeah, he was immediately removed from that situation.
Not the reply.
You got to watch the reply.
You got to.
Well, and also another thing that's not like this, but do you hate when you're on something, and I think Gorosky talked about this, he did, and What's Eating Scott Gorosky, your kid plays on some team, you're in some kind of who's bringing snacks at church, and the people keep replying all on things that none of the rest of us are no longer involved in.
And the old group me.
It's kind of like, hey, why are we all being pulled into this?
The group me nightmare.
Oh, no, we tried to have a group me in our class, and we canceled it.
Yeah.
It was designed for just information that everybody needed, and it turned into, hey, man, what do you think about that? You know, and everybody just started turning into a chat room.
Yeah.
And your people at work, you know, you're like, okay, I can't be in this.
I need a break. I need a break.
So anyway, so he's still out there saying he was wrongfully terminated. We'll see how that stands up. Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up for most of you right after this. If not, catch what you missed in the archives today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 18 minutes past the hour. Next segment, Kevin Derryberry will be performing live for us. Kevin, of course, you can go to his website. There's a link off rickandbubba.com. Kevin's been on the show many times. Those of you that are viewing us on Turner South and markets where you've never heard the show before, or maybe you're new like Albany, Georgia, and some of the new people that have joined, Kevin Derryberry goes around the country playing at various events. He's a songwriter. He's a musician. Has a great story to tell, a great ministry as well. And if you have never seen Kevin Derryberry in concert, you need to find out where he's playing near you. He's at Fat Fest most every year and always gets a huge response. Fat Fest is the event we have every year. It's kind of like a Rick and Bubba and Friends, and we bring all of our buddies out who come by on the show that you have loved to hear.
We'll have TiVo demonstration.
How about this year we set up a booth, a TiVo.
Who? Gallow is? Okay.
Okay, so anyway, that'll be, and also he's part of an event we were at last year, Safe at Home, which is coming up this year, April 13th. It's held at the Hoover Met. Last year we saw Dave Trevecki speak.
That's right.
Man, that was an incredible
Great
day.
story.
And Scott Dawson is part of that. Kevin usually performs a few songs. It happens after the the Birmingham Barons game on April the 13th. Tickets are only $5 to go to that event. The Veggie Tales will be part of that this
That's
time?
right. Veggie Tales, Sean Alexander, Toby Mack, and Avalon, and myself.
Wow. All performing. So,
And no model airplanes will be allowed in the parking lot that day.
Yeah, we're gonna ban all airplanes. It'll be a no-fly zone.
I tell you what, seriously, I wish I would have had a 12 gauge. I could have just blown that thing out of the sky.
That was
It was
great.
like a giant gnat.
The best line you had was because we were there. It's a positive experience. There's a great message, and Scott Dawson is an evangelist, and he was up delivering his message.
In a big place like that's hard anyway to keep everybody's attention.
Stadium,
Right.
You know, and the Hoover Met is a beautiful stadium, but it's big, you know. And that airplane kept flying, and Bubba said there was a little tiny Satan driving it. That's so funny, because I pictured it. Just sitting in there.
Oh, you're really trying to listen to Scott about
yeah.
Yeah. And then finally it quit. And Scott made reference to it, and they were just refueling. I mean, they fired it back up. Oh, Scott, right here.
Scott Dawson, I want you to look right here. Hey, just a few more minutes, right here.
I will never forget that.
It was great.
It was a great day, but that play, it was just, you could just see, just trying to break the message, you know. It was
the Army showed up that day.
Yeah, it was a great
turnout. It was a big crowd. It's always a lot of fun. April the 13th.
Yeah.
Safe at Home, Toby Mack, Kevin Derryberry, Avalon, the Veggie Tales, Scott Dawson will be there. Sean Alexander, make plans to be part of it.
And part of it was so funny, Rick, was the sound that airplane made.
Oh,
if it had been anything else, but that, and you know how it'll come in a dive, has that Doppler effect to it, you know?
And the crowd's like at a tennis match.
Yeah, they're watching.
You're sitting there and he's going, and they're right here, everybody right here.
How about this? 200 people still got saved. Yeah, come on.
They did. It was great.
It was awesome.
It was great. All right, Gallow is on the phone, and we got
Colonel Mark Gallow.
Colonel, hey,
what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
All busy, but we're still here clicking.
Look, are you calling from the desert? Where are you today?
No, I'm here in Hoover. I just got in, and I've been sitting here answering emails. I turned the radio on and heard you all doggone screaming for me. So
well,
here
you know who's coming by today.
Yeah, I saw it the other day when I was going past Stardome that old Chewy's in town again.
Now, look, let me tell you
something. Look, Mark, I know you're busy, and you're keeping the troops fired up and supporting and all that stuff you do, but wow, if you could come by and see him, that'd be huge.
What time is he going to be there?
8:30.
8:30 Central.
8:30. Okay, I should be able to get there because I've got a PT test that I've got to go to at about 9:30, so I can stop over for a few minutes.
See, that'll get you fired up.
And look,
what do you got to do? What kind of PT test, Mark?
We do run, 2-mile run, and then push-ups and sit-ups. Each of those, how many you can do in 2 minutes, and it's dependent on your age, whether you pass or fail. You know how many reps you do.
And you know what? We got bad news that we're
no, Bubba. Stop it now. Let's wait till he gets here.
Okay. Look, Mark, you just come by at 8:30 because it could be a moment to remember.
And look, I want you in uniform.
Well, I'm in my PT uniform.
That's fine.
I do?
Whatever.
Okay.
What does that mean? Gym shorts?
Well, no, it's sort of, it's neat. You'll see. It's pretty spiffy looking.
Can you bring a tank this time?
Well, no, I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, right now
all busy.
Right now they're all pretty much being used, aren't they?
You got that right. Everything we can get a hold of right now.
Well, thanks, Gallo.
Hey, if you can drop me off, you're online and put me back and give me the directions back up there again.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay, thank you.
See you in a bit.
He doesn't remember how to get here, and he's sending tanks to Iraq.
I know, and I want him to be sitting here when Shuey arrives. It'll bother me if Shuey gets
Mark, try to get here prior to 8:30 because you've got to leave earlier. We need you, sitting here waiting when he walks in.
Okay, that's all.
In uniform.
All right, let's go to Dewey in Nashville. And I worried about this. Dewey, let me first of all say, he said he works for DirecTV and you sell TiVo.
Exactly.
Let me say, and I knew that was going to happen, stations, advertisers everywhere, I'm just simply commenting on what people have told me. I have never had either one of them.
Yes.
So
we're just having an open discussion here. This is not an advertisement for or against
I can see
anybody.
salespeople driving in, and I go, I heard that replay thing's better. Oh, my gosh.
You know what we need to have, Rick? You know how we have a grovel?
Yeah.
Maybe we should have a TiVo replay grovel off.
Yeah.
And let a salesperson for each one of them have 30 seconds.
That would be good. It really would be.
Now, unless he says, hey, the other one's better. What do you think, Dewey?
Well, anytime you can get any type of instant replay or some type of recording system like TV.
Here we go. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studios. So, Bubba, just in the break, we make a run to the restrooms here in the new building we've been in for 3 years. It's a longer journey. Even our golden ticket seats, when we take them on Fridays, it's longer than they thought. I found men on the Wednesday Bible study trapped out there, unable to make the journey because of their age. And so Greg and I just made that journey in the top of the hour break. As I'm walking through the lobby out there, of course, where everybody looks for Sweet 200.
Yep.
I just glanced out the front doors and saw the back end of the Wienermobile.
Really? In our parking lot?
I just saw, Greg, did we not see the Wienermobile? I mean, we got, all right. We don't want to do that one.
We used to do a lot of stuff with the Wienermobile.
Yeah. So Speedy is joining us. Speedy, is the Wienermobile out there?
I don't know. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we're good. All right, hang on. Let me see here. See. Oh my gosh.
I looked outside and there was a big Wienermobile.
Look, there he goes. There he goes. Catch it. Catch that big weenie.
Look, Speedy's catching a weenie.
He's running after the wiener.
He's running after it.
Look, he's caught it.
He caught it. He caught it.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
What's Dana doing in there?
What, Dana's in there.
Dana's in there.
Dana is in the Wienermobile. Oh my God, they're speechless. They're speechless.
What
how
are you
doing, sir?
I didn't think we'd see Dana riding.
I didn't either. Dana, by the way,
Uber now? What?
Dana works on the ZZK in Birmingham. Just those you don't know who we're talking about. You've heard us mention her before.
Look at that.
Speedy, what is Dana doing in the weenie?
Hey, how are you doing, ma'am? We're live on the air. Is that okay?
Awesome.
Okay. Kate?
Corn dog
Kate. I love it.
Did you say corn dog Kate?
Corn dog Kate.
Do they have corn dogs?
I am in the Wienermobile. How are you doing? I'm videoing you and you're videoing me. Yeah. Okay. And you said this is Cody?
He ran it down.
Coot dog. And what was your name? Dee Dee Parker. And then there's Dana.
Hi.
So what's going on? What do y'all do?
Taking Dee Dee on a little birthday ride. Or not Dana. Dana. Sorry.
Today's my birthday. And last week I talked to Coop Dog and the Wienermobile's in town, and so I convinced him to come say hi to me.
Are you serious?
Yep,
it's your Dana's 29th birthday party. Well, aren't y'all the sweetest ever? Well, this is awesome.
It's like the Wienermobile's an Uber now.
Yeah, so Dana, who works on the Birmingham station, a birthday wish apparently was to ride in the Wienermobile. They made this happen. Many of us have had that wish. They made this happen. And Speedy, we got to get to the bottom line. Do they have some corn dogs or hot dogs?
No. It's actually, that's her name, Corn Dog.
I'm Corn Dog.
That's Corn Dog.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think,
well, we were just hoping.
I wonder if he has to have a CDL to drive that.
A kid can dream.
So talk to me real quick. Is this Wienermobile out of the Birmingham market, or are y'all traveling? What's the deal?
So there's 6 Wienermobiles that drive across the country, and me and Coop Dog over here are the Southeast team. So
awesome.
We travel all around the Southeast and go to a new city every week.
Oh, that's so cool. And Dana, you heard about they were in the Birmingham market?
Coop Dog he emailed me and told me they were going to be here during the week of my birthday. And I was like, oh, come on.
So what was y'all's plans? Where were y'all headed?
Well, we're in Birmingham for the next few days.
Right.
We're going to do a couple of events. We're going to the Science Center to hang out, have fun, and spread smiles.
Okay.
Joy.
Well, there's nothing like a smile from this. I'm telling you.
A little bit. I reached out to a couple media outlets to try and get the fun word out. Turns out Dana's birthday was coming up. Of course, they had to come say hi to her.
That's right. Well, where were y'all headed when I stopped you? Where were y'all going?
We were going to drive by your studio window to make you jealous.
Oh, well, okay.
Well, hey, we spotted
it. Let's go.
Come by.
Yeah, come on by. All right.
Okay. You're good.
Speedy, do you know which one that is? They all have different names.
Huh?
Big Bun.
Big Bun.
Big Bun.
Big Bun.
Big Bun. How
Big
appropriate.
Bun. I got to meet
Big Bun.
I got to meet safety protocol and get my seatbelt.
All right, Speedy's in there. Speedy's in the Wienermobile.
Okay. There we go. All right, head out. I got to buckle my Wienermobile deal here. Yep, here we go. All right, we're headed. Y'all look out the curtain.
We got it open.
Oh, we got the window. We're looking, baby.
Wow, what a wiener.
We're taking a right, and we're about to come by you right now, where the Wienermobile is approaching.
right.
Dana, show them where our window is, and maybe we can stop. Go a little bit further. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going about right here. About right here. There you go.
Look at that window.
Now, let me ask y'all a question. Can y'all run in our studio and say hey to the guys, or do y'all have to? What you have to park?
We can go park it right over there right now.
It's okay. Well, it's okay. I just didn't want y'all to say hey to the guys, but this is cool.
Can I? Yeah, I can't see it.
Yeah, look on the TV.
Okay, go a little further. Go a little
I see it.
further.
Oh, okay, I see it on TV. Yeah.
Okay. Tell us when to stop when you can see it, Rick.
I can see it real good. It's good.
Okay, yeah. I think about right here. Y'all good? Can y'all see it?
Oh yeah, we see it great.
Okay.
We can see that window.
Now I understand the speakers are playing the song. Is that right? On the outside, I'm hearing the Oscar Mayer.
That's us.
That's us.
That's us, Speedy.
That's me.
That is awesome. Okay, and so this is. Can I exit?
I'll open it up for you.
Okay, cool. Here comes Corn Dog. He's going to open it up.
Hey, Corn Dog.
Here comes Corn Dog.
Spaceship style.
Corn Dog is opening it up. Wow, this is really cool.
You know, Let's go weenie! Let's go weenie!
Yeah. Everybody screaming. Hey, let me ask you a question.
Like a spaceship.
You play the
God,
song
I love it.
quick? Yeah, here comes the song, boys. Hang on.
We're hanging on.
Where is it?
Speedy's looking for the. Look at him examining that giant Wienermobile. Okay.
Okay. That just keeps repeating. I love it.
Sure.
Okay. And this is Big Bun.
This is Big Bun.
This is Big Bun. Okay. Well, y'all can close up.
Thanks, guys.
Happy birthday, Dana.
Happy birthday, Dana.
Wow. Look
Happy
at
birthday,
that.
Dana.
All right, so there goes
See
the
you, Corn
Wienermobile.
Dog.
The Wienermobile came right by the studio. What a cool vehicle that is.
There's our studio.
You know, one of our famous old moments is when PETA, of all people, tried to protest this.
You can't protest
no,
that.
who protests a
That is
Wienermobile?
an awesome looking.
Look at
ride.
that! Look at that!
That thing is gigantic.
Good.
We needed to come by at least once a week.
I know. A little disappointing, no hot dogs or corn dogs.
Yeah, you think.
Yeah, serving them, having them out, ready to go.
Well,
Snoop Dogg,
they're
was
in
his
mobile
name?
mode right now.
No, they are.
What was the driver, Snoop Dogg?
But it almost feels like an ice cream truck pulls up, no ice cream in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rick, that'd be playing the music.
Oh, wow. But
I'm looking for a drumstick. Nothing.
by the way, a Wienermobile is one of those things that you think, well, I've seen it, but every time you see it, it's a new experience. You forget how magnificent that
Rick,
vehicle is.
you forget Scooclos and Tony. We've had him on the Wienermobile before. I mean, it's.
Oh, there's Speedy walking right next to it now.
Oh, yeah.
He's still out there.
He's still looking at it.
Yeah, they look at it. He is. But look at that vehicle. I mean, that's a unique
This guy
vehicle.
right here can't believe he's having to wait on a wiener.
He's running late.
Somebody's blocked in by a giant Wienermobile. Okay.
And you got to call your next stop and explain. You're not going to believe this,
Whatever you
but
do,
I'm
don't-
being blocked in by a giant Wienermobile.
Whatever you do, do not look at the text options right now.
Oh, Rick.
Just turn away from the screen.
Rick.
Just turn away from the screen.
I've heard of him.
I know. Greg, that's the one I wasn't going to say. He can't help it. He can't
Rick, I
help it.
deserve to be out there.
Oh, it's good. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this. What a nice little bonus today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or replay or the PVR.
Oh, my
I mean, any of that's great. You know, like when you're sitting at home, your kids are watching their great cartoon. It's time to eat dinner. You're like, kids, come on, eat dinner. They start put it on pause. Let's go eat, and we come back and resume. I mean, anytime you can do that.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge.
Yeah. I hunt. I fish. I go to work all the time. I want to watch certain things. All I do is tell TiVo what I want to watch. And the greatest thing about TiVo, though, over anything else, it learns what you like. So say you record the outdoor channel every day at a certain time because you like a certain show, and you forget to tell it to, or you don't set up to record all the time, it will automatically record for you.
Yeah, but it doesn't turn into like your wife where it knows what you like, but it still won't let you do it.
Well, it'll know what you like, and it'll know what you like.
It takes on a mind of its own, and next thing you know.
What you got to be careful about, though, is if your wife starts using it, you start bragging to your buddies, hey, TiVo knows exactly what I like, and next thing you know, home and garden, all the feminine stuff, and the next thing you know, oh my God.
So you're saying it'll record your favorite shows like 2 or 3 times a day, and as time goes on, it's like once a month? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
But it can tell the difference between a rerun and if you record like Friends every week, and if it's a rerun this week and you tell it you don't want reruns, then it will not record it.
What about that? Let's
Will
it
talk to you?
How does it know?
Yeah, will it call Turner South and go, why don't y'all have Rick and Bubba on this y'all start vacation?
It may do that.
Yeah, I put that in there.
Can you tell it to find Sanford and
how
Son?
much is it? I mean, you got to plug it into a phone line, and it downloads a program guide, right?
That's the one thing. You have to have it in a phone line to keep it updated all the time, the software. But
it does that at night, right?
In the guide, yeah, it does all that at night. It doesn't interfere with your phone line or anything like that. But
Good to know your TV's making calls while you're asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Hey, what does it cost a month now?
Actually, with the DirecTV, it went down to $4.99 a month. It used to be $10 a month for the TiVo service, but
What if you got more than one?
It's still only $4.99 a month. If you got the second one, they don't charge anything else extra.
Oh,
for
I
the
didn't
TiVo
too bad.
service. Yeah,
Is it complicated to run? I mean, did we get it all working? Because I just, stuff like that drives, I hate to have to learn something new.
Well, my 7-year-old son could do it,
Okay,
and
good.
my wife could do
that
it.
means
so.
that
Dewey,
means
here's another
I won't
thing.
be able
Of
to do
course,
it.
You got a 7-year-old around, don't
No,
you?
yeah, I got a 12 and a 13-year-old, so I'm good.
You'll be all right, yeah.
Dewey, we always like to take things that are made for something and use it for something else.
Yeah.
Can I just push play and record and make it record audio, long form? Like the replay of the show?
Just hit record and start recording something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can you just do audio, not video?
No, it'll record both, what it hears. I mean, if you're only
if there's nothing plugged into video, it'd be black.
Just
anyway.
shut your eyes.
Right.
I'm just trying to say, could we use it for, recording the show or something here?
Yeah, you could.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
sure could.
In other words, we would need to not use all that fancy part. We would just need a basic long-form recorder.
Right.
Hard drive recorder is what we're looking at.
my thing right now, though, there's so few programs that I really must see. You know, I mean...
Well, you don't know what you're missing. You
That's
don't
true.
have, what'd you call a TVR?
There's a PVR. That's through Dish Network.
PVR?
Yeah.
What does that stand for?
Portable video recorder.
Yeah, something like that.
That was close.
Program very...
The thing about the TiVo, with it more over anything else, is you can record 2 different channels at the same time.
Now wait, Dewey, wait a minute.
Come on, Dewey Decibel.
Are you saying, off of satellite it can do that?
Yeah, I can record 2 different channels at the same time. Yeah.
Now, is that the one built into
2 different football games at the same time.
Dewey, wait a minute.
You're selling them now.
Watch out,
Dewey, wait a minute. It can record 2... It can record 2 direct TV channels at the same time?
That cell line is ringing now.
Channels at the same time.
Oh, my gosh.
2 channels.
You mean it's possible that I could have behind the music and a good football game recording at the exact same time?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I tell you
How have
what.
I missed this boat?
How about this? That'd be our reality television problem solved.
It would.
Yep.
Because they're all going at the same time. I can't keep up with them now. By the way, I'm completely out of the loop. What's going on?
Yeah, I tried to watch a little of this Made in America,
I don't follow.
Whatever. And there were marriage counselors on there, and they were scary.
Yeah, have you noticed?
I thought you voted and they married. I mean, this is some kind of...
I'm about to own you right now. All right, have you seen enough? Or have you got the counselors in your mind, what they look like?
Yes.
I didn't know Bruce Parnell was a marriage counselor, did you? That Parnell furniture guy? That he looked just like him. Maybe his first name's not Bruce, but you know what I'm talking
I know who you're talking about.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
Said all you want to.
34 minutes past the hour. We're back. Our guest, Kevin Derryberry. He's We're back. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We're so excited to be hanging out with you again today. And so, Bubba, how about a special birthday today? It's my mother-in-law. How about Dottie Bodine is having her birthday today?
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, so
Happy birthday.
And she is what a wonderful, wonderful woman, and of course, glad to give her a little shout out today, and hopefully she and my father-in-law are listening, and just a happy birthday to you and Mama, and thank you for
everything you are to so many people in the family. What a sweet lady. Bubba, as we come back to, we just met the folks that drive the Wienermobile, as we were just talking about. It's not every day that the Wienermobile comes through.
But we have a long history with
We do.
it. I mean, we've been involved with the Wienermobile several times.
Got a good relationship.
We really do, and it's just one of those things like we said about Big Boy over there. You remember we saw him, and he's one of these food icons that just makes us feel better.
Yep.
And I think the Wienermobile's right there.
Rick,
I mean, when you see it, you just feel better.
If I can borrow the term from Volkswagen, it just gives you Farfignugan.
Yes. So just
and when I'm making a spiral dog, and I'm not just saying this to promote their product, that's what I go with.
I do too.
The Black Angus.
Yeah, I do the Black Angus Oscar Mayer bun link.
Oh yeah,
and that makes the best spiral dog.
It's a good one.
And that's your dandy right there. I don't understand why any weenie would not be bun link. Do you? I don't want one that doesn't fit in the bun.
That's a great point.
Think about this: the bun and the hot dog were designed to go together, right?
Right.
I mean, so why wouldn't they be the same?
Right. I don't understand how somebody said now the bun people and the weenie people couldn't get together.
Yeah. Well, we've always had a problem with the number, though, right? Didn't you had more
Did they ever
weenies in the
fix that?
pack than buns?
Did they
right?
ever fix that?
Because it was off for a while. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
like you can go it's like a pack of hot dogs is 8.
And buns were
but
not that
buns
much,
is 6, right?
Or 12, I think.
Yeah, can you get a 12?
I think you can.
Yeah, you can
but
get 12.
see,
But still, it's still off.
It still
off.
doesn't match
It's still
up.
off.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's how they get you.
That's how they
think
get you.
somebody could make a call and work that out.
Right,
you
because
know?
just when you think you got it, you go, well, I guess I'll just add more buns, but then you go over. Now you got too much buns. Then you go, well, let's do 16 weenies.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, now the buns is.
I think they actually got together and did this on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
leapfrog.
I need the bun and weenie people to get together, get your numbers right, get your length right. Let's. I mean, what are we doing?
Bun length. Well, yes, it should be.
Yeah. Can you believe somebody said, too, it might be a good idea? How about some weenies that actually fit in the bun?
here's a great
I think we're onto something.
Hang on.
Eureka! Speaking of eating, what a horrible story. Have you seen this? I didn't know we have. I know we have people who do these eating contests.
Oh, Rick.
Did you know that we have people that are just extreme eaters?
So that is just like an eating dare here, not so much a contest.
Well, it's extreme eaters.
I'm just sharp.
Yeah, a 24-year-old binge eating live streamer.
Okay, so I binge eat, which is gross, by the way.
Yeah.
on live.
Very,
And
very-
people like to watch me do.
Well,
that. Boy, some sick people. Out
You know,
there.
it's like only now the time we're living in. Somebody said, "I bet I could get more views if I'd be gluttonous to death."
Yeah, up to the point.
Yeah,
and-
I think people would like to watch me eat myself to death.
Yeah.
I don't get it, but unfortunately, overeating is a little more serious than just I might put on a few pounds. The 24-year-old binge eating live streamer is dead now, broadcasting a 10-hour food binge on cake, chicken fingers, seafood, of course, to thousands of her followers. She is from China and died last week. Wait for it.
I know. It's in the headline.
From a stomach tear while gorging.
Mine says her stomach ripped open, Rick.
Can you imagine the pain? But I mean, you get to that
Well,
point.
you wasn't right to begin with. Something.
Good night. It was a weird combo, wasn't it? Like chocolate cake and
Yeah, I just read it. It was cake, chicken fingers, seafood.
Yeah, that's it.
221 pounds of food.
Good night.
Gross.
No.
Gross.
Am I reading that wrong, Bubba?
Why not?
I mean, doesn't it say that right there in parentheses outside of the kilograms? 221
Is that her right there?
No, 22 pounds. Right?
22 pounds.
Yes, an
of
L.
food.
Okay, 22
pounds, still pretty good.
Yeah. 22 pounds of food. Do you realize how much food that is?
But by that time, you had to get your stomach pumped on
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
I know.
What do you think? He's close.
No, not that bad. Not that bad.
That's pretty something. Oh wow.
So she was famous in China already.
Correct.
And this program or what she was doing originated in South Korea. Is that right?
That's what it says. That's what it says.
Well, how many dogs she could eat?
Doctors.
She's a big one, though.
Unfortunately, doctors have to warn influencers over in our part of the world, the West. Several content creators in the United States are becoming extremely popular by being gluttons. We are now. I knew when I hear that little children will watch YouTube channels that feature just other children playing with toys.
Mm-hmm.
That's odd, but these are kids. Okay, kids do weird things. Or they're entertained. Sure. You know, it doesn't take a lot. When we actually have people says, you know what I hope I can find on YouTube today? Somebody overeating.
Yeah.
And I want to
some big one.
I want to watch somebody gorge themselves, and I can't wait. Wow. I can't understand that.
No.
This person is dead, but they did say had an incredible amount of views. But unfortunately, this person will not benefit from all these followers because she's dead now.
Did you see this? This goes on to tell you about Nicholas Perry.
Oh no.
Who has 3.8 million YouTube followers.
Wow.
The 32-year-old from Pittsburgh has become a multimillionaire by filming himself binge eating ungodly amounts of food and documenting his weight gain. While he began filming himself consuming vast amounts of, what is that?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't either. Or a stack of pancakes. I know what that is.
Mm-hmm. Now that one we know.
That one I got a bead on that one. He often eats more than 10,000 calories live on camera in videos with such titles as I Hate Myself, Goodbye YouTube and Life, and celebrating our 700-pound milestone.
That's him when he started right here. By
now,
the way.
he was, get this,
like
he was 160 pounds when he started. He now weighs 350.
No. That's him right there. That's the same guy.
Same hair.
He has to wear a CPAP all the time, it looks like.
Look,
now.
I know he's making some serious money, but good night.
He's going to be dead soon.
Yeah,
that's true. He'll leave it to somebody, I guess.
My goodness.
Everybody look out for another YouTube sensation called Hungry Fat Chick.
Yep.
Our Candy Godiva.
Yep.
All right.
What's wrong with the society?
Y'all, we are, I don't even know what, this is real.
Shut it down, folks.
Yeah.
This is real.
Speedy, you tired from chasing that big old wiener?
You're just gonna let him.
It's just a question.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, you ran it down, by the way.
It wasn't his first time.
I did.
Well, it's what it
by
was.
the way, it's hard to turn around. He was like, I don't know where to park.
As you were
I'm
running, you start gaining on it.
Yeah.
on the camera.
I can tell you this: we don't have enough time for it, but I knew I could kind of figure out where school closing Tony was when he sang to the Wienermobile, and I found it. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds of gold.
Oh,
we went to tryouts. They were trying to find their next person, and we went to tryouts.
We got to hear that.
Well, and don't forget the time that Bubba screamed to Bruce from PETA by saying you're chasing around a giant weenie, and this is why people don't take y'all serious and think you're crazy.
Is this when Bubba claimed he was going to be calm? And
yes.
It didn't.
Hey, let's don't go after him. Let's just have a conversation.
Just take the
Bruce had agreed not to be gross, and he broke his part of the deal, so I did too.
You went home. It was that same rant that time.
And this is why people think you're an idiot. That was the quote. That was the quote. So we'll come back. We'll do a flashback. The late school closing Tony.
Oh, y'all. He acted like a little kid when he was doing it, too.
Right. So, I can't believe we just did a story that people overeat on YouTube and people watch it and they're killing themselves. Gorging themselves unto death.
Was anybody, I guess she was probably all fair when it hit her.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
He's going to perform live for us here. Hey, let me run the list in order of some things that you need to know about. Next weekend, we will be in Nashville at Zany's Friday night hosting Rick and Bubba night. Mickey Dean, the headline comedian, with two other hilarious comedians. The 8 o'clock show is sold out. There are no more seats available for that. The late show, there are still some seats available, and everybody who comes to the late show is going to get free Krispy Kreme donuts. We're going to eat donuts at the late show. We'll be hosting that. The show will be there. Don Juan DeMarco will be with us. Bubba and I will be there. Speedy will be appearing at another event, I think in Birmingham that night with the Steel Dogs. Then Saturday we'll be at, is it Kids Fair? Is that the name of it? Kids Fair, which is the big family event they have in Nashville every year. We'll be there from 10 until noon. So that all going on next weekend. Also, that is also the weekend at the Talladega Super Speedway, their big weekend with the Busch Series race, the IROC race, and the Aaron's 499 on Sunday. A lot of folks, we have already won big prizes here from the program. May have another announcement for you on Monday involving the website, another way for you to pick up something. So be checking that out. Those tickets are on sale. So that's going on next weekend. Then April the 13th, which Kevin Derryberry is here talking about that, Safe at Home at the Hoover Met, where Kevin Derryberry will be performing with Toby Mack and Avalon. The VeggieTales will be there. Sean Alexander, who was on the show yesterday, will be there. And Scott Dawson. Also part of that. So that'll be at the Hoover Met after the Birmingham Barons game at 2 p.m. Those tickets are $5, and we invite you to go by. The website has all this information on it, because I'm trying not to be too detailed. Get an email on this. I had more people ask me about this always that don't even know what's going on, did not even know this existed, till we started having Boomer and Brandy on the show. The MacPack, Magic City Performing Arts for Children, their next play is coming up. It will be April the 17th, that weekend. They've got school group tickets available. All this is on the website. The play this spring will be Bugsy Malone. And I'm very proud that Boomer will be playing something that's dear to our heart here, a character called Fat Sam. So that'll be great. So the MacPack does have their spring play coming up at the Alabama Theater. All the ticket information and how you can get your groups from your schools to go. And, of course, the 2 public performances this time instead of just 1, because they've been so successful. And so just want to get you that information. If you'll follow our website at upcoming events, it is all there. Kevin, are you going to what are you going to play for us this morning? Now, Kevin has also on the program. If you'll check the Rick and Bubba dictionary, we actually have a term called pulling a Derryberry.
Now, this is when Kevin came on the show, played a song that everybody just went nuts over.
It made truck drivers cry, Bubba.
But it was not available. You couldn't order it. You couldn't buy it. You couldn't download it. And it caused a panic on the show.
Yes.
Expectant mothers everywhere wanting a copy of it, tiny fingers, tiny toes, thus coining the phrase, pulling a Derryberry. I understand now there's also the phrase, don't get Dixie chicked, which means to speak out against the president and kill your target audience for whatever you're hawking.
Hey, that's a good one.
Yeah. So Kevin, will you be pulling a Derryberry today? What are you doing?
Well, I would pull a Derryberry, but I don't know. Pulling a Derryberry is good because that's when Bubba Bussy calls your house and says, Kevin, we have a problem.
Yes, yes.
How many times have I called that? I said, hey,
I think twice in my life Bubba has called my house, and that was the first when he says, we have a problem. Pregnant women are calling the show, and they're mad, and people are breaking into the studio to steal the tape.
Yeah, and finally you put it out on your last CD, so that helped us tremendously.
And we knew JT had access to the studio, and he'd trade it for like lawn furniture.
Yeah, sure.
So you know.
So what would you like to play for us at this portion of the program?
At this portion of the program, I guess I'll do. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I do Tiny Fingers?
Go, Kevin.
Go make us cry today?
I mean, we had a soldier on a phone calling his wife who was giving birth. Are you going to do that to us?
Yeah, might as well.
Oh, Kevin.
You know, I wrote this for my...
Where's my Marine hat?
How old's the baby now?
The baby is now almost 16 months.
How about that?
Is that wild? Time flies.
Boy.
Here we go.
16 months ago you did this to us. Everybody get your baby pictures out. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome. Tiny fingers, tiny toes. What's in store, God only knows. My prayer is that you'll be healthy and love the King. And if you're half as beautiful as your mom and sisters, oh, what a sight you'll be when at last we get to see.
We're back. Cook's Pest Control. Been hanging out with the Rick and Bubba show for years. Love our partnership with Cook's. They do a phenomenal job. If you're looking for a free consultation today, have them come out, check your business, check your home. Contractors, new home construction, they can get that done for you too. Termite protection, their Centricon system has no rival. They're the best in the business. No obligation to use them, but we suggest that you do because we sure do. Have your free evaluation now by going to cookspest.com. and you can sing with us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cooks Pest Control. Bubba, breaking news.
Yes, Rick, it looks like the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheatle, has resigned.
Cheeto out.
Why?
She ought to be well done after the grilling she got yesterday. Look, there's a couple of jobs you can't be, we've always talked about hand grenades and horseshoes where close is good enough. This ain't one of them.
No, and Speedy,
you got to be on top of this one.
Speedy mentioned in the break, even though she finally, after yesterday, I agree, Bubba, that was the final straw, or she's going to resign so she didn't have to actually tell us what they were doing. But she wasn't fired. Still a little shocked by that. She had to resign.
Yeah.
But either way, she is no longer the director of Social Security. Secret Service. She may now be the director of Social Security, but
possibly
Secret Service. So at least if you're a politician, you have to feel a little safer right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you had to have some change, and that she probably doesn't need to be the only one. Whoever made those asinine decisions on the ground need to go with her.
Yeah.
Yes,
because I do think they have some very good agents who are dedicated to what they're doing, but obviously the leadership here has a problem.
Oh, back to what we said all along. Whoever set that up that day, that person was incompetent. I'll try to move into this flashback, but I must warn you, all the guys on the show got Oscar Mayer whistles in the break.
Weenie whistles.
Yeah, that's what they called them.
As I said, I have to warn you. I will say of all the different whistles that one of my friends could hand me to use, this would not be one I would bravely.
Yeah. Oh, there it goes again.
I enjoy. Yeah, it went
there went the Wienermobile.
I enjoyed giving Greg his in the break.
I know you did.
Yeah. Make sure you get in that mic, Greg, when you do that.
Yes. Be good and irritating.
We have a flashback. The late school closing Tony. One time, as Bubba mentioned and Speedy as well, we have a history with Oscar Mayer and their Wienermobile. There was a time they were looking for kids to sing. This song that
to join the marketing team
that we've loved for so long, and remember hearing this when we were kids, and
I'd love to be an Oscar Mayer wiener.
And they wanted kind of an updated version of that with kids, and we sent School Closing Tony to pretend to be auditioning for it. It is a moment that no matter how much you may try to forget it, you can't. And Tony was up for anything.
Yes, he was.
So here's a Rick and Bubba flashback.
Okay, I gotta hear this. Yes. All right, put him on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I know.
We've got to hear this.
Okay, Courtney, could you do your little thing?
That's who was running the.
Bubba, are you ready for this?
No.
All right, you ready? School closing Tony? All right, school closing Tony is on his knees. All right, here we go. This is going to be precious. All right, you ready? We're ready when you are, Courtney.
This is school closing Tony. He's going to sing the Wiener song. He's 3 years old.
3 years old?
3 years old.
Oh, I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener. That is what I truly like to be. 'Cause if I were an Oscar Mayer wiener, everyone would be in love with me. Babylona has Babylona has a second name. It's M-A-Y-E-R.
Okay.
All of these and every day, and if you ask me, why I'll say has a play with Lona.
That's a wrap. That's so good.
Oh, gracious.
Oh, boy.
Wow. And then we realized we had something because he would do anything.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
so
hilarious.
funny.
So then some of the Speedy adventures, I would bring him with me, and he would just, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
When we were trying to get Sinbad out of the hotel, he was screaming Sinbad
Oh,
on,
yes.
on little Eddie.
So he would do anything.
He would.
He would do anything.
Man, he was funny.
Yeah. So.
If you plug the hole on the end, by the way, you can change the pitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sounds like someone's in trouble in England.
Yeah.
Here comes the police.
Come to Bobby's.
Greg?
Yeah,
Well, how about
Greg,
that,
you
Greg?
can play that son of a gun.
Greg, you on the meat flute pretty good.
Yeah. Now you're a phenom. You're a phenom, bud.
Real prodigy.
I didn't know if we'd ever have an opportunity to work that in. Well done.
Well, I mean, it's a winning.
I like the face that comes with it, too.
I like that Greg appreciates a good one in that category so much he couldn't even finish it. He just laughed.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. You win. Winner. One more time.
Greg said winner.
More like wiener.
No,
Okay.
no. By the way, I'm going to have to confiscate every one of these whistles. I mean, because these are going to be in our lives for the next 20 minutes, I promise you. And if you don't find a way to get to your office soon, you're going to hear it the rest of the day. So what? so what?
That is pleasant.
So, yes, all of you texted. We just announced that Cheeto has resigned as director of the Secret Service. We just announced that on the show right before we get to the flashback.
Reckon I got a little song to help it along.
A little song.
Okay, everybody turn them in. Bubba, give me some sort of sandwich bag I can put these in. Okay, turn them in. Let's all turn them in. Y'all even made Big Boy frown. He's annoyed by it. Yeah.
Oh, gracious alive.
Yeah, it's kind of like tattoos. Less is more.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
So, how do y'all find this weird that on the YouTube flashbacks that we have from when we're on Turner South, that we just showed a flashback that featured Kevin Derryberry?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard from Kevin in a few weeks, and he just texted me.
Yeah.
Is it weird? Do you think
weird.
somehow that
How'd
prompted?
No.
But he's not saying anything about this. It's something completely. It's something completely different.
Yeah.
So he's not really
crazy.
responding to. I would have thought, hey, I understand. I'm on the YouTube right now. It's
Just
not
crazy coincidence.
Yeah,
That is
those kind of things are kind of hard to explain.
He's debuting Tiny Fingers, Tiny Toes during that flashback, by the way.
Is that what he's doing?
Yes.
So that's when he made Truckers Cry.
Yep.
The only thing would have made that song better if it had this in it.
Did you get one of these?
Yeah, I'm trying not to annoy
Bubba.
you like everybody else.
Right.
Right
Because it's annoying to me.
Give it a go.
Yeah. No, okay. I know right now, like that one, you didn't even mean to do. You just uncontrollably.
I done figured out how it works.
You can't stop doing it now.
There's
I
a
watched
whole
that
thing
right
you can play it all the way home, Greg.
you really can.
Going down the highway.
Like at that moment, I realized that Greg was shocked by hearing it himself. Like he can't. But I did that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Proud of himself.
We'll come back. We'll wrap up the hour. Any stories or in videos or anything in audio that we may have missed. Whew. So yes, Kim Cheatle has resigned as Secret Service director. No surprise there.
Right.
Didn't know what it was going to take, but eventually, yesterday is what it would take. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up without Rick or Bubba right after this.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He knows my prayer is that tiny fingers, tiny toes. What's in store, God only knows. My prayer is that you'll be healthy and love the King. And if you're half as beautiful as your mom and sisters, oh, what a sight you'll be when at last we get to see. And I hope that I will always be an example of the person Christ would have us to be. And I hope that someday, well, I will be your hero, just like your granddad is to me.
Thanks, Kevin.
Last night as we laid in bed, your mommy's tummy by my head. Will you remember what I said? Hey in there. It's your daddy.
Thanks, Kevin.
Well, tiny fingers, tiny toes, little ears and little nose. We'll see how the story goes from here. And I hope that I will always be an example of the person that Christ would have us to be. And I hope that someday I will be your hero, just like my daddy is to me. Well, tiny fingers, tiny toes, what's in store, God only knows. But we'll see how the story goes from here.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, Kevin.
That goes out to the mighty, mighty Peapod man.
Thank you, Kev. Appreciate you. You can get that by going to the website. He's a link off of rickandbubba.com, KevinDerryberryMinistries.com.
You know, I beat it that time. I just thought about tractors and plowing.
Did you really?
Yeah, that's something I could do.
I was fine until, he just kept on with it.
I know.
And then we'll be back more with Kevin Derryberry.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Yes, we know that the director of the Secret Service stepped down. So she did finally step down moments ago. That was announced. We did mention that, but apparently some of you did not hear us announce that. Also, Kevin Derryberry has informed me that he's actually listening to the show and was not watching YouTube. He had no idea that he was in a flashback. He said, so how odd is that? I was simply passing along. It looks like an opportunity coming up in October where Kevin Derryberry will be performing with the Kevin Derryberry Band. I have not... I don't know about this one, Bubba, when he says that this is called Join Us for an Evening with Kevin Derryberry and his music from Tell You Right Until Now. Does that mean that I might be able to go to this and hear Birmingham Tonight and Jesus?
Well, it says from Telluride tonight, so it may have been after that.
Yeah, it says anyway. So that's coming up in October. Looks like on the 4th. In Shelby County. We'll tell you more about that as we get closer. He was just letting us know about that. That looks like a cool opportunity right there. Of course, just like all of us are a little bit older, I'm not quite sure. He sent me something, and I'm not sure how to read it and understand it on where that is. But anyway, so we'll get with Kev. All right. So Bubba, also people were asking. We had the Jack State national championship winning bowling team in D.C. yesterday. And this was after, the president announced that he would not seek another term and can't be there because he's sick or whatever's going on. And we were wondering what's going to happen to him. And so there is a way for people to know how it went.
Yeah, there was a lot going on in D.C. yesterday. I don't know if you noticed.
Yes.
The news.
Yeah.
But they did go to the White House. They did get a tour. I understand the VP was there or was scheduled to be there to do the honors. And they actually got the tour, had a big presentation outside on the lawn, and then got to go in and bowl in the bowling alley, in the Truman bowling alley in the White House. So how about that? That's kind of cool.
So we think that Kamala did come out and see them?
That was the last I heard. That's who was scheduled to speak.
Okay.
But they will have a lot of pictures of the trip up, I'm sure, at Jack State Bowl. If you want to follow them online that's on Instagram, I guess.
Okay. All right. Well, good. I'm glad they had a good experience.
Yep.
And they'll find themselves embroiled now in American history.
That's right.
What
a day to be there.
If Trump would have been the president, they would have got to eat a bunch of hamburgers and stuff.
Yeah.
Remember how he used to get all the fast food?
Yeah. He would have probably bowled with them, too.
Right. He would have. And talked about how much better he was than everybody else.
Yeah. Nobody can touch my score.
So I've asked if I can share this, and I'm going to share it. Again, this is from a very reliable source. So we keep asking these questions about what happened with this shooter and everything that went on. And there was one time when Dan Bongino, which is not my source on this, he said clearly, and it looks like this is going to be confirmation of that the Secret Service, now this does not eliminate the poor job that was done here. So none of that. There just may be some explanation. So don't hear me saying that, well, see, now you see that no, whoever was in charge of all this still does not reflect well on them. But remember, he said they have to be careful, the Secret Service, on throwing any other agencies under the bus because they need them. And ultimately, they're the ones responsible for making sure everything's right, including who they pick. Okay? So that's not taking away that responsibility. So he said there was a breach in an area that was supposed to be covered by another group, which explains some of the way this was done. However, you still have to hold someone accountable for something that close, not making it primary.
Right.
So that doesn't change that. So don't hear me changing that.
Right.
So this is someone who knows, because they have a strong connection to the agency. And they said there was supposed to be a local SWAT team on the roof at the Trump event. They left their post because they said it was hot. It went inside the building, and they did not communicate that with Secret Service that they had moved. So when Secret Service first saw someone on the roof, they were trying to make sure it wasn't part of the local SWAT team because they were supposed to be up there.
Right.
And they weren't. They had to make sure before they took a shot that it wasn't one of that team because they were supposed to be there. So he says, but the Secret Service knows if they throw the local agencies under the bus, nobody's going to want to work with them, and they don't have enough people to cover. Now, you still have to hold the person accountable for not making that primary and putting Secret Service there.
Right.
So that does not take that away. But that was farmed out to a local SWAT team that left their post.
So we also had a report that one of the local SWAT teams took a shot at him first and missed.
Right.
And then the Secret Service sniper took him out.
Right.
Where was that sniper at?
I don't know.
Was that the water tower we keep hearing about?
Possibly.
Because there is a video of somebody, it looks
Right.
like on the water tower, but I can't tell what it is.
Yeah,
Very, very gray.
That also explains. Do you remember when some of the local people were trying to say, well, we did have people inside the building?
Yeah.
Well, what
It was supposed to be like the little headquarters for the
Yeah,
planet.
but what he's saying is they thought they got hot and went inside the building instead of staying on top of it.
That wasn't
And they didn't communicate that.
What in the
That's
world?
good.
But all that's still bad because that means this is not running like a fine oil machine.
No.
And back to my original point, that's too close to farm that out to anybody. You got to make that primary.
Right.
And the fact that it wasn't made primary.
Yeah,
was,
I mean, it is an absolute primary primo spot to take a shot at the speaker, whoever it is.
Right. So and again, I can't confirm that. I just know the person who's telling me that they have the credentials for that information to be correct. And I said, can I mention that as long as I don't mention where it came from? And they said yes. So
there you go.
You still don't explain how you get in with a weapon and
No.
walk up
Like
to
I said,
building.
that doesn't change.
How about the fact you're in that building? That's the one he climbed on top of. I mean, you look kind of stupid then.
Right.
too.
No, it doesn't change that the director should never, whoever set up the day should have never made that location secondary. It should have always been primary.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
whoever did
that does kind of explain some of the actions that were taken once they were in a bind.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that's not one of those guys that want them to get back up there, Or what aren't there supposed to be people up there?
That kind of ceiling,
You
you
know.
would think they would hear somebody crawling around up there.
Yeah, you
because,
would think.
Well, there's all kinds
Especially
of
when
things.
people outside are yelling, there's someone crawling up.
And that's how the two officers got involved because they were in charge of parking. They ran over because everybody was screaming. There's somebody up on the roof.
That was one of the more damning things I thought yesterday when they pointed out that the Secret Service did not see him, but people on the ground did.
Right.
And you had all these people with all this equipment and gear and all these spots, and they did not see him on the roof. And they're screaming on the ground, there's a man on the roof with a gun. Yeah. And that went on for about 2 minutes.
And you could also understand that somebody go, well, yeah, there's supposed to be a SWAT team up there.
Right.
So they weren't as alarmed. But they didn't realize the SWAT team had left that post and gone somewhere. Into either that building or another building.
But back to Greg's point too is so the AR, was it already there? When did they do the final sweep? Did he just walk from where he parked to the building with an AR? How did he get past all the eyes of people walking in?
The problems remain, and again, this person saying this right now, even though they have the credentials, they could be wrong too. That might not even be true. What I just said, I'm just telling you that's what that would kind of make you go, well, okay, that explains some of the how we started working through the protocol, but it never erases why that wasn't made secondary, or how does this person get into the grounds, and us not declare that a rangefinder warrants a threat.
Yeah, you could. I mean, that's he might as well have had a bullet in his pocket.
Yeah. So, and it's not an excuse. I mean, I know that they're trained that they should be able to, climate shouldn't be an issue. But remember, there's a lot of people that are doing jobs these days that even though the standard was here, we don't adhere to that standard much anymore.
No.
I don't see, I'm always surprised when someone is being excellent versus when they're not now. It's almost like a turn. And some very important jobs. Like director of the Secret Service.
Yeah, very important.
That's a big one.
So there you go. Thank you for being with us. And we'll see if we can ever get an investigation or ever get someone at the Secret Service to say, here's exactly what happened. We may never know what actually did happen. But Cheatle has resigned. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.